dangerous Hurricane Sally inching closer to the Gulf Coast.
The slower the storm, the more time you have to pile up that water.
It's going to be a very heavy rain producer, even well after it moves in the coast.
You still have time to make those final preparations.
And in what has already been a record-breaking hurricane season, we're continuing on through this 2020 Atlantic hurricane season. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans. Now, New Orleans actually outside of the cone at this point has been since yesterday, but we are feeling the impacts. Where I am here on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, there's still a storm surge warning in effect, 2 to 4 feet for Lake Maurepas and Lake Pontchartrain, and then 4 to 7 possible for Lake Bourne, which is a little southeast of us. Now, the road is already starting to be covered by water. We're on Lakeshore Drive, which is closed. But what I really want you to see, if we can just zoom in all the way down there, that is a parking lot. That should be a parking lot. It just looks like an extension of the lake at this point because the waves just keep coming in. I would venture to bet we've got almost a foot of rain being contained in that parking lot there, especially in some of the low-lying areas. So this is what we're seeing, and we've got a while to go with this. This is strictly coming from that northerly, northeasterly wind, and we've still got tonight and into Wednesday to do with this. Now, we just got the latest advisory, still at 85 miles per hour, Hurricane Sally at Category 1, moving still only at 2 miles per hour to the northwest. So still just moving at a crawl. Now, the storm is expected to make landfall sometime later tonight into later Wednesday. You can see it there. The problem is it's just moving so slow. We're not sure exactly when or where it's going to make that landfall. And then you can see moving off to the east, impacting places as far north like Atlanta and Macon with some of this rainfall from Sally. Now, we still have a hurricane warning in effect for the Gulf portions of Mississippi, Alabama, into western portions of the panhandle of Florida. Now, we'll get back to that latest advisory, but I want to go ahead and bring in Governor of Alabama, Kay Ivey, talking more about Sally.
Sir. Yeah. Provide a briefing on Hurricane Sally to share with the people of Alabama what has been done so far, and more importantly, to discuss what we are currently working on going forward to keep our citizens safe as this slow-moving storm takes landfall later tonight. Folks, with any tropical storm, the only thing you can predict is that things will change hour by hour. We started yesterday morning with a tropical storm that developed into a Category 1 hurricane, which was forecasted to make landfall near New Orleans. Sally was upgraded to a Category 2, and by last night, the weather folks were predicting this storm might become a Category 3. Thankfully, early this morning, it was downgraded to a Category 1. This just underscores how unpredictable Mother Nature can be. Early yesterday morning, my team and I began reaching out to leaders in Baltimore and Mobile counties, knowing that the eastern side of a hurricane always has the stronger rain, wind, storm surge, and flash flooding with the possibility of tornadoes. In fact, I issued a state of emergency early yesterday morning in order to get our preparations underway. In talking with Congressman Byrne, as well as the various mayors and county commissioners, we have offered every assistance humanly possible. Unfortunately, our local leaders are well experienced in emergency management. They've had a lot of practice over the years, so they are well aware that all they need to do is to let us know their needs, and we'll be standing there shoulder to shoulder with them all the way. Shortly after our initial state of emergency was issued, the request came to close the beaches, which I did. And I also strongly recommended that all non-residents, as well as residents who live in low-lying areas that are prone to flood, needed to leave as soon as possible. I did this in a supplemental state of emergency that was issued yesterday just after lunch. And thankfully, that many people heeded this voluntary evacuation. This morning at 7 a.m. we had additional rounds of calls with the local leaders, and I also spoke with U.S. Department of Homeland Security Acting Secretary Chad Wolf, as well as Pete Gaynor, Administrator of FEMA, last night, to ask them to expedite our request for a pre-landfall disaster declaration. And I am grateful that President Trump and his administration approved this request last night. Let me make one thing crystal clear, folks. The White House and the Trump administration have been great to our state. They've been in constant communication with my office, and we greatly appreciate their attention that they've paid, and they're keeping their eye on Alabama. Having once lived in Mobile, I'm well aware that those who live on the Gulf Coast are all too familiar with Mother Nature's wrath. We still hope and pray that Sally will not bring that type of pain and heartache, but my fellow Alabamians, Hurricane Sally is not to be taken for granted. We are looking at record flooding, perhaps breaking historic levels, and with rising water comes a greater risk for loss of property and life. Sally has the potential to inflict major damage along our Gulf Coast northward as it moves. For that reason, and especially for those living south of I-10 and in low-lying areas, I urge you in the strongest way possible to evacuate if conditions permit and seek shelter elsewhere as possible today, as this storm makes landfall sometime tonight. Your local EMA will have information, and I know our friends in the media will provide to you this information, decisions for you and your family. The current projections of this storm have most of our state in the path as it moves on through. Most counties in Alabama can potentially see some impact later tonight and certainly by Wednesday. While the middle and northern sections of our state will obviously not see the storm surge, please be aware, however, that heavy rains, flash flooding, and even tornadoes can develop at any point tonight or tomorrow. I remind you to stay tuned to your local weather source, have a weather radio handy, and some extra batteries in case you lose power, and please heed the advice of your local leaders. They know the unique needs of your community. Director Hastings will now make brief remarks, and the National Weather Service Representative John Deblock will follow Brian. Brian?
And that is such great advice from Governor Kay Ivey, governor of Alabama, one of the places that will be feeling the full impacts of Sally. I'm here on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, where I can tell you I've been around water quite a bit in my life, and I have never ever seen a lake look like this. This looks more like the angry Atlantic than the lake. Now, Lake Pontchartrain, huge lake. It's 24 miles north to south, around 40 miles east to west. We're talking about 630 square feet of area that this covers. That's a ton of water to work with. Now, even though we've been removed from the hurricane warning in New Orleans, we are still under a tropical storm warning, and I have seen winds gusting up to near tropical storm force at the Lakefront Airport. I'm sure we've seen tropical storm force wind gusts in other places, and we're also still under a storm surge warning here in the Lake Pontchartrain area down to Lake Maurepas, and then of course Lake Bourne as well. So for the forecast for here, 2 to 4 feet of storm surge possible. We're just off of Lakeshore Drive and it is closed, and I can tell you I've seen some people out here getting pretty close to this edge, and I would say that's not a good idea. If you're feeling any of the impacts from this storm, stay in, watch the Weather Channel. We'll get out here for you and tell you what's going on. But I can only imagine, Dr. Postel, if this is what we're seeing here in New Orleans, well removed from the center, not even in the cone, I can only imagine what they're going to continue to deal with for the places that are going to take a direct hit.
Felicia, that's an excellent point, because you are standing there on the southern edge of Lake Pontchartrain, and with a north wind at 20 to 30 miles per hour, seeing all that rough water and some of that coastal flooding there. This is what it looks like on the periphery of Hurricane Sally. This area, this region, is where Felicia is, and you can see that New Orleans were sustaining winds of above 20 miles per hour and gusts at times above 30. But look at where the center of Sally is. It is nowhere near there. And fortunately, we won't see a whole lot of rain in eastern Louisiana, and only sort of that kind of peripheral wind. But elsewhere across parts of southern Alabama and the western Florida Panhandle, and of course Mississippi as well, conditions will get a lot worse than they are now. We are far from being over with this particular system, and right now the hurricane hunters have been slicing and dicing their way through this. And I don't know why it left me off here, but I marked a little spot here where the hurricane hunters found winds of about 70 miles per hour on that sort of pass through the, I would say, the northeastern eye wall, right through there. And so that's the kind of wind that the hurricane hunters are sampling right now. We'll see if they do find stronger winds than that on their next couple of slices through the tropical cyclone. But it is very possible, again, that this still is an 80 to 85 mile per hour hurricane. As I mentioned, on the coast right now, we're dealing with winds generally gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour, which is a nuisance, but in some respects manageable. But we're now starting to see some of that heavier and heavier rain move in, and the winds slowly begin to pick up. So these water rises now above some normally dry ground, and in some cases, my goodness, it's up to 5 feet in that northeasterly wind. These will go up. So don't let your guard down in terms of storm surge flooding, even though perhaps with a slower movement and a slightly weaker system, the peak values may not be as high as earlier projected. They could still be very significant and cause a lot of flooding over a larger area. Aside from storm surge, the big threat for so many people is going to be heavy rain and the flooding rain. Look, up to 20 to 30 inches, still indeed possible as we move Sally only very slowly inland from the Gulf of Mexico, and then carry a lot of that heavy rain northward across parts of Georgia and areas in the western North and South Carolina. Let's have a look. This is my last graphic. I want to show you the northward slow movement through the coastal counties there in Florida and Alabama. But then it begins to accelerate. It looks like later Thursday and into Friday, thankfully, in some sense, but still bringing a lot of heavy rain northeastward into places as far east as Virginia, Felicia, and North Carolina. We have a long way to go to deal with the rest of Sally.
We certainly do, Dr. Postel. And of course, we're all constantly waiting for those updates from the National Hurricane Center. We just got the latest update in. And we want to bring in Director Ken Graham. If there's one person to talk to during a hurricane, sir, you are the man. So let's talk about it here. I'm on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain. I don't know if you can see what's going on, but the storm surge is definitely coming in. So can you talk to us a little bit more about the storm surge that we're expecting all up and down the coast?
Yeah, absolutely, Felicia. I was looking at the video and seeing that in Lake Pontchartrain there, what you're seeing. So absolutely, you start taking these winds, especially a slow system like this, and you start really having the time to pile up that water. I mean, you start looking at some of these values. You look at it where you are, 2 to 4 foot in Lake Pontchartrain. But not just that, it's the wind on top of it. So you got waves crashing on top of that storm surge as well. So that's why we just can't, even far away from this storm, so slow, you can still see the impacts.
I'm sorry, Rodney, did you say we lost? Okay, let's continue. Ken, the question has been, when is this going to make landfall? And it's just kind of continuing at a crawl. So are we starting to close in on a better idea of when we actually think it's going to make landfall? Or is it still kind of something we're waiting and seeing?
I think it really helps out once you start seeing that northward turn, Felicia, because it's been wiggling and wobbling for the last 24 hours or so. It's just losing those steering currents. I mean, right now, northwest at 2 miles an hour. So you start moving northward, we'll start looking at some sort of landfall. I mean, think of this. I mean, we still have till tomorrow to see that landfall. But either way, you can see it a little left, a little right, and even we could see some, so even if the winds come down, either way, this is still a big impact when it comes to that rainfall and the storm surge. So we've got a ways to go with this. I mean, it's not even going to get northward into Georgia until Friday morning.
Thank you.
So can we already have a forecast that says we could see locally high amounts of 20 to 30 inches of rainfall? Do you think that is going to adjust? Do you think we're going to see those rainfall numbers going up at all?
Yeah, as soon as you see this slow movement, and if you think about how slow our forecast is, through the portions of the coast, but getting through Alabama, even into Georgia, absolutely. I mean, you can see some of these areas repetitively get these rain bands, already seeing several inches or more just from these rain bands, and we have a long way to go. So some areas getting 10 to 15 inches of rain, 15 to 20, maybe even up to 30 inches of rain before it's all said and done. So dangerous, very dangerous situation when it comes to that rainfall. Just travel hazard. I-10, I-65, any one of these areas, just incredibly treacherous travel.
And Ken, thank you so much for being with us this morning. As mentioned, that information so valuable, and people hanging on every word from the National Hurricane Center. Of course, we'll be back with more on Hurricane Sally coming up after the break.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid. Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus only 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. And now enjoy Boost High Protein in new Cafe Mocha flavor.
Not gonna happen.
That's it. I'm calling Kohler about their walk-in bath.
My name is Ken. How may I help you?
Hi, I'm calling about Kohler's walk-in bath.
Excellent. Happy to help. Huh? Hold one moment, please. The Kohler walk-in bath features an extra wide opening and a low step-in at 3 inches, which is 25 to 60% lower than some leading competitors. The bath fills and drains quickly, while the heated seat soothes your back, neck, and shoulders. Kohler is an expert in bathing, so you can count on a deep soaking experience.
Are you seeing this?
The Kohler walk-in bath comes with fully adjustable hydrotherapy jets and our exclusive bubble massage. Everything is installed in as little as a day by a Kohler certified installer. And it's made by Kohler, America's leading plumbing brand.
We need this bath.
Yes. Yes, you do. A Kohler walk-in bath provides independence with peace of mind. Call 1-800-574-1372 for $1,000 off your walk-in bath, plus a free Kohler bidet seat with purchase.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture!
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Nicole, you look amazing.
Jenny Craig works. With our most popular plan, Rapid Results, you can lose up to 16 pounds in 4 weeks. Call now. Limited time offer and flexible delivery options for Jenny Craig's Rapid Results.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Brake.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you?
You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Need better sleep? Try Nature's Bounty Sleep 3, a unique tri-layer supplement that calms you, helps you fall asleep faster, and stay asleep longer. Great sleep comes naturally with Sleep 3, only from Nature's Bounty.
I'm 53, but in my mind, I'm still 35. That's why I take Osteo Biflex, to keep me moving the way I was made to. It nourishes and strengthens my joints for the long term, while helping with occasional joint stiffness. Osteo Biflex.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 60 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, partly cloudy, high 70, winds east at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear skies, low 58, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny, high 76, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
And we want to take a look at some new video just coming into the Weather Channel. This is coming out of Pascagoula. Look at this storm surge that we're already dealing with here. We are talking about angry waters, and those are already surging over certain roads in some places. Pascagoula, this is just kind of the beginning of it for you, as this is a very slow moving storm. We've also got, we've seen cars driving through some of this water, which is absolutely not at all what you should be doing. It is so easy to get your car to float. A smaller car, just 6 inches, could float your car. The bigger cars, up to a foot, could float your car, and you do not know how deep that is. So certainly going to see more images like this coming out of the Gulf Coast, as Sally is in no hurry to make landfall or to leave us alone at this point. So I'm here on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, and if you're just looking behind me, you might not think that this is even a lake. It looks more like the angry Atlantic at this point, but this is what wind energy will do for you. And we've just seen these waves steadily kind of coming up over, and just beyond me, you can't see it here, but is Lakeshore Drive. It's actually closed because we already have storm surge covering portions of that road. The forecast here for Lake Pontchartrain, Lake Maurepas, well, that is 2 to 4 feet of storm surge possible. The good news is it came down from yesterday. The bad news is you're still in that storm surge warning. 4 to 7 feet possible for Lake Bourne, just to the southeast of us. Now, New Orleans now just in the tropical storm warning. I say just very lightly because we're still getting those very gusty winds. You can see still we're dealing with storm surge problems here, mainly just around the Lakeshore Drive area. So that's the good news. We're not seeing really any homes threatened or anything like that. So that's the good news here. However, as we look farther to our east, the places that are going to deal with the brunt of Sally, that's a different story. We're talking about hours and hours of rainfall, storm surge, especially along the coast. So while we do have a Category 1 storm now, this is still going to be a very formidable system that they're dealing with. And Dr. Postel, you know, yesterday when I saw that it was going to get downgraded from a Cat 2 to a Cat 1, it made me worry a little bit, because sometimes people say, oh, now it's just a Cat 1, we don't have to pay as much attention. But as you can see here on Lake Pontchartrain, we're outside of the cone. We're not even getting those hurricane force winds, and things are still pretty intense.
Felicia, you're making great points. I mean, it's very clear that even outside of the really, really bad weather, you can still have significant impacts. And you're dealing with that right now in the New Orleans area with that strong northeast wind and some flooding along Lake Pontchartrain. And even aside from the rain and the wind and the coastal flooding we expect, there's also a tornado threat. You can see that we've got a tornado watch that goes out until about 6 o'clock local time, and there may be more tornado watches issued later on tonight even, or certainly tomorrow, as this is going to be a multi-day event. Right now, the rain that is over southern Alabama and the Florida Panhandle is more of the steady, sort of stable variety. In other words, there's some lightning strikes, there's a little bit of thunder here and there, but the severe weather potential really goes up once you get offshore and you start looking at some of these showers that are probably 30 to 50 miles offshore. There's a good bit of rotation inside of that. The wind shear is a bit stronger. The instability is a bit higher right out in here in some of these areas right there. Those are supercells, mini ones. which from occasion show this sort of really tight couplet between greens and reds here, showing a rapid change in velocity. And these things are to watch, like one of these here, and they'll pop up. 5 minutes later, they're gone. That's the kind of transience we're dealing with, these rain bands and the circulations inside of them that will be moving onshore and will bring that tornado threat to the region. The surface winds are sort of out of the east-northeast across the region, but when you get up a couple thousand feet, the winds change direction and increase in speed. That's called crossover. When you have that kind of wind shear, wind doing different things at different altitudes, that sometimes promotes the possibility of tornadoes. And Alex, with that, we've got torcons of 2 and 3 across parts of the Florida Panhandle and southern Alabama.
Wow, we could be watching some of those torcon values extend a bit farther inland because the system will eventually move farther inland and could impact places like Atlanta to bring in some steady rains. A few raindrops here for us there thanks to a front hanging around, but not going to shake the dreary weather anytime soon because as Sally moves its way on in as we head towards the end of the week, a soaking rain is expected. Now, Atlanta is running a foot above average for rain this year. So, yeah, it's been a wet one. Now we get to add a bit more. Here's that forecast. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, really dreary conditions. Probably the peak of the rain in terms of the intensity will be Wednesday into Thursday, but still a few lingering showers into your Friday. And you can see with the rain that we are expecting, anywhere you see that yellow and that extends into the Atlanta metro, there's the likelihood that we'll be dealing with flash flooding in those areas.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Ready or not.
Gillette Pro Glide and Pro Glide Gel. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball designed to get virtually every hair on the first stroke while washing away dirt and oil. So you're ready for the day with a clean shave and a clean face.
Sarah.
Jenny Craig works. We've combined great tasting food with the science of intermittent fasting. So take control of your weight and start your transformation with our most popular plan, Rapid Results. You can lose up to 16 pounds in 4 weeks.
It works. I'm proof that it works.
Call now. Limited time offer and flexible delivery options for Jenny Craig's Rapid Results.
Stay tuned to get a free crisper tray from Granite Stone. Why is it every time you go to cook a family meal, you have to search for pots, pans, and lids? Well, all that's about to change. Introducing Stackmaster by Granite Stone, the ingenious nonstick cookware set that stacks to fit all in one place and takes up a fraction of the space. Plus, each piece of Stackmaster cookware is pressed from a solid aluminum disc, then fitted with a stainless steel induction plate for even heat conduction and coated 3 times with our durable non-stick Granite Stone finish that's so good, burnt on cheese, caramel, and chocolate just doesn't stick. Stackmaster is oven rated up to 500 degrees for outstanding roasting and baking. Plus, all Stackmaster cookware is 100% dishwasher safe and PFOA free. Look, you'd expect to pay over $400 for a professional quality cookware set, but during this special TV introduction, you can get the complete Stackmaster 10-piece set, not for $400, $300, or even $200, but for the factory direct price of just 5 easy payments of $39.99. And for everyone who calls or goes online to order today, we're going to drop 1 payment. You get it all for just 4 easy payments of $39.99. Stackmaster cookware is so durable it comes with a 10-year warranty. As a bonus, we'll include our self-draining fry basket, our stainless steel steamer insert, and our gourmet recipe guide absolutely free. And there's even more. As a bonus, you'll get our Granite Stone crisper tray, the fast, easy, non-stick way to fry up your favorite foods. No grease or oil needed. Together, they're a $60 value. Yours free. That's an incredible 15-piece Stackmaster set, all for just 4 easy payments of $39.99. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. Order now.
to order call 1-800-950-3115. That's 1-800-950-3115 or order online at buystackmaster.com.
From muscle pain, body aches, to strains, Blue Emu Maximum Pain Relief. It works fast, and you won't stink. Its unique formula with emu oil penetrates deep to relieve arthritis pain, sore muscles, strains, and more.
Clean is a feeling. It's the simple joy of washing your hands without ever touching a faucet. It's the little things that matter. That's why we create moments to feel Kohler clean every day.
We've gone to the grocery store, getting groceries, water, and whatnot, and making sure everybody in my family is okay and safe. My parents, they live on Highway 90, so we've had, they're out of town right now, but we had to go to their house and make sure that everything was in the proper place so that nothing would, harm their home.
And we are keeping a close eye on Sally that really just hasn't budged from the same area for quite some time and is going to be sticking around. But of course, we've got you covered here through the entirety of the storm on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from the South Shore of Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans. I want to get you the latest on what we know from Sally. We just got that latest advisory in not too long ago, so I want to keep you updated. Now, here's what we know. The National Hurricane Center does say historic flooding with extreme life-threatening flash flooding is likely through Wednesday from the western Florida panhandle all the way to southeastern Mississippi. The city of Destin, Florida has declared a local state of emergency in anticipation of what may be over a foot of rain. And this morning, the causeway to Dauphin Island has closed due to wind, rain, and debris on the road. No word when it will reopen. Now, where I am in New Orleans, we are no longer in the hurricane warning. We're under a tropical storm warning. But the island to Dauphin Road is not the only road that's been closed. I'm standing in the middle of Lakeshore Drive, running along the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain. And typically, this would be an active road. There would be quite a few people around. But that's not the case because the road is closed because we're seeing this storm surge. David, I just want you to kind of hold it for a second because I guarantee we're going to get a big wave that's going to lap up and show why this storm surge is just going to keep coming. We've been watching the water get farther and farther out of the lake and covering the road, and it just keeps adding up. And, we've been seeing these big waves, and now that I'm waiting for one, they don't want to come. But I can guarantee you the water has been lapping up over the edge of this concrete, and then it rolls down into the road, and then it begins to all add up here. Now, luckily, the drainage system around this area seems to be amazing because it's not being able to really add up. But even with that, you can tell at least this lane of the road is beginning to be blocked. And I have a feeling that by tomorrow morning, because we're going to continue with this persistent northerly wind continuing to edge that storm surge toward the South Shore, I would bet there is going to be a good portion of Lakeshore Drive that currently isn't covered with water that will be. That's why you need to stay off the road. That's why it's closed. That's why you have to listen to your officials. And as mentioned, New Orleans, well away from the center, well away from even being in that cone anymore. So you can tell the far-reaching impacts of this system. And Dr. Postel, I just can't help but think if this is the kind of surge we're seeing from winds that are barely reaching tropical storm force gusts here on Lake Pontchartrain, what it's going to be like along the coast where they're actually getting that storm surge from the hurricane force winds.
Yeah, and not only will the surge increase, the surge flooding, but also the wind as well. The hurricane hunters are in right now there, Felicia, and sampling winds so far on these two passes in the 60 to 70 mile per hour range. First pass here, second pass there. They're not done yet. They're going to be slicing and dicing their way through and give us a better estimate of actually how strong Sally is in terms of wind. But we know that the flooding from mostly freshwater flooding from rainfall will be extremely significant. And of course, coastal flooding from surge will also be a big factor as well. While it may not be the peak values that it might be if Sally were moving more quickly or were stronger, we'll still see that flooding over a larger area and be rather significant. We've got increasing winds and rain along the coast. You can see some of these values here are gusting in some places up to 40 miles per hour in spots. And where Felicia is, with that north-northeast wind over Lake Pontchartrain, we're seeing some flooding on the south side of Lake Pontchartrain with a northeast wind gusting to 30 miles per hour. Many locations with north-facing beachfronts will see that today on the west side of Sally. Here's an estimate of where the flooding is ongoing right now in terms of water rise above normally dry ground. But I want to zoom into a couple of these places to show you what is happening. For example, in and around Pensacola, we're seeing a water rise here of about 3.3 feet. And you can see that east wind is contributing to that water rise right about there. But let's go somewhere else here. Let's go farther to the west, in and around Mobile, Alabama. You can see that we're seeing some water rises right there. And that is because of that east-northeast wind bringing that water that direction with a wind speed at 30 to 40 miles per hour in gusts. Farther to the west, we can also zoom in on this location, Bay St. Louis. Again, with that northeast and that shore facing the northeast side of St. Louis Bay, we'll see that water rise, in this case, 3 to 4 feet. So even though Sally is not perhaps wind-wise as strong as it was yesterday and probably won't be, it is going to bring a lot of heavy rain and coastal flooding along with it. Those are the two biggest hazards. Stay tuned to the Weather Channel for all the latest in-depth coverage you won't get anywhere else.
A smile has the power to get you feeling all right. At Aspen Dental, we're making every day a little brighter with our Smile Wide, Smile Safe promise. We've got you covered in every way, giving deep cleaning a whole new meaning. And if you don't have insurance, we'll give you an extra safety net too, with a free new patient exam and x-rays. At Aspen Dental, we're making it all right to feel safe and get smiling. We promise. Call 1-800-ASPEN-DENTAL.
Attention Medicare recipients. Medicare has expanded benefits to help you during these uncertain times. Coverage may now include many benefits to help you while at home. To find out what new Medicare Advantage benefits you can get in your area code, call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
Hi, Joe Namath here, and like you, I'm at home staying safe, but I wanted to get this message out. To make these uncertain times a bit easier and safer while at home, Medicare Advantage plans have added new benefits, including telephone appointments with your doctors, in-home aids, home-delivered meals, home-delivered prescriptions, and so much more. But you don't get all the benefits automatically. You need to enroll. The easiest way to enroll is to call the Medicare Coverage Helpline. It's now more important than ever to make sure your Medicare coverage is up to date. We all have a few minutes to make a phone call to focus on our health. Get what you're entitled to. Call now. It's free.
Coverage may now include many benefits to help you while at home. To find out what new Medicare Advantage benefits you can get in your area code, call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
There are new benefits to help you while at home. Telehealth, in-home aids, home-delivered meals, and so many more. But you don't get them automatically. You need to enroll. The easiest way to enroll is to call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
Get what you're entitled to. Coverage may now also include dental, home-delivered prescriptions, no deductibles, and no copays. Don't delay. Call to see if the new benefits are available in your area.
Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-354-4016. That's 1-800-354-4016 now.
At Harry & David, we know that a gift is more than a box or a basket with a beautiful bow. A gift is the lifetime of love you share. It's friends who grow as close as family. It's moments and milestones, big and small. A gift brings joy, whether you're receiving it or giving it. That's why for 85 years, we've made it easier to share with those you love. Harry & David, life is a gift. Share more.
Each year, Americans waste over $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. Enter the Zebra.
Another car insurance ad?
No, the Zebra compares them all and shows you who can actually save you money. Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com.
Ready or not.
Gillette ProGlide and ProGlide Gel. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball designed to get virtually every hair on the first stroke while washing away dirt and oil.
Ready or
so you're ready for the day with a clean shave and a clean face.
Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
In Tennessee, heavy rainfall this weekend prompting a flash flood warning. Water covered yards and other areas, leaving property nearly submerged. Now, the Department of Transportation even shut down a portion of Interstate 24. Sally, well, that's expected to drop a couple more inches later this week on the already saturated area. We've talked about how these areas across parts of the South Tennessee Valley have been so wet this year. Now we're bringing in a big wet weather maker, and that's not going to help matters at all. Here's what it looks like. This is from tomorrow into Thursday morning. The areas where we think flash flooding is more likely. And where you see that yellow showing up. So a good portion of Alabama stretching into Georgia as well. You got the Florida Panhandle in there. And really, even the areas surrounding that yellow in the green, there is still that possibility for flash flooding to take shape. How much rainfall are we looking at through Friday? You can see the swath, a pretty large zone of 3 to 5 inches here. That's in the yellow, but back down into Alabama, you got some 5+ inch category areas there, including around Montgomery. So here's what it looks like tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of green on the map, a lot of rain here for us. There's the position of Sally. Notice by Wednesday night, doesn't move very much. So still moving at a snail's pace as it continues to track towards the north and the east, just spreading that rain a little bit farther towards the north. Some of the totals here for us, again, in that orange, 5, 6, 7 inches of rain. So this is here into Alabama. There's the Montgomery area up towards Alexander City. Travels along 65, 85, you name it. That's not going to be a fun ride at all, dealing with some of those heavy downpours. And still going to be gusty winds as well. By Thursday, again, slowly progressing north and east. Still hasn't made its way out of the state of Alabama. Not until Thursday night do we see the center of the circulation making its way on into Georgia. But you do see that rain starting to spread a little bit farther on off towards the north and the east, bringing that rain into portions of even sections of the mid-Atlantic. Well, we do want to turn now our attention to the west, where we could use some of this rain. And yeah, the firefight continues. Apocalyptic scenes in Oregon as a drone flies over entire neighborhoods in the town of Talent. That was wiped out by some of those wildfires. And you can see the red fire retardant blanketing the area. At least 36 people have died across Oregon, California, and Washington state, and thousands of homes have been destroyed. Well, air quality right now for California, Oregon, and Washington, that's among the worst on the planet. Weather Channel's Justin Michaels is on the ground in Berry Creek, California with the latest.
By any definition, the California wildfires have been and continue to be horrific. Countless people having to flee their homes with moments' notice, winding through small mountain paths in an apocalyptic setting. And for many of those people, they still to this day don't know if they have a home to go back to.
I just didn't think it was real. I figured I'd be back in the morning.
We met John Tripp at the Lakeside Supermarket.
Can't eat, can't sleep. The anxiety of not knowing is hard. It's hard.
Like so many others, he had moments to make a life-changing decision.
You know, you don't have really a lot of time to think and make a plan. So the main thing is just go. Just, get out.
We made the trek with John back up to the top of his mountain, not knowing whether he'd have a home to return to or not.
I feel like I'm about to get on a roller coaster, or I just got off of it.
As he got closer, John's outlook began to change a bit.
Oh my gosh, man, I think I'm going to have a trailer. I think I'm still going to have a house.
And finally, after 5 days in the dark.
Oh my God, we got a house. I got a house. I got a house. I still got a house, y'all. I still got a house. I still got a house.
Yeah, John could barely hold in his emotions.
Thank you, Lord. I still got a house, guys.
He's only lived here for 6 months.
You don't know how much this means to me, man. It's just a trailer, but it's all we got,
Certainly proving the old adage that a man's home is his castle.
20 acres cost $80,000, and that's all the money we had. And it's not burned up. It's good. It's here. And the trailer's still good. We're good, man. I know it just looks like a shack. I know it just looks like a shack to you guys, but it's a life savings, man. This property is a life savings. I got a place to sleep, It's The property's still here. It's undamaged. I don't know. I feel bad because I feel good. I know a lot of people lost a lot of things, but I can't. Right now, I'm just rejoicing because my house is here. It's not a mansion. It's my house, and it's here. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Thank you, Lord! Oh!
At 60 years old, John Tripp feels like a kid again. He knows now that he has his home to go back to. A little bit of good news amidst so much bad. In Berry Creek, California, Justin Michaels, The Weather Channel.
Such a great story, you know, to see that gentleman there, just the pure joy that he is experiencing amongst, again, the devastating situation. Well, we still have a fire danger, red flag warnings. They are posted up parts of Oregon into California. Really dry conditions still in place and gusty winds. So some of those fires could spread even more, and any new ones could spread pretty quickly. Of course, there's still a lot of smoke out there. Air quality alerts and dense smoke advisories. We have those that are in place, and you can see all the smoke here that continues to billow up here across the west. Even some of that making its way across the country. For more coverage on this, check out Pattern Storm Break on Snapchat.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
From roof to foundation, the damage to your home can be devastating, from clogged gutters, leaking roofs, rotting wood and fascia, and flooded basements. Protect your entire home with Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system. Once our ladders go up, you can put yours down forever.
One of the things that I like the most is that I don't have to get back on the ladder anymore.
Leaf Filter starts by cleaning, sealing, and realigning your gutters. We then install our micro mesh screen over your existing gutters, which is guaranteed to filter out everything except for water.
Trying other products is what made us finally go to Leaf Filter.
And Leaf Filter's lifetime transferable warranty makes it an extraordinary value.
Leaf Filter is going to make my home more valuable, especially when I go to sell it.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Call or log on today and save 15%.
If I'm your president, on day one, we'll implement the national strategy I've been laying out since March. We'll develop and deploy rapid tests with results available immediately. We'll make the medical supplies and protective equipment that our country needs. We'll make them here in America. We'll have a national mandate to wear masks, not as a burden, but as a patriotic duty to protect one another. In short, we'll do what we should have done from the very beginning. Our current president has failed in his most basic duty to the nation. He's failed to protect America. And my fellow Americans, that is unforgivable. As president, I'll make you a promise. I'll protect America. I will defend us from every attack, seen and unseen, always, without exception, every time. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Doug. You know, Limu, after all these years, it's the ones that got away that haunt me the most. Because you're not like everybody else. That's why Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance. So you only pay for what you need. What? Oh, I said. Oh, this is my floor. No! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Spectrum Mobile has no hidden fees. What you sign up for is what you pay. Other carriers add fees and charges for things they never mention up front.
I hate that. The new gardener hit us with an I got stuck with a thorn fee. And there's a $12 surcharge for singing to the plants?
For what?
I did ask him to sing to the plants, but $12? The plant said he's not even good.
Switch to Spectrum Mobile and avoid any hidden charges and fees.
This one just says, I am scared of bees, $10.
Where did you find this guy?
He found me.
People should feel proud about using paper and packaging. As a child, we learned the trees are good for the environment. It's renewable, so we can keep this beneficial cycle continuing on for generations to come.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let BCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Be one of the first 100 callers who schedule a free in-home consultation and receive $500 off.
Everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 62 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Today, partly cloudy, high 70, winds east at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear skies, low 58, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny, high 76, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
A new video just into the Weather Channel. Check this out. Storm surge as Sally produces coastal flooding in Pascagoula, Mississippi. So this is the kind of water rise that we're seeing across parts of the Mississippi Gulf Coast in areas nearby. So with it even being 100 miles away and moving only very slowly to the coast, this is the kind of effect that it's having. And there's a lot more of this yet to come. The water rises will go up, will increase, obviously, and the heavy rainfall will contribute to freshwater flooding as well. So flooding will be very likely the biggest hazard to contend with Sally. Now, I just want to show you this. The hurricane hunters are in there right now, and they're slicing their way through. They've made a couple of passes. One on this direction, where wind speed, the maximum wind speed on that pass was about 70 miles per hour, and then another pass in this direction where the maximum wind speed was somewhere between 60 and 70 miles per hour. So a very small fraction of Hurricane Sally has been sampled by this reconnaissance mission, but it is still finding winds in the 70-ish mile per hour range. We'll see what they find. It's a long way to go before they complete their mission, but the idea is that maybe this is a sign that perhaps Sally is a little slowly weakening, and that is expected eventually as it sort of churns its way over waters that are probably going to get progressively cooler. Right now, the hazard that we're dealing with is a lot of heavy rain moving inland into the Florida Panhandle and parts of southern Alabama. We're seeing wind gusts in the 30 to 40 mile per hour range, so not so high on that, but they will go up. Don't be lulled into the fact that, yeah, let's say this is for now an 85 mile per hour hurricane. It will still bring some damaging wind gusts along the way and some coastal flooding as well, even in places far removed, 100 miles away from where the center of Sally is. We're seeing that north wind over Lake Pontchartrain at 20 to 30 miles per hour, leading to some minor coastal flooding there on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain. Overall, let me just go through this real quick. These are some water rises above normally dry ground with the flooding associated with Sally. Check this out. Pensacola, Florida here. Pensacola Bay, we are dealing with a 3.3-foot water rise with that east wind at 10 to 20 miles per hour with gusts over that. We can go to the west and we can show you the same thing in Mobile, a 1.3-foot water rise there with that northeasterly wind. And last stop here, I can show you that we're seeing water rises in St. Louis Bay here at Bay St. Louis of 3.5 feet with just that northeast wind at 10 to 20 miles per hour. And that is a sampling of what you're getting already. And in where Felicia is, we're sort of seeing the same impact on Lake Pontchartrain. Felicia.
That's right, Dr. Postel. And, you know, sometimes I think we think of storm surge as just one big swoosh of water and then you're done. But for the case of Lake Pontchartrain, the storm surge that we're seeing, that's not how it's going to work. It's going to be like wave run up. And what that means is a wave gets a little bit farther, and then it's easier for the next wave to come and get a little bit farther. And then before you know it, it's covering the entire road, which is what we've seen in some places in Lakeshore Drive. Now, I want to show you what's going on here. I'm standing in this just so you can kind of see how deep it is. You can see the flowing of the water. It's coming in waves. But I want you to see what's also going on behind me here. This is a parking lot. This is a place that people would come to picnic, and the water is just steady flowing in. It's not like a splash of a wave here or there and then you're done. The waves just continue to come, and the water is just now at this point just flowing in through here. And I will tell you, they must have some really clean gutters around here, some really good gutter infrastructure along the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, because I've been waiting and waiting for this water to continue to rise in this parking lot, and it's not, which is great news, which tells me that it's going somewhere. So the gutters are doing their job. So that is an indication of why it's so important to make sure that you're keeping those gutters clean. Here in New Orleans, we still have that tropical storm warning around the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain. We have that storm surge warning, 2 to 4 feet possible. A little southeast of us, Lake Bourne, still having that storm surge warning as well. 4 to 7 feet possible there before it's all said and done. And Alex, you know, typically all said and done would be, what, 24 hours? That's not going to be the case with Sally.
No, this thing is snail's pace, absolutely, and that's one of the big issues here for us. Well, it's not just Sally. As we look at the entire Atlantic, there's a whole slew of other issues that we're finding out there. Now, fortunately, the majority of those will not be causing any major problems out there, but still, we got to keep an eye on them here, and that's exactly what we'll be doing. Paulette, that continues to pull away from Bermuda. Category 2 hurricane moving to the northeast at about 29 miles per hour, so it is moving much, much faster, and it'll continue to move away in that direction. Now, as we look down the road, does a little funky thing and turns more towards the south and east by the weekend. Could potentially have an impact on the Azores. We'll certainly be watching that. But in the meantime, still along the East Coast, we've got that risk for the rip currents in the moderate to high range. So getting into the water here, not recommended. We've got plenty more on Sally next.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine, to see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
These fudge brownie M&Ms are really fudgy.
Yes, they are.
To put a fudge brownie center in an M&M's is...
Genius. I know.
I was going to say hard.
Why won't you? Why won't you go in?
New fudge brownie M&Ms.
I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. So go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Oh no, you hate coming home to a dark house, and you're uptight about noises outside in the night. Outdoor lighting systems cost a fortune, and leaving lights on all night drives utility bills out of sight. You need the Bell & Howell Bionic Spotlight, the outdoor motion sensor light that is motion activated, so it automatically turns on the instant motion is detected and turns off when the motion stops. Bionic Spotlight is solar powered, so there's no expensive wiring or batteries to change. Simply place it where the solar panel can soak up the sun, and you're done. The panel collects the sun's energy to charge all day, so it has the power to provide light when and where you need it all night. Bionic Spotlight looks just like a professional security camera that is actually a high-tech security light with smart motion sensing technology. Look, the instant the motion sensor detects movement, Bionic Spotlight triggers 8 high-intensity LED lights that shower the entire area with light, covering over 600 square feet. The light stays on for as long as the motion continues, and then shuts off 30 seconds after it stops, so there's no more arriving home to a dark house. Illuminate walkways and stairwells for visitors and guests. Light up your garden at night or the yard for kids and pets. Add Bionic Spotlight to your sports court and to help secure outbuildings and storage sheds. So you can spend hundreds of dollars on an outdoor lighting system, or you can save hundreds of dollars and get the motion-activated Bionic Spotlight for just $19.95 with free shipping. Bionic Spotlight is year-round outdoor durable and weather-resistant and backed by our 5-year warranty. And if it fails for any reason, return it for a full refund. But wait, if you order right now, you can double the offer and get a second Bionic Spotlight. Just pay a separate fee. You get it all. 2 Bionic Spotlights backed by our 5-year warranty for one low-value price. And the shipping is free. And when you call, ask about the contractor's discount on the complete 6-light home value set. Bionic Spotlight is all you need. It's guaranteed. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-3138-148. That's 1-800-3138-148 or order online at BionicSpotlight.com.
This is Fracture. Just upload an image, place your order, and it'll show up at your door beautifully printed directly on glass. And this isn't just another frame, not just another canvas. This is new. This is a Fracture. Visit FractureMe.com and print one today.
Your carpets are filled with memories. Replacing your carpet is easy with the Home Depot. With more styles and colors to choose from than ever. And free installation by licensed local professionals backed for life, guaranteed. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Breaking for us now, dealing with a flash flood warning. This is thanks to Sally and those rain bands that continue to pummel us here in Florida, Bay County. That does include Panama City, as well as Panama City Beach until 6:15. You are dealing with that flash flood warning there. Again, still raining pretty steadily in that zone. And again, this is something that we'll be seeing a little bit more of as we head on through the rest of the day, as more of these rain bands continue to sort of train over the same spots. There's going to be more flash flood issues. So really be prepared for that. And if you happen to be heading out and about, please make sure you are not going through any flooded roadways, turning around, going another route. That's what you want to be doing here when you do encounter that. All right, so let's give you the latest on what is happening with Sally here. And again, it is still a hurricane, 85 mile per hour, a hurricane, category 1, a hurricane, moving very slowly. We talked about how this thing was going to be moving so slow. Right now, northwesterly at 2 miles per hour. And I thought, okay, how slow is that? Well, the average human can walk about 3 to 4 miles per hour. So yeah, you and I could walk faster than what Sally is doing right now. And unfortunately, because it's going to be moving so slow, it's going to be able to dump so much rain over some of these areas, and it is expected to add up quite a bit. But in terms of where it's headed, very slowly, moving off towards the north eventually, and then curving towards the north and east. But this is tomorrow evening. It's still going to be situated here somewhere in southern portions of Alabama, maybe western sections of Florida, and then starts to race its way towards the east as we head on to the end of the week, spreading the impacts inland. We do have hurricane warnings here for you. Western portions of Florida, Pensacola, you're in there towards Mobile, Gulfport as well, all underneath those hurricane warnings. And then tropical storm warnings pushing farther inland as you get into the southern portions of Alabama. Evergreen, a spot that is included in that. And then, as is oftentimes the case when you're dealing with tropical cyclones making their way closer towards the coast and to land, you deal with that threat for tornadoes. Isolated threat, but nonetheless, the risk is there for you across southern Alabama into Florida. Right along that Interstate 10 corridor, there's a tornado watch until 6 o'clock. So just be on the lookout. Heed those warnings. They tend to be brief, the tornadoes. They tend to be on the sort of lower end of the scale in terms of the intensity, but a tornado is a tornado, and it can certainly cause damage. So again, heed those warnings if they are posted. Then we've got the flood issues, flood watches, flash flood watches that extend all the way up now into central portions of Alabama, including around the Birmingham area, and certainly wouldn't be surprised to see some of those flash flood watches get extended heading into parts of Georgia as we bring in that rain into those areas. You can see the concentration of the higher totals right here, southern Alabama into Florida, 12 to 18 inches. But there could be locally some spots that get into the 20 to 30 inch range. That's a lot of rainfall. So that is a big and major concern for us here when it comes to this system. Now, of course, Louisiana may be out of the path of Sally, but that does not mean that they won't escape impacts from the system. Meteorologist Felicia Combs is in New Orleans, where the winds are already gusting to near tropical storm strength.
One of the places that's outside of the cone, but still dealing with significant impacts, that's New Orleans, at least around the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, where we have a storm surge warning and a tropical storm warning still in place. And these winds have continued to pick up since yesterday. And this has been the result of what those winds are doing. First glance, you might be like, well, what is that? That is not part of the lake. That would typically be like an area where people would picnic. It would typically be a parking lot as well. But as you can see, it's covered in water. And the thing is, it just keeps coming. So you would think that eventually we're going to stop seeing this, but as long as we have this northerly wind, which we're going to continue to have as long as we're in this area of Sally, we are going to continue to see this storm surge coming in. You can see the water just continuing to flow, and it's flowing across Lakeshore Drive. David, let's take a look at Lakeshore Drive now so you can see the water is almost meeting the other side. It has already at least flowed over the other side, and that's why authorities have closed Lakeshore Drive. They closed the drive yesterday, and it remains closed today, and I have a feeling it will remain closed tomorrow as this persistent northerly breeze is going to continue, and this storm surge is also going to continue. So the final thought on this, even if you're well away from the center, outside of the cone, you can certainly still be feeling impacts.
Felicia, thank you very much. Let's have a look right now at Gulf Shores. That is an angry-looking sky and sea with the hurricane warning flags up. You can see that we've got a lot of heavy rain now moving into Gulf Shores. Let's have a look at the radar, and you can see Gulf Shores is now dealing with some of the periphery there of Hurricane Sally. And you can see hurricane hunters have been flying around there. On their first pass, they found some winds right around 70 miles per hour. On the second pass, they found winds at the surface somewhere around 62 miles per hour. They'll be slicing and dicing their way through there over the next several hours, and we'll get a better idea of how strong we think Sally is, at least in terms of wind. But right now, we know that the big factors are going to be storm surge flooding and heavy rain and the flooding associated with that. Now let's now take a look at those conditions along the Florida Gulf Coast. You can see that Panama City, Destin, Pensacola, all gusting in the 30 to 40 mile per hour range. Gulf Shores gusting in the 30 mile per hour range, as you saw in that video. And this is the kind of weather that we're going to see for the next couple of hours with not much change, only because Sally's moving so slowly at a couple of miles per hour. But it will get worse. The wind and the rain, definitely the wind will increase, the rain will continue, and that is going to add up and pile up very quickly. But even outside of the rain, we're dealing with significant impacts. With the center of Sally 100 miles away, plus 120 or so miles away from New Orleans, we're still dealing with that north wind here, which is piling up the water on the south shores, Felicia was mentioning, of Lake Pontchartrain, and we can see coastal flooding there already, even in places where the weather is actually not that bad. That is something to consider. And we are going to continue to see that coastal flooding, I think, today. When you look at some of these water rises, it's times of high tide, there are going to be some significant flooding. Look at these water rises all across the region, as much as 3 to 5 feet already, and they're going to go up as Sally approaches. Let's zoom in on a couple of these areas. Let's go to Pensacola first and talk about, with an east wind, there are places along the Gulf Coast that aren't going to see much water rise, but the east wind will do that right now on those east-facing shorelines, let's say, of Pensacola Bay, right in there. That is why we're seeing that 3.5-foot water rise with that onshore component like that. Let's go somewhere else along the Gulf Coast here. This is in Mobile. Right, so Mobile Bay, with again that east-northeast wind gusting to 40 miles per hour now, is piling up water right on the eastern side of Mobile Bay. So that is going to be a continuing factor today, and that will only go up certainly at those times of high tide. How about this? St. Louis Bay, that northeast wind gusting to 30 is leading to significant water rises there. 3.5 feet, flooding as well, ongoing now, even with Sally 100 miles offshore. So we'll be watching for that to increase and becoming increasing danger, as well as the freshwater flooding from rainfall. We may see indeed 20 to 30 inches of rain. Alex, you talked about this, but again, one more point. It's not just going to be a couple of counties inland. Sally is going to continue to move in this direction and bring the heavy rain with it over the next couple of days. Even North Georgia, Western and North and South Carolina will not escape the heavy rain with the leftovers of Sally. Back to you.
Hi, Lakeside Coastal Town. Well, also, new video. This as Sally, I should say, kicks up some of that storm surge in Mobile Bay, Alabama. And you can see that water just sloshing around there. And you hear the winds as well whipping. Well, also stuck in the sand on the Alabama Gulf Coast. Hurricane Sally has not even made that landfall. And already, well, the main street in Dauphin Island underwater. And cars and trucks are trapped in the sand. Emergency workers had to rescue a dozen or so people. 4 cars washed into the Gulf, and, well, less than an inch of rain for this stretch of the Gulf Coast in the past 24 hours. So it's really been the storm surge and that at the high tide here really coinciding to get the most of the blame for this early round of flooding. Well, let's talk about some of the timing of where we can expect to deal with all the issues here when it comes to Sally. And we'll start off looking here in Florida, right around Panama City, down towards Apalachicola, the Destin area as well. Throughout the rest of this afternoon, we're just going to be talking about the rain showers pinwheeling in and rotating round after round after round after round. And that's unfortunately going to add up here for us. This is heading into Wednesday morning, and we're still seeing more rain. And again, these will be capable of producing some very, very heavy downpours. And of course, there'll be some gusty winds associated with that as well. Late Wednesday morning, we're still finding the rain out. Now, as we get into Wednesday late afternoon, we start to see the core of the system moving northbound, or north and eastbound. And so we should start to see things quieting down a bit. As opposed to dealing with that steady, heavy rain, we should start to see it becoming a bit more spotty in nature. But again, we're going to be in it for quite some time. Pensacola for us, essentially from now through Wednesday evening, at least 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And peaking, it looks like this evening into Wednesday morning with those wind gusts that could get up over 55 miles per hour. Rain adding up into the foot to a foot and a half range there in Pensacola itself. And you can see, again, with those winds hovering right around 50 or so throughout the rest of this afternoon, through the evening hours as well. Overnight, still pretty strong winds, and that continues here. This is now heading into Wednesday morning. We're still talking about some of those winds gusting up over 50 miles per hour, and no doubt the rain is going to add up too. We're going to be in that heavy range here through this afternoon, continuing here. Again, this is your time all the way through the overnight hours. We're still talking that very, very heavy rain. Mobile, another spot that'll feel the impacts. That will continue, again, pinwheeling the rain through this evening, heading into the overnight hours. Wednesday morning, there's the core of the system, again, starting to slowly work its way now off towards the north and the east. So by the time we get to Wednesday later in the day, should start to see things improving there. But boy, it's going to take quite some time, Dr. Postel. You've got a bit more on the track of this extremely slow system.
Yeah, you know, extremely slow. You are right about that, Alex. The latest advisory from the Hurricane Center issued at about an hour ago, a little bit more than that. Northwest at 2 miles per hour. It's walking speed, maybe even not as fast as you can walk. That is what Sally is doing right now. It's not really making a whole lot of inroads closer to the coast, and we're already dealing with some pretty angry weather and bad weather, a lot of heavy rain, coastal flooding, and some gusty winds as well. And that's only going to get worse and get worse at a rather slow pace. So that's going to prolong the effects and the impacts. That's a real problem, especially when you count up the rainfall totals. Look at the last 12 hours. This is the track going well before 12 hours, going back at least a day and a half. But look at how it's done over the last 12 hours right here. Watch this little kind of wobble back and forth. It's jockeying for position. That center doesn't really know where it is. It's like a drunk sailor kind of rolling its way through the northern Gulf of Mexico. But it's going to eventually move northward and get closer to the coast and bring those bad impacts with it along the way. Right now, we are watching the wind currents around it remain relatively weak, which is why we're not seeing it move much. There's nothing really to push it strongly northward. There's some signs that maybe some of this higher altitude flow is going to eventually push it, nudge it northward at a few more miles per hour than it is already, but that's not a lot. Most of the strong wind aloft is well to the north, and we're in this relatively weak steering position that we're in. And Alex, the cone has it moving northward, but look, only slowly. This is this evening, tomorrow morning, and tomorrow evening, lumbering its way onshore with those damaging wind gusts, the very heavy rain, and the significant coastal flooding from surge.
All right, Dr. Postel, yeah, lumbering, really a great way to describe it. Well, hurricane warning, that's in effect for Mobile, Alabama. The city under threat for the damaging winds, storm surge, flooding, even tornadoes as Sally inches closer and closer to the shore. Joining me now on the phone is Mobile Mayor Sandy Stimpson. Mayor, thanks so much for joining us.
It's good to be here this morning.
So what preparations have been made ahead of Sally?
So the last 48 hours, we've had, a lot of time to make sure that all of our first responders are deployed around the city with all the equipment that they need, plus our public works personnel to respond to, downed trees, Alabama Power Company. So we have been able to collaborate with the county, with the EMA, and the other partners from the National Guard, Coast Guard. So we have a joint operation command where we all are housed and communicate. Fortunately, we have like 12,000 cameras scattered around the city where we have live feeds, so we can see if a street is flooded, a power line is down or if a tree is in the roadway, so that we can dispatch the right personnel. So we're as prepared as you can be at this point in time.
Well, of course, not only are we dealing with this threat from this hurricane, but of course this year we're also dealing with coronavirus. Has there been any extra challenges trying to prepare and keep up with Sally along with coronavirus?
Yes, it is, because of the social distancing requirements. Shelters, will hold about a third as many people as they typically would, and also having to check personnel as they come into the shelter to make sure they don't exhibit signs of being sick. And if they do exhibit those signs, we either have to quarantine them or send them to a special needs shelter. So yes, that's just an added challenge in this battle that we have right now.
And Mayor, what would you say your biggest concern is when it comes to Sally at this point?
So really what you have is a very slow-moving storm with a lot of rain. The ground is already saturated. In Mobile, we have a lot of huge live oak trees. So when you have a slow-moving storm that has anywhere from 50 to 80-mile-an-hour winds, it just sits there and kind of pounds, away. So the root structure has been weakened because of the intense rains we have. So what I biggest fear is really is the damage that's going to be caused by trees blowing over.
All right. Well, thank you so much again. That's Mayor Sandy Stimpson there from Mobile, Alabama. Still a long ways to go with this marathon of a system. Certainly good luck to you there in Mobile and everyone else in the city as well, as we continue to follow what's going on with Sally inching closer and closer to the coast. Make sure you stay with us here on the Weather Channel for in-depth coverage of Sally that you will not get anywhere else. We'll be with you here all day. We're not going anywhere with the very latest developments as they occur.
Tremfya helps adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis uncover clearer skin that can last. In fact, Tremfya was proven superior to Humira in providing significantly clearer skin.
Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Tremfya, uncover clearer skin that can last. Janssen can help you explore cost support options.
Attention! Are you on Medicaid or Medicare? The U.S. government recently announced that 12.2 million citizens are eligible for additional benefits beyond what they receive from original Medicare or Medicaid. These additional benefits include up to $1,000 of dental credit, up to $1,200 to spend at your local pharmacy, up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month. To see if you qualify, call Go Medicare today at 800-932-2698. Again, if you have Medicare or Medicaid, you may be one of over 12 million citizens eligible for additional benefits, including up to $1,000 of dental credit, up to $1,200 to spend at your local pharmacy, up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month. To see if you qualify, call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-932-2698. Both the call and the consultation are 100% free with no obligation to enroll in anything. Call today, 800-932-2698.
Now is the time for a new bath from Bathfitter. Every Bathfitter bath is installed quickly, safely, and beautifully with a lifetime warranty. Go from old to new, from worn to wow. The beautiful bath you've always wanted, done right, installed by one expert technician, all in one day. We've been creating moments like these for 35 years, and we're here to help you get started. Book your free virtual or in-home design consultation today.
This picture is a memory. It's a celebration of a moment that matters. And this is a Fracture glass print. It'll make you love printing your photos again. They're vibrant, easy to order, and arrive ready to hang. Visit FractureMe.com and tell your story with Fracture glass prints.
Cheddar, jalapeno, and sour cream and onion. The spicy nacho stack.
I wish I could stack Pringles, but I don't have hands or a mouth.
Cool, play my dance playlist.
There's a flavor stack for everyone, sort of.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Brake.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
The Honda Pilot is great for family adventures. As well as the not-so-family-friendly ones. We made it tougher than it needed to be. Because you never know what you'll come up against. The Honda Pilot, with available all-wheel drive. The ultimate modern family SUV.
I'm 53, but in my mind, I'm still 35. That's why I take Osteo Biflex, to keep me moving the way I was made to. It nourishes and strengthens my joints for the long term, while helping with occasional joint stiffness. Osteo Biflex.
Asthma symptoms can attack anywhere. Get fast relief here with Primatene Mist. FDA approved and available over the counter for mild asthma. It works quickly to restore free breathing. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 62 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Today, partly cloudy, high 70, winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear skies, low 58, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny, high 76, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
Put out a lot of barricade a lot of the roads off. And if we have to do any high water rescue, we have a place we have to take everybody. And with COVID, it's going to be kind of difficult because we have to keep them apart. And we just don't know how many we're going to have. We don't know what the numbers are going to look like.
The Mississippi coast will have a dangerous and potentially destructive encounter with Sally. As meteorologist Stephanie Abrams shows us from Pascagoula, the push of water into the coastal city, that's already starting to happen.
Something interesting is happening here in Pascagoula. We currently have a northeast wind, and you would think a northeast wind would push all the water out. But look at what we're dealing with already in this parking lot. We have that water that's come up. And where is it all coming from, you ask? Well, as we turn the camera around and show you, this is Highway 90, and that's the Pascagoula River. If you go down the river about a mile and a half, you get into the Gulf of Mexico. So why is it with a northeast wind, which you think we have all this water rise? Well, of course, you've got high tides that come into play, and you still just have that push of the whole system and the wave run up. So we're already starting to see that water come up here, even though we don't have this huge southerly push of wind. And of course, it's also been raining, so you have that combination. Here in Pascagoula, conditions will continue to go downhill before they get better. Back to you.
Steph, that's exactly right. And in addition to that, we have the risk of severe weather, including tornadoes, where a tornado watch has been issued now for parts of southern Alabama and the western Florida panhandle, primarily for the chance of some tornadoes. And I think later on this afternoon and evening would be the time frame in which you'd see the greatest risk for that, as is the case with landfalling tropical cyclones more generally. So this is not that unexpected and kind of following the party line when you deal with these outer bands of landfalling systems like Sally. And right now, we don't have any tornado warnings out. We've got a heck of a lot of rain in the Florida panhandle that seems to be stopping right at the Florida-Alabama border, but it will move northward eventually. But with that heavy rain, No severe weather. It's a rather stable regime here, not much buoyancy. But with the heavy rain, we are dealing with the flooding potential, of course. And we've got a flash flood warning out for Bay County in Florida, which includes Panama City and Panama City Beach. That goes until 6:15 local time. So that's about, 7 hours from now, with a lot more rain yet to come. We are going to see places that end up probably with 1 to 2 feet of rain at least. This is where the center of Sally is right now, and as I said, most of the instability is really offshore right in that zone, which is why we're not seeing that tornado threat really maximized yet inland. But it will get there eventually, and with enough buoyancy, there'll be plenty of wind shear to support rotating updrafts. What do I mean by that? Is that we have that east-northeast wind in place right now across the region, and only a couple thousand feet above that, the wind changes direction by quite a bit. It turns by a lot, and it increases in speed, and that kind of crossover in the right circumstance can lead to tornadic producing supercells, which is the kind of weather we might see later on this afternoon and evening, with torcons of 3 across the region and 2 surrounding that. That goes on a scale of 1 to 10, by the way, on a threat level. And overall, last graphic, Alex, I want to show you is that the tornado threat will likely continue in tomorrow and even extend a bit farther inland. Back to you.
Yeah, it's not just the coast that needs to be on alert for Sally. Atlanta, you're just one of the inland cities that is in the cone for this week. A bit of cloud cover, a few sprinkles and showers, and it's been a bit gusty as well with the winds. But really, it's going to be through the rest of this week, towards the end of the week, that the dreary weather will be really getting going. Steady rain, soaking rains. Now, Atlanta is running a foot above average when it comes to rainfall for the year. So we don't need any more rain, although this month of September has been a bit on the dry side. The amount of rain that comes in pretty quickly could cause some issues. So we're going to be watching things closely here. You can see the forecast calling for the wet weather. Looks like the more intense rains Wednesday into Thursday. That's going to be the time frame. But even into Friday, still some showers will be lingering around. And really from Atlanta back through a good chunk of Alabama, western Florida panhandle there for us. Basically for tomorrow into Thursday, likely to see somewhere in that yellow area having to deal with flash flooding. The rainfall totals here for us calling for a pretty big swath here through Friday of 5 to 8 inches in the orange, with pockets of 8 to 12 here for us. So Alabama, North Georgia, into the Carolinas. We'll have to watch you very, very closely for that risk. Looking at what it looks like from the GFS model, you can see a very similar footprint, maybe some higher or lesser totals when it comes to the GFS. But you get the picture. There's going to be some very heavy rain as this thing slowly progresses heading into Wednesday night towards the north and the east. Plenty more on Sally's impacts next.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Take a piece of chocolate if you're the tallest. Take a piece of chocolate if you're better at eating your vegetables. Take a piece of chocolate if you love sharing.
Each year, Americans waste over $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. Enter the Zebra.
Another car insurance ad?
No, the Zebra compares them all and shows you who can actually save you money. Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com.
Using Fetch Rewards to turn receipts into rewards is easy as pie. Actually, it's easier. Just snap any receipt from any store and get points every time. Then choose from hundreds of gift cards. See? Easier than pie. Download Fetch Rewards today.
Last chance to win that big check from Publishers Clearinghouse. Next month, you could win $1,000 a day for life.
I thought, one day it'll be me.
But time's running out, so enter at PCH.com. $1,000 a day for life.
Leaf Filter is rolling into neighborhoods all across America to end the dangerous task of climbing ladders and cleaning gutters.
On this side of the house, we see gutters clogged with leaves, debris, and shingle grit.
Now let's turn on the rain.
Watch what happens to the roof and foundation.
Look at that damage.
Okay, who wants to climb a ladder and clean the gutter?
No way, not me.
On this side, we installed Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system.
Now let's bring back the rain.
Leaf Filter filters out everything except for water. Works perfectly.
We need that.
There's no damage because the gutters are clean, not clogged. And clean gutters mean
No ladders. And no damage.
call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Act now and save 15%.
Find your inner flex. With Double Flex Ballroom Denim. Only at Duluth Trading.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but thought it would be too difficult? Then try Babbel. Babbel starts by teaching you words and phrases that gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations. So in 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking a new language in a few weeks. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you everyday practical conversations that you will actually use. Babbel, language for life. Try it free at babbel.com.
Nicole, you look amazing.
Jenny Craig works. Take control of your health with our convenient, great-tasting, chef-crafted meals delivered right to your doorstep, starting at $12.99 per day for a limited time only. Call now or visit jennycraig.com.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Unfortunately, we've had a lot of on-the-job training, but you don't take any of them for granted because they always have their own personality, and you don't know how they're going to spin up or come in. So we prepared like we normally do. We evacuate the harbor, we evacuate low-lying areas, watch the rivers, watch the streams, and we're more concerned about the water sometimes than the wind, whether it's rain or the surge.
Well, with Hurricane Sally inching closer to the Gulf Coast, parts of Mississippi bracing for the impacts. And joining me now on the phone is U.S. Congressman for Mississippi's 4th District, Representative Stephen Palazzo. And Congressman, thanks so much for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me.
Now, your district includes a number of cities that are in the path of this system, including Gulfport, Biloxi, Pascagoula. So what do you want folks living in those areas to know ahead of Sally?
Well, fortunately, we have a great emergency management team, and we've ordered mandatory evacuations for low-lying areas and those areas in the flood zones. We're really concerned about the storm surge, the flooding, as well as, the tornadic activity that may spin off from the storm as it comes ashore. I'd have to say we've been truly blessed. Initially it was supposed to impact the west side of the Mississippi Gulf Coast, but the storm has continued its progression to the east, and so now it looks like we already have storm surge and flooding on the low-lying coastal areas. But I'm over in Jackson County right now, just assessing, in our locals and see if they need anything from me.
Now, what plans are in place to keep folks safe here? You mentioned some of the concerns that you have. What plans and resources are on the ready if needed?
Well, absolutely. Again, we're no strangers to natural disasters here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. 15 years ago, Hurricane Katrina, hit us. And so everybody that's pretty much local, they understand the importance of being prepared, being smart, and being safe. And so we have Swiftwater, we have state assets, federal assets, pre-stage. Fortunately, the president gave us a pre-landing disaster declaration. So we have all the resources we need. And we just continue to urge, people in South Mississippi to just be cautious. Don't, if there's standing water, don't try to drive through it. If the winds pick up and we see an increase in the weather conditions worsening, be sure and take shelter and take cover.
And Congressman, of course, we're dealing with the pandemic. How has that caused any issues in terms of preparation or even looking down the line with further response if necessary?
Well, I think people are still, I've been through several EOCs, the Emergency Operations Centers, and people are taking the CDC guidelines seriously. They're wearing their masks, they're social distancing. Yeah, it can complicate things if massive amounts of people have to go seek a shelter. But I think it's pretty much we've encouraged locals to not use the shelters if they have a place that they can go. With a family member or friends, do that first and use the shelters as a last resort.
Well, thank you so much, Congressman, there for Mississippi's 4th District Representative there, Stephen Palazzo. We certainly appreciate you talking with us. Certainly good luck dealing with Sally here over the next 24 to 36 hours. All right, Dr. Postel, we bring you in here to talk about some of the impacts from this hurricane. A lot of rain, flooding. That's going to be one of the big things.
Yeah, indeed. With the slow forward motion at only 2 miles per hour. Look at the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. This thing is moving northwest at 2, meaning the impacts will be prolonged and extremely significant, especially with the flooding potential we've got. So pay attention to the local officials. And if you get a flash flood warning, move to higher ground if you can, or go up, or whatever it takes, because it's only going to rain a lot harder going forward, and the wind will gradually increase as well, with the combination of the two leading to a lot of fallen trees and also some down power lines as well. Power will go out, I think, eventually in many of these areas. The center of Sally, of this hurricane, is about 100 miles offshore still, so it's going to take a long time for it to get inland, and as it does, it will continue to bring that heavy rain and increasing wind along the way. Look at what's going on here along the periphery. We've got a north wind over Lake Pontchartrain, gusting to 30 miles per hour, leading to significant water rises. We've been showing you that on video all morning long, but the water rises aren't just there. They're in many other places where we have windward-facing shorelines. What do we mean by that? Well, even though Sally, the center of it, is about 100 miles away, look at some of these significant water rises in Pensacola Bay, in and around Pensacola. We're seeing flooding there. The same thing in Mobile, Alabama, Mobile Bay, with that northeast wind gusting to 41 miles per hour. So the flooding will continue to increase, the rain will increase, and the wind will as well. This is a long duration event. It's going to test our endurance, so remain vigilant. We'll be right back.
My turn.
It shows up at the end of the year.
Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
Attention, catheter patients on Medicare. Do you use catheters? Are you tired of using messy lubricant? Depending on your insurance, you could be eligible to receive up to 200 catheters shipped to you every month for free, simply by calling Comfort Medical right now. You can use a new catheter every time you catheterize. And Comfort Medical has the latest styles with no need for lubricant from leading manufacturers. It's simple. Comfort Medical will deal directly with Medicare and private insurers, so you can focus on the important things in life. Call Comfort Medical right now. If you want the newest products delivered conveniently and discreetly to your door, then it's time to discover Comfort Medical. Call Comfort Medical now. Shipping is free. And you can rely on Comfort Medical to deliver most catheter brands directly to your door. Reordering your catheter supplies is easy with the Comfort Medical app. Download it for free. Call now for a free Comfort kit and a free sample.
Call now at 1-800-868-8218. Call Comfort Medical today.
We're helping change the future of heart failure. Understanding how to talk to your doctor about treatment options is key.
Today, we are redefining how we do things. We find new ways of speaking, so you're never out of touch. It's seeing someone's face that comforts us, no matter where. When those around us know us, they can show us just how much they care. The first steps of checking in, the smallest moments, can end up being everything. There's resources that can inform us, and that spark can make a difference when we use it to improve things. Then that change can last within us. When we understand what's possible, we won't settle for less. The best thing we can be is striving to be at our best.
Managing heart failure starts now with understanding. Call today or go online to understandhf.com for a free HF handbook.
If you want to do a little fishing, you don't buy a yacht. And if you want to take a bath, you just fill up the tub, not a swimming pool. So if you don't use your cell phone that much, why pay for more than you need? For as low as $20 a month, you can get talk, text, and data from Consumer Cellular with no contract and connections on the nation's largest wireless networks. It's easy to switch. Activation is free. And if you like, you can even keep your phone and number. You'll also receive award-winning customer support. Consumer Cellular has received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service 9 times in a row. And you get a simple, easy-to-understand bill with no surprises. Plus, they've been an approved AARP provider for over 10 years, so members get exclusive discounts. Start saving with Consumer Cellular. You can get talk, text, and data for as low as $20 a month. Switch today and get your first month of service free. Call 1-800-918-4712. Go online or find us at Target.
When the Murrays started using Gain Ultra Flings, they fell in love with its irresistible scent. Looks like their dog Michelangelo did too. Gain Ultra Flings with 2 times Oxy Boost and Febreze.
Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
In Tennessee, heavy rainfall this weekend prompting a flash flood warning. Water-covered yards and other areas leaving property nearly submerged. Now, the Department of Transportation even shut down a portion of Interstate 24. Sally expected to drop a couple more inches later this week on the already saturated area. And we've talked about this all year long, how some of these zones across the Tennessee Valley have been so soggy this year. Well, we're adding additional rainfall, and that could lead to more problems. Look at the large zone. This is just going through Thursday morning now, from the Florida Panhandle up through Alabama into parts of Georgia, where we have the likelihood, anywhere in that yellow, the likelihood to deal with flash flooding somewhere in that zone. The rain's going to add up. The forecast through Friday calling for a pretty big swath here that stretches all the way up, even into southern parts of Virginia, of 3 to 5 inches of rain. And even more as you get down to places like Montgomery, 5+ inches will be possible there. So this is tomorrow now, and the location of Sally still situated there, southern portions of Alabama, western Florida Panhandle, and it's not going to move a whole lot getting into Wednesday night, just a few miles as it slides towards the north and the east, but we'll still be talking about a lot of rain, particularly on the east side of the system like we're seeing at this time. So there are those totals, 5, 6, 7 inches possible here for us there in parts of Alabama. Travel along Interstate 65, 85 as well, as not going to be easy times because there's going to be heavy downpour action, gusty winds as well. And we'll continue to watch Sally progress towards the northeast, but I mean, early part of Thursday still situated there in eastern parts of Alabama. Finally, by Thursday night, crossing the state line into Georgia. But you can see the rain overtaking and overspreading parts of the mid-Atlantic. So a lot of areas will be feeling the impacts. And that's not just along the coast, but heading up into parts of the mid-Atlantic. Well, we turn now to the firefight out west. Apocalyptic scenes in Oregon as a drone flies over the entire neighborhoods in the town of Talent. That was just wiped out by some of these fires. You can see the red fire retardant blanketing the area. At least 36 people have died across Oregon, California, and Washington state, and thousands of homes have been destroyed. Now, of course, with all that smoke billowing up, air quality right now in California, Oregon, and Washington among the worst on the planet. The Weather Channel's Justin Michaels is on the ground in Berry Creek, California with the latest.
By any definition, the California wildfires have been and continue to be horrific. Countless people having to flee their homes with moments' notice, winding through small mountain paths in an apocalyptic setting. And for many of those people, they still to this day don't know if they have a home to go back to.
I just didn't think it was real. I figured I'd be back in the morning.
We met John Tripp at the Lakeside Supermarket.
Can't eat, can't sleep. The anxiety of not knowing is hard. It's hard.
Like so many others, he had moments to make a life-changing decision.
You know, you don't have really a lot of time to think and make a plan. So the main thing is just go. Just, get out.
We made the trek with John back up to the top of his mountain, not knowing whether he'd have a home to return to or not.
I feel like I'm about to get on a roller coaster, or I just got off of it.
As he got closer, John's outlook began to change a bit.
Oh my gosh, man, I think I'm gonna have a trailer. I think I'm still gonna have a house.
And finally, after 5 days in the dark.
Oh my God, we got a house. I got a house. I got a house. I still got a house, y'all. I still got a house. I still got a house.
Yeah, John could barely hold in his emotions.
Thank you, Lord. I still got a house, guys.
He's only lived here for 6 months.
You don't know how much this means to me, man. It's just a trailer, but it's all we got, you know.
Certainly proving the old adage that a man's home is his castle.
20 acres cost $80,000, and that's all the money we had. And it's not burned up, it's good, it's here. And the trailer's still good, and we're good, man. I know it just looks like a shack. I know it just looks like a shack to you guys, but it's a life savings, man. This property is a life savings. I got a place to sleep, you know? The property's still here. It's undamaged. I don't know. I feel bad because I feel good. I know a lot of people lost a lot of things, but I can't. Right now, I'm just rejoicing because my house is here. It's not a mansion. It's my house, and it's here. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Oh. Thank you, Lord! Oh!
At 60 years old, John Tripp feels like a kid again. He knows now that he has his home to go back to. A little bit of good news amidst so much bad. In Berry Creek, California, Justin Michaels, the Weather Channel.
Hey, really such a great story to see the joy in that gentleman's face. You can only imagine how great he must feel there. All right, well, we still have the fire danger, unfortunately, here in parts of the West. Red flag warnings, south central portions of Oregon down into California through this evening. Really dry conditions, still some gusty winds. So any fires out there, they'll be able to burn pretty quickly. Any new ones that get started, they could go pretty quickly as well. And of course, with all the fires, the smoke still continues. Air quality alerts and dense smoke advisories are in place in these areas. With all the smoke and the forecast here for us as we head on through the rest of the day, not just here in the West, but spreading across parts of the rest of the country. We've got plenty more coverage here on the Weather Channel.
Thank you for taking me home. It's so far.
Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun. 2 chocolate milkshakes, please.
Make it 3.
3?
Did you get his number?
Oh, Grandma. Grandma!
Excuse me.
Some relationships get better with time. That's why I got a Crosstrek.
97% of Subaru vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
I'm so glad you got a Subaru.
I wonder who gave me the idea.
Oh.
Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
If something happened to you, what would happen to them? Their home, their education, their future. You need life insurance. And chances are SelectQuote can help you get it for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found Jacob 40, a $500,000 policy for only $19 a month. And SelectQuote found his wife Wendy, a $500,000 policy for only $17 a month.
Our secret? At SelectQuote, we aggressively comparison shop highly rated companies to find you the company with the best rates.
We found Gary, 35, a $1 million policy for only $22 a month.
Why pay more? Give your family the security they need at a price you can afford.
Call 1-800-304-3321 or go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Carvana's had a lot of firsts. 100% online car buying, car vending machines, and now putting you in control of your financing. At Carvana, get personalized terms, browse for cars that fit your budget, then customize your down payment and monthly payment. And these aren't made-up numbers. It's what you'll really pay, right down to the penny. Whether you're shopping or just looking, it only takes a few seconds and it won't affect your credit score. Finally, a totally different way to finance your ride. Only from Carvana, the new way to buy a car.
I remember that feeling of being back, being able to go back out and do all the things that I wouldn't or couldn't do before.
Once you get your new teeth, it's like opening up a whole new world.
After the dental implant procedure, I've seen patients change almost immediately.
I feel great. I feel confident. Don't put it off because it doesn't have to be that way.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Drew, heard you've been auditing your business expenses.
Yeah, it's my internet and phone bill. It just doesn't add up. I'm paying hundreds more per year than what I signed up for.
It's all the hidden fees.
No one ever told me that.
Classic. Spectrum Business doesn't have any of that nonsense. No hidden fees, no contracts.
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds great, but I'm stuck in my contract, so...
No. Spectrum Business will buy you out.
Really?
Really.
Great. Man, I feel like it's April 16th.
I didn't want to talk. She just sat with me. That was all I really needed.
We got back. One day he called me out of the blue, and it's comforting to know that I always can count on him to have my back.
She called me from time to time. I really didn't think I needed any help.
It took me from being really depressed to feeling like somebody cared. It gave me some hope. Just that one text.
Be there. Your call, your presence, your words, your support. Be there and help save a life.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 63 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Today, partly cloudy, high 70, winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear skies, low 58, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny, high 76, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. Meteorologist Felicia Combs here, coming to you from the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans, and you can see it. Doesn't look like much of a lake behind me. Looks more like the angry Atlantic, but this is what a persistent northerly wind will do to the south shore area of Lake Pontchartrain. Still in a storm surge warning. The forecast 2 to 4 feet. We just keep seeing these waves and waves coming up here, and that is just the power of the wind. Now, as far as I've seen, we've seen very close to tropical storm force winds, but we haven't actually hit those tropical storm force winds yet. But here's the catch. We've got all night tonight into tomorrow with these tropical storm force winds continuing. And this is cumulative. You continue to see the wave energy build up as you stay downwind. So we're going to continue to see this storm surge. Now, I'm just off Lakeshore Drive. It is actually closed, and for very good reason. This water is making its way over and crossing the road in some places. So a dangerous situation to be on Lakeshore Drive. Now, the good news is I don't think we're going to see this storm surge getting out into any neighborhoods, but still Lakeshore Drive definitely being impacted.
Felicia, yeah, the water and the waves are going to be hugely, unfortunately, problematic for many of us along the northern Gulf Coast. Right now, I'm showing some buoys with the wave heights on there and an estimate of what the significant wave heights are out in the Gulf of Mexico. Significant wave heights being the tallest 1/3 of the waves. And you can see some of these buoys are producing some very large waves, of course. But right out in here, if you look at the scale, the significant wave height is 20 to 30 feet. So that is very significant. There's a lot of big wave action out that way as well, which is going to contribute to some of the flooding with the wave run up as well. But also we have, let's say, for example, on the windward facing shores, the south shore of, let's say, Lake Pontchartrain and Lake Bourne right in there with that wind coming out of the north-northeast gusting to 30 at Felicia's location. You can see already some of the flooding ongoing as we speak. But there are plenty of other places that are experiencing the very same phenomenon. Even though the center of Sally is about 100 miles offshore, we are still dealing with the very heavy rain, the increasing wind, and the coastal flooding as we speak. Look at some of these values coming in. Already 3.3 feet at Pensacola, 5.2 feet at Shell Beach. This is water rise above normally dry ground. But we can go in a little bit more in depth and zoom into some of these locations and show you why we're seeing the flooding, even with the center of Sally so far offshore. Well, whatever shoreline is facing the wind, that is where we're seeing that flooding. And there's Pensacola Bay right in there with an east wind gusting to 30 miles per hour. Same thing in Mobile Bay with an east wind gusting to 40 miles per hour, bringing some of these shorelines and making them vulnerable to that flooding. As well here in St. Louis Bay and Bay St. Louis, we are seeing that northeast wind kind of flooding the onshore or the windward facing shoreline there with as much water rise as 3.5 feet at that location. If that weren't enough, there's going to be a lot of freshwater flooding from the heavy rainfall, with potentially locations receiving 20 to 30 inches of rain, maybe, in addition to what we've got. And that is not just going to be reserved to those coastal counties. It is going to move well inland across parts of southern Alabama, Georgia, western North, and South Carolina, Alex, over the next couple of days. A long way to go with Sally.
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Postel. So that's Sally, and how about the rest of the tropics? And it is still very, very active. We have all sorts of systems to watch. A couple of tropical storms. We still have a hurricane out there, and yeah, off the coast of Africa, an invest area that we're going to have to pay attention to. One of those waves that could turn into something more down the line. But let's focus in on Paulette, Hurricane Paulette. There's Bermuda, of course, made its way right over the island and certainly impacted the folks there. Well, it's pulling away, still as a Category 2 hurricane, 105-mile-per-hour winds. This thing is hauling, though, off to the northeast at close to 30 miles per hour. Should continue on that journey to the northeast, but look, by the end of the week, takes more of a turn towards the southeast, and potentially could have an impact on the Azores by the time we get into the weekend. Otherwise, impacts to the lower 48 going to be in the form of wave issues, swell, that increased swell. We've been watching those waves propagate away from Paulette, and with that being the case, that risk for the rip currents remains moderate to high, essentially up and down the entire East Coast. We still have Tropical Storm Teddy in the middle of the Atlantic, trying to further get itself organized here, moving to the west-northwest at about 13 miles per hour, still a ways away from those eastern Caribbean islands. And the good news is, right now, it looks like this thing's going to stay well to the north of those islands. So that is good news, because this thing is expected to continue to strengthen even further. Could be talking about a major hurricane before all is said and done. Good agreement among the models that it will be moving in that direction, but there's Bermuda. Hopefully they aren't impacted by that. Well, stay with us here on the Weather Channel for more in-depth coverage of Sally. We'll be here all day.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Needles, essential for sewing, but maybe not for people with certain inflammatory conditions, because there are options, like an injection, Xeljanz. The first and only pill of its kind that treats moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis, psoriatic arthritis, or moderate to severe ulcerative colitis, when other medicines have not helped enough. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections. Before and during treatment, your doctor should check for infections like TB and do blood tests. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B or C, have flu-like symptoms, or are prone to infections. Serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers, including lymphoma, and blood clots have happened. Taking a higher than recommended dose of Xeljanz for RA may increase risk of death. Tears in the stomach or intestines and serious allergic reactions have happened. Needles. Fine for some, but for you, there's a pill that may provide symptom relief. Ask your doctor about the pill first prescribed for RA more than 7 years ago. Xeljanz, an injection.
Nicole, you look amazing.
Jenny Craig works.
We've combined great tasting food with the science of intermittent fasting. So take control of your weight and start your transformation with our most popular plan, Rapid Results. You can lose up to 16 pounds in 4 weeks.
It works. I'm proof that it works.
Call now. Limited time offer and flexible delivery options for Jenny Craig's Rapid Results.
This is Fracture. Just upload an image, place your order, and it'll show up at your door beautifully printed directly on glass. And this isn't just another frame, not just another canvas. This is new. This is a Fracture. Visit fractureme.com and print one today.
My turn.
It shows up at the end of the year.
Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice. This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
Phil Swift here for Flex Paste, the incredible rubberized paste. Right out of the tub, it clings to the surface, and it instantly fills gaps and holes. Flex Paste dries to a strong, flexible rubber, perfect for sealing RVs and campers. Use it to help prevent flood damage, stop rodents from getting in your home, or even crafts and hobbies. Get Flex Paste and the Flex Seal family of products at flexsealproducts.com.
All right, everybody, I'm making sandwiches. On King's Hawaiian bread.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious idea.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
Dangerous Hurricane Sally inching closer to the Gulf Coast.
The slower the storm, the more time you have to pile up that water.
It's going to be a very heavy rain producer, even well after it moves in the coast.
You still have time to make those final preparations.
Good afternoon from Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel as we continue our around-the-clock coverage of Hurricane Sally. Here in Hancock County, we're now under a tropical storm warning. By and large, the significant impacts are going to be east of here, and certainly we've got crews lined up around Mobile, through the coast of Alabama, and we'll keep you updated through today, tonight, and tomorrow. And then the inland flood threat. Some areas could get over a foot of rain all the way into Montgomery, maybe a half a foot of rain in Atlanta. So this is a continuing story even inland, along with a tornado watch till 6 for the coastal areas of Alabama and about the western half of the Florida Panhandle. One thing is for sure, it's going to take its sweet time. It's only moving northwest now at 2 miles an hour. Let's go back to the studio. Carl Parker has the latest on Sally. And Carl, I think the track is pretty much been determined, plus or minus a little bit. But now it's all about the timing and who ends up with the highest rainfall totals.
Yeah, that's right. And there are still differences in the modeling in terms of timing. Some of the models still bringing the storm very, very slowly onshore through the next couple of days. There you see the latest from the Hurricane Center, 85-mile-per-hour winds. That might be a little generous based on what they've been seeing in the plane. Category 1 storm and now moving northwest at 2 miles per hour. So we expect that very slow forward speed to continue, probably not gaining any strength, probably slowly weakening as it gets closer, as we see increasing wind shear and water also being churned up from below, so it's a little bit cooler because the storm has been sitting in the same place. So the hurricane warnings, as we talked about yesterday, extended farther to the east to include the Florida Panhandle. One of the biggest concerns is going to be very heavy rain. There you see a flash flood warning in Bay County. That includes Panama City. We expect to see a lot more of that type of thing. Winds are getting gusty right now, gusting up to 40 miles per hour in Mobile. We're going to see much more wind through late tonight and early tomorrow. Winds now gusting to 31 in Biloxi, and we've seen some pretty significant water level rises already at Shell Beach in eastern Louisiana, 5.2 feet, and we expect to see more of that kind of thing through several high tide cycles, but the surge in general is not going to be as bad as originally feared. Still, though, we're talking about life-threatening surge, particularly in eastern Louisiana and around Mobile Bay. So let's take a look at a model forecast. fast. And again, there are some models that are even slower, but what this model is showing is the storm very gradually moving in. So it's almost a full day in this depiction as it's coming up there, the northern eye wall coming up into northwest Florida. It takes that long for the storm to move in. And of course, that is going to radically amplify the amount of rain that we get along the coast there in Alabama and Mississippi and northern Florida. And then that storm continuing up and into Atlanta. So looking for 12 to 18 inches, southern Alabama and northwest Florida. But locally, there could be as much as 20 to 30 inches of rain. So this really could be an historic flooding event for some parts of the Gulf Coast. And very heavy rain through a lot of the Florida Panhandle, continuing up into Montgomery and then on up into the Atlanta metro as well. We're looking at 3 to 5 inches of rain there. So this is going to be a prolific rain producer, not just at the coast, but areas much farther along to the north. So we're talking about a significant rainfall maker and also a significant threat for flash flooding there along the northern Gulf Coast. So let's get back out to Mike Seidel. And Mike, this has been a very difficult one to forecast. Of course, when you've got a storm in a really weak steering flow, it becomes that much harder to predict exactly when and where it's going to go.
And when it's finally going to move, we saw that with Florence and Harvey. I mean, Florence, remember, in North Carolina, tremendous amounts of rainfall. So think about that. It was moving at 1 or 2 miles an hour, much like this is now. Once it gets on land, it will start to pick up some forward motion, thank goodness. But the damage will have been done, especially along the Gulf Coast and in southern and south central Alabama. I want to take a shot now. We're looking southeast, right out towards where the center of Hurricane Sally is. And you can see the darker clouds at the base of the horizon. That's really the outer rain band. That's way, way out there. We're getting just a few drops here in Bay St. Louis. We're about 105 miles approximately from the center of the circulation. It's now moving northwest at 2, but then it's going to turn. So in this part of Mississippi and off to the west, we have really dodged a bullet. We were very, very concerned, especially about New Orleans. Again, another spot that could have gotten double-digit rainfall total. We know the situation there is like a big bathtub. And our own meteorologist Felicia Combs was there earlier this morning.
One of the places that's outside of the cone but still dealing with significant impacts, that's New Orleans, at least around the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, where we have a storm surge warning and a tropical storm warning still in place. And these winds have continued to pick up since yesterday. And this has been the result of what those winds are doing. First glance, you might be like, well, what is that? That is not part of the lake. That would typically be like an area where people would picnic. It would typically be a parking lot as well. But as you can see, it's covered in water. And the thing is, it just keeps coming. So you would think that eventually we're going to stop seeing this, but as long as we have this northerly wind, which we're going to continue to have as long as we're in this area of Sally, we are going to continue to see this storm surge coming in. You can see the water just continuing to flow, and it's flowing across Lakeshore Drive. David, let's take a look at Lakeshore Drive now so you can see the water is almost meeting the other side. It has already at least flowed over the other side, and that's why authorities have closed Lakeshore Drive. They closed the drive yesterday, and it remains closed today, and I have a feeling it will remain closed tomorrow as this persistent northerly breeze is going to continue, and this storm surge is also going to continue. So the final thought on this, even if you're well away from the center, outside of the cone, you can certainly still be feeling impacts.
Yes, over there they've got the wind in New Orleans. They're not going to get any rain or very little rainfall, much like here. I want to show you what kind of impacts we've had here with the wind. Even though the wind's offshore right now, north gusting to 30, we still have the push of water overall on shore, and we still have a water level rise. This is some video I shot about an hour and a half ago. This is on the other side of the bridge that goes over to Pass Christian, and you can see the water has covered up the roadway. This is the yacht club here in Bay St. Louis, and those docks are completely underwater, and part of the road is, and the wave action a little protected there by the marina itself. But I want to take a look at where we stand right now here in Bay St. Louis. The water level rise now up to about 3.5 feet. That's not unexpected. In fact, the original storm surge values were up to 11 feet. They have been lowered by the Weather Service because the center is going to be off to our east. So we're not going to get the push. Winds offshore. It will stay offshore for the rest of the event. Our forecast surge here 3 to 5, 4 to 7. Shell Beach is up over 5. So that's the water up into Lake Bourne and over towards Lake Pontchartrain where the wave action, as Felicia just showed us. And then off to our east, Carl, we're going to have more issues with a higher surge, Gulf Shores, Pensacola Beach, and depending on where the track is, how much water comes up Mobile Bay. We're going to have crews there with live coverage later on today, tonight, and tomorrow. But again, the big story, Carl, for a lot of us, if we're not on the coast, is going to be the prolific rainfall totals because of the slow movement of this hurricane.
Yeah, and in some areas you've got water coming in from two directions, coming in from the Gulf and the Bay, and then also trying to run back out and having a hard time doing that, and that adds to the flooding woes. Now, take a look at the radar here for the last 12 hours, and you can see how little this thing has moved in 12 hours. So it's in a very weak steering flow right now. There's just not a lot of upper level wind to move it along. And this, by the way, is a trend that we have seen going back to 1949. We've seen that the landfalling tropical cyclones in the North Atlantic have slowed by 16%. The forward speed has slowed by 16%. And when you think about it, it makes sense. That's because the jet stream has been retreating to the north, and we're not seeing as much of that very strong upper level wind in place. So already you've got a terrific amount of rain here. We're talking about 2.5 to 3 inches, and the main part of the storm hasn't even come onshore yet. So already just preceding these outer bands producing quite a bit of rain. Flash flood warning there in Bay County. Look at this big mass of rain right in here that's south of Gulf Shores. That is going to be moving northward over the next several hours here, and as that happens, you can bet that we're going to see some flash flood warnings. There's a look at the rain to come. We may see over 20 inches, maybe closing in on 30 inches in some places. So there is a high risk for flash flooding, but it's not just going to be along the coast. We're going to watch that flood threat also extend well inland, Jackie, and right up into parts of Alabama and North Georgia.
Yeah, and even into the Carolinas beyond that. Let's take you into Atlanta, Georgia right now. One of the areas that's going to be in for a super soaker, especially to end the rest of the week. Clouds already here across the region. A couple of light showers we've been experiencing already today. It's going to turn more blustery with wind gusts around 25 miles per hour, and the Atlanta metro could be experiencing as much as 4 to 8 inches of rainfall when all is said and done. So if you haven't done it already, clear out those gutters, make sure your drains and everything are working properly to help prevent that water from rising, because that could be a real issue in some major metropolitan areas, Montgomery, Birmingham, Atlanta, on up towards Charlotte, as Sally eventually works its way, a couple days perhaps, as it moves across Alabama and then into Georgia and eventually towards the Carolinas and becomes a remnant low. So not much to steer it right now. We are waiting for this trough off towards the west to finally pick it up and kick up that forward speed, but just copious amounts of tropical moisture is going to get lifted along with that, and it will get enhanced by that trough. Now, we do have flash flood watches already in effect across much of Alabama into the panhandles of Florida on over into Mississippi. Those will likely get expanded with time as that moisture gets lifted on up towards the north. So you can see that slow crawl with potential landfall tonight or tomorrow sometime, and then lifting up through Alabama all throughout the day. So really heavy downpours expected. Montgomery, Birmingham, look at Atlanta. This comes in Thursday, even into Friday. Charlotte, big bullseye potentially as we head into your Friday night. That's going to be a good night to stay indoors for sure. You can see how likely it is to see that flash flooding. The yellow area indicating that from Atlanta to Greenville Thursday through your Friday morning, but widespread green all across the map here. Very difficult to predict exactly where some of the heaviest rainfall will be coming through, but it really gives you the idea of that good big swath of 5 to 8 inches with locally heavier amounts. We couldn't even rule out 10 inches in some of these areas. Carl, 3 to 5 potentially into Charlotte. Models not totally syncing up, which is difficult to do. I think the Euro's kind of been overdoing rainfall so far this season, so we'll have to see what happens here, but definitely life-threatening flash flooding on the table for millions of Americans.
Yeah, and certainly a lot of worry when you get into that higher terrain there in North Georgia and western parts of North Carolina. Another thing that we're looking at is the tornado threat, and right now we're not seeing any tornado warnings, and I think at least a good part of the reason reason for that is the lack of instability. So instability is a function of the warm and humid air at the surface and how the temperature changes as you go up through the atmosphere. And where you see the instability that is starting to get into what is requisite for severe thunderstorms, that's the areas in red, that red shading right there. And you can see this banding that's coming on shore. Just not a lot of instability in those areas right now because it's been raining a lot, so it's generally cooler. But as the storm comes on shore, it's going to bring with it even more warm and humid air, and that will probably increase the instability over time. What we are seeing plenty of is wind shear. This is looking at the low-level winds, the surface winds, which are now coming out of the northeast there across a lot of the Gulf Coast, and then winds aloft at about a mile up coming out of the east. These are winds of 50 miles per hour at 5,000 feet. So that's a terrific amount of low-level shear in terms of both direction and speed. So that certainly could bring us some tornadoes. If we get strong enough updrafts to develop, you can very quickly see some spin-ups here. So 3 out of 10 on the Torcon along the Gulf Coast today. We will see that again tomorrow, most likely parts of Florida and then farther north. And keep in mind, Jackie, that as you know, almost all of the tornadoes that we get with landfalling tropical systems are weaker systems. They tend to be very quick spin-ups.
All right, Carl, we want to get folks caught up right now, up to speed on what we know about Sally at this hour. The governors of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama have all declared states of emergency ahead of Sally's landfall. In southern Alabama, Mobile Regional Airport has canceled commercial flights that were scheduled for today. Meanwhile, airlines including Southwest, Delta, and United have waived fees for passengers who need to change their flights. And in Mississippi, evacuation shelters are now open in at least 6 counties. As the Gulf Coast deals with Sally, the West Coast struggling with fire, and in Oregon, a pair of Marines and their friends didn't need their uniforms to help defend their country. This time around, the Marines battled flames. They made a pit stop while driving through western Oregon and worked with firefighters to help save a man's home from a wildfire. They used sprinklers and buckets of water to douse the flames. Boy, I'll tell you, everybody working to help put out those fires, true heroes, that is for sure. Those fires continuing to rage across parts of the West. Air quality remains poor with air quality alerts across so many different states here. All of Washington, Oregon, most of Idaho, and western parts of Montana. Now, the smoke continues to be a big issue here. We've got a trough and a cold front that's just offshore right now, and that is bringing in some moisture. In fact, we've seen some light showers already today, generally around the Cascades and westward here into Washington State and Oregon as well. But to give you an idea of just how widespread this smoke is, look at this. This is going coast to coast, all the way across the U.S. Of course, the smoke is very diffused and at much higher levels as it reaches parts of the east. But I did do a measure on this from the Pacific to the Atlantic. This stretches more than 4,000 miles.
This is an important message for all current and former Boy Scouts.
The Boy Scouts of America has declared bankruptcy.
If you were sexually abused in scouting, you could receive compensation.
But you must file a claim in the bankruptcy case by November 16th, 2020.
You may file a sexual abuse claim regardless of your current age or the year the sexual abuse occurred.
For more information, visit officialbsaclaims.com
or call 866-907-2721.
We did it! Wherever you start, SNHU is where you can finish.
Here we go. And it's it.
Yay! Southern New Hampshire University.
That gets a hug.
Look at that! Master's degree! I did it!
I did this for my children. I am very proud of myself.
Finish your degree at snhu.edu.
We are the Thrivers. Women with metastatic breast cancer. Standing in the struggle, hustling through the hurt, asking for science, not sorries. Our time for more time has come. Living longer is possible and proven in women taking Kisqali plus fulvestrant or a non-steroidal aromatase inhibitor. Kisqali is the only treatment in its class with proven overall survival results in 2 clinical trials, helping women live longer with HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer. Kisqali was also significantly more effective at delaying disease progression versus a non-steroidal aromatase inhibitor or fulvestrant alone. Kisqali can cause lung problems or an abnormal heartbeat, which can lead to death. It can cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts that may result in severe infections. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including breathing problems, cough, chest pain, a change in your heartbeat, dizziness, yellowing of the skin or eyes, dark urine, tiredness, loss of appetite, abdomen pain, bleeding, bruising, fever, chills, or other symptoms of an infection, a severe or worsening rash, are or plan to become pregnant or breastfeeding. Avoid grapefruit during treatment. Kisqali is not approved for use with tamoxifen. It's our time to continue to shine because we are the Thrivers. Ask your doctor about Kisqali, the only treatment in its class proven to help women live longer in 2 clinical trials.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit, Sun-Made.
You like off-roading in nature, but you don't like getting stuck in nature. That's a conundrum. Psych! These tires have mud scooping and rock crawling technology. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! I haven't said psych in a while.
There is a cottage industry that has popped up, and they deem themselves the exit industry. And it really is, in my humble opinion, a fraudulent group.
The problem with timeshare exit companies is they promise things that they can't deliver.
They're taking $10, $12, $14, $25,000 from these people.
They end up being in a worse position than they would have been if they would have just contacted the companies themselves.
This right here is that sweet breakfast that's been on your mind since last night.
Bundle a sausage McMuffin and hash browns, a McChicken biscuit and hash browns, or a sausage biscuit and hash browns for just $3.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 63 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Today, sun and clouds mixed. High 70, winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly clear, low 58, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny, high 76, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
We're doing that for you around the clock here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. We appreciate you tuning in. We're going to keep you safe. We're going to get you through yet another hurricane in what has been a remarkable season so far, 2020. What a year overall, if you think about it. I'd rather not right now. Let's talk about Sally. And the winds here are north-northeast, so they're offshore in Bay St. Louis because we are north and west of the center. The center is going to stay to our east, so that's going to help in the surge category. We're at about 3.5 feet. High tide was about an hour and a half ago. You can see the seaweed and the debris marking where the water level was. And again, about 3.5 feet above where it should be. The marina, the docks are underwater. That's not That's not too bad. There's no impact right now on any of the properties here in Bay St. Louis. But we've already had winds gusting over 60 miles an hour over in Dauphin Island, also Gulf Shores, Alabama. And I just checked Dauphin Island, which is a barrier island off Mobile Bay, and they're sustained at almost 50. So the winds are gradually ramping up. One of the issues we have is it's only moving northwest at 2 miles an hour. Jackie Jarris, I know you're back in Atlanta, and right there in front of you is Hurricane Center Director Ken Graham with the latest.
Yeah,
Throw it back to you.
Yeah, so let's go right to that and bring in Ken Graham, again, the director of the National Hurricane Center. Ken, we talked to you about the same time yesterday. What's been the most significant change with Sally since that time?
I think as expected, this slowdown. I mean, you're moving at northwest at 2 miles an hour, Jackie, that just compounds all the issues. I mean, we just look at how long we're going to have that prolonged flow with the coastal storm surge in some areas around Alabama back to the Florida Panhandle. But the other part of this story at 2 miles an hour is just torrential rainfall. So, I mean, that's one of the things that we've been looking at. And Jackie, right over my shoulder, Dan's been the one issue in the forecast, and I heard him say wobbling around. And that's really what we have here. The storm's been wobbling around yesterday and continues to do that today as it slowly progresses to the north.
And with all those wobbles and the slow nature of this, could Sally throw us any surprises yet before landfall?
I think just a slow nature. I think you'll continue to see that with time. I mean, you might see the winds come down a little bit, and we'll have to be real careful how we word that, because even if the winds decrease slightly, that doesn't mean the storm's any weaker, right? So we want to make sure to really communicate. Even if you see some fluctuations in the wind, you may see a little bit of fluctuation in the actual forecast track, but either way, this slow movement, I mean, the closer these dots are together, the slower the storm, that's going to produce that torrential rainfall, the dangerous rainfall in the storm surge. So the slow movement is really the big key factor here.
Yeah, and let's talk about that rainfall. I mean, the rainfall totals forecast 20 to 30 inches is really staggering. How far inland do you think this flood risk extends?
Yeah, that's, the slow movement. We continue to see that. I mean, it's going to take from now, if you look at our forecast track, it's going to take really into Friday before we get this system into Georgia. So as a result, right along the coast, we can see those big time totals of 15 to 20, if not 25 to 30. But even if you slowly move the center northward, even through Friday, some of the inland areas, 6 to 10 inches of rain, that's a dangerous situation because you still have those winds. You can have flash flooding, saturate the soil, and have trees down and power outages even inland.
All right, thanks so much. Ken Graham, the director of the National Hurricane Center. Appreciate that information. So, Carl, yeah, we've been talking about this slow-moving nature of Sally. The winds have been fairly consistent. With it not moving all that much, that could potentially cause some of that upwelling, which would keep it a little steadier in terms of intensity. What are you thinking for the winds here?
Yeah, well, I think that's exactly right. I think that's going to keep a little bit of a lid on the intensity, the fact that you've got some cooler water coming up from below. So certainly hurricane force winds are possible in parts of Mississippi and Alabama and Florida. But one thing to really keep in mind is the duration of the event, because as Ken mentioned, as you've got saturated soils, that's going to allow trees to come down a lot more easily. Now, here's one of our high resolution models showing that eye wall coming in very late tonight into the early morning hours on Wednesday, and then continues up into northwest Florida, going into the middle of the day on Wednesday. So again, a prolonged period of strong wind with heavy rain, and that could easily drop a lot of trees, and then it moves up into parts of Alabama and Georgia beyond that. Let's compare that to the European model, which has consistently been even slower. So looking at the same time frame, here we go into very late tonight into early Wednesday morning, just after midnight, hasn't moved in all of that time. Then into the middle of the day tomorrow, it's starting to come in middle of the day tomorrow, and then finally by the time we get into Thursday morning early, just after midnight on Wednesday, that's when the eye wall comes in. So still some significant differences in the modeling. And remember, you can follow us on Weather Today on Quibi.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your carpets are filled with memories. And sometimes other things, too. Replacing your carpet is easy with the Home Depot because you've got even more styles and colors to choose from. And right now, installing it is even easier with free installation by licensed local professionals backed for life. Replace your carpet with ease. Free installation. Done right. Guaranteed. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
At U-Haul, we know a move can be exciting.
I got it.
Perhaps you landed that big promotion. Maybe it's time to live closer to family.
You guys can come over whenever you want.
Or you got that bigger place.
Are you excited to have your own room?
Yeah! But finding help with your move, that's not so much fun.
Hey guys, can you all help us move?
I'm busy that weekend. Sorry, man.
I didn't tell you what weekend.
That's why we created MovingHelp.com.
Look at this.
MovingHelp.com is an online marketplace for booking reliable and affordable muscle for your move. With dozens of pros to choose from, it's easy to find the help you need to get the job done.
Thank you.
Whether you're moving across town, headed across the country, or just need a little muscle, you can be confident in our upfront guaranteed pricing. Safe, convenient, reliable.
We made it.
Moving Help, powered by U-Haul. Your move made easier.
This picture is a memory. It's a celebration of a moment that matters. And this is a Fracture glass print. It'll make you love printing your photos again. They're vibrant, easy to order, and arrive ready to hang. Visit FractureMe.com and tell your story with Fracture glass prints.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but thought it would be too difficult? Then try Babbel. Babbel starts by teaching you words and phrases that gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations. So in 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking a new language in a few weeks. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you everyday practical conversations that you will actually use. Babbel, language for life. Try it free at Babbel.com.
You push the limits. You defy convention. You turn every ask into an answer. The Ram Rebel, Ram Power Wagon, and the all-new Ram 1500 TRX. Why more Ford and Chevy owners are switching to Ram than ever before. The power has shifted.
Now with Ram Power Days bonus cash, get $7,300 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500.
I think today the message is there's still time to heed the directions of your local elected officials and emergency managers. So if you're under evacuation orders, please heed that, those orders. The other thing is you still have time to make final preparations. You need to do that quickly. And again, this storm is going to be a slow-moving storm, lots of surge, and really more importantly, lots of rain, especially inland. Rain, I think, because it's such a slow mover, is going to be the major issue as we move Sally through Alabama and Georgia in the next couple days.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. Meteorologist Felicia Combs here coming to you from the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans, and you can see it. Doesn't look like much of a lake behind me. Looks more like the angry Atlantic, but this is what a persistent northerly wind will do to the south shore area of Lake Pontchartrain. Still in a storm surge warning. The forecast 2 to 4 feet. We just keep seeing these waves and waves coming up here, and that is just the power of the wind. Now, as far as I've seen, we've seen very close to tropical storm force winds, but we haven't actually hit those tropical storm force winds yet. But here's the catch. We've got all night tonight into tomorrow with these tropical storm force winds continuing. And this is cumulative. You continue to see the wave energy build up as you stay downwind. So we're going to continue to see this storm surge. Now, I'm just off Lakeshore Drive. It is actually closed, and for very good reason. This water is making its way over and crossing the road in some places. So a dangerous situation to be on Lakeshore Drive. Now, the good news is I don't think we're going to see this storm surge getting out into any neighborhoods, but still Lakeshore Drive definitely being impacted.
And just back here in Bay St. Louis, we're looking at the surge here. We've had about a 3.5-foot water rise above normally dry ground. The tide was high about an hour and a half ago. You can see the wave action here. Now, we're protected. We've got islands off the Mississippi coast like Cat Island and other land, and that gives us a little bit of a buffer. But I want to show you what it looks like right now live in Gulf Shores, and look at the wave action there. I mean, we've got a pounding surf. We're expecting surge values up there, over there, as high as 6, 7, 8 feet, maybe even a little bit higher. They're going to be on the east side, at least at the current forecast track of where the center comes in, somewhere around the Mobile Bay area. So that's going to push the water up. And also a tremendous amount of rain. I know late this morning we already had some rain gauges right on the coast there, Orange Beach, Gulf Shores, up over 4 inches. And we've got a long way to go because the system is just not moving. Let's go back to Atlanta. Carl Parker with more analysis. Got the heavy rain threat, Carl. We have the tornado threat, and we have the wind and the surge threat. We'll see how much power goes out this time, but fortunately with the lighter winds, we should not see any of the numbers we saw, especially in Louisiana, the hundreds of thousands of customers that lost power during Laura.
Yeah, we likely won't see as much structural damage as well, but one thing that could happen certainly is we could be looking at a lot of tree damage with all that heavy rain loosening up the soil and this long duration wind event, which is on the way here. Already the winds are getting up to 40 miles per hour, 50 miles per hour along the Alabama coast. So right now, a Category 1 storm, 85-mile-per-hour winds. That might be a little bit generous, but certainly the storm is a formidable storm and expected to be a Category 1 hurricane as it gets closer to the coast. Very slow motion towards the coast, generally in the direction of Mobile Bay, but certainly there could be some deviation from that in either direction. And the trend here over the last couple of days has been to move the tracks just a little farther east. So keep your eyes on this storm in northwest Florida in case it does deviate even a little bit farther to the east. There you see the current radar and satellite picture and the eye wall trying to get a little bit more organized, and you can see all that banding that is now moving into northwest Florida. Brand new flash flood warning to tell you about for Walton County right now, and we're going to see a lot more of this. That is going to be one of the biggest impacts of this storm, just the very, very heavy rain on the way because of this slow forward speed of the storm. Winds now gusting to 40 miles per hour in Mobile, and then we take you farther west and pretty gusty wind on the west side of the circulation as well, but not a lot of weather. As we've talked about for a while now, this has been a very right-handed storm with all the weather displaced and off to the east. Now, we are seeing significant water level rises already. There continues to be a threat for life-threatening storm surge. Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and parts of the Florida Panhandle as well. I want to show you the model forecast and show you how this just slowly comes in, just pounding those areas of southern Alabama and Mississippi and the Florida Panhandle right through tonight into tomorrow, and if some of the modeling is to be believed, maybe into late tomorrow and even early Thursday, and then finally it does begin to move up and into Georgia. But this is going to be one of the biggest impacts from this storm. We are talking about a terrific amount of rain, well over a foot of rain in some areas, a broad area of flash flooding on the way here, and a high risk for flash flooding along the northern Gulf Coast. We're going to have continuing coverage in just a few minutes.
Here?
Nah.
Here.
Nope. Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
Attention, anyone on Medicare. Did you know you may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits?
I'm on Medicare. What kind of additional benefits could I be eligible for?
You may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drugs. Just call 800-665-3608 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free meal delivery, and expanded at-home telehealth visits.
Can I really get extra benefits for little to no additional costs?
You may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional benefits. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free.
I'm at home mostly now. What benefits can I get here at my home?
You may also be eligible for additional benefits with a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like home prescription delivery and expanded at-home telehealth visits. You don't get these benefits automatically, so call now to see if you're eligible. Just call 800-665-3608 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free meal delivery, and free rides to medical appointments. You may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drugs. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Just call 800-665-3608. 800-665-3608.
Now is the time for a new bath from Bathfitter. Every Bathfitter bath is installed quickly, safely, and beautifully with a lifetime warranty. Go from old to new, from worn to wow. The beautiful bath you've always wanted, done right, installed by one expert technician, all in one day. We've been creating moments like these for 35 years, and we're here to help you get started. Book your free virtual or in-home design consultation today.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Breathe. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you?
You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
We have a plan that we always institute before a storm, and we meet down here and we start moving boats as you've seen. We string them out to where they can rise and fall with the tide. But that's our plan, and we put it into action. We string the boats out, and when the storm's all over with, we move them back in their slips, and everybody's happy.
And the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, well, that just goes to show you that even when you're outside of the cone, you can still get big impact. Storm surge warning in effect here, and you can see why. This is the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain. This intense northerly wind is bringing this water, covering this parking lot completely, and it's just kind of the beginning. We're going to continue with these northerly winds actually picking up. So we're going to continue to see this possibility for storm surge. That's why Lakeshore Drive is closed. Now, in terms of downtown New Orleans, you're not really feeling as much impact, but certainly along the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, you're seeing the impacts of Sally even as it's far away.
All right, Felicia, thank you so much. And already now there is some concern about water spouts coming on shore. There is now a special marine warning that is just south of parts of Alabama and also Mississippi near Gulf Shores. As these storms are pivoting in from the southeast, there could be some brief spin up, so you want to be aware of that potential. That is, again, just offshore in southern parts of Alabama right now. We want to also talk about why the storm is moving so slowly. And the reason why is because it's in an area of exceptionally light wind. Here you see the strong jet stream winds that are coming across the southeastern U.S., but to the south of that, there really is no strong wind flow. Now, that is going to change because there is a system that is in the south central part of the country, that big dip in the jet stream right there. That is going to move east, and that is what is finally going to end up picking up this storm. But you know, exactly when does that happen? The models have really been struggling with that question. And so comparing the most recent runs of the European model and the American model, this is looking at tonight. And as the European model sees it, We see no movement there, and as the GFS model sees it, it's starting to make its motion. So still a lot of unanswered questions about this storm. Jackie, over to you.
All right, well, the Gulf Coast bracing for Sally. The West Coast struggles with massive wildfires. Some people are now heading back to areas that they had to flee. Our Justin Michaels made that anxious trip with one man who returned to see if his home might still be standing.
By any definition, the California wildfires have been and continue to be horrific. Countless people having to flee their homes with moments' notice, winding through small mountain paths in an apocalyptic setting. And for many of those people, they still to this day don't know if they have a home to go back to.
I just didn't think it was real. I figured I'd be back in the morning.
We met John Tripp at the Lakeside Supermarket.
Can't eat, can't sleep. The anxiety of not knowing is hard. It's hard.
Like so many others, he had moments to make a life-changing decision.
You know, you don't have really a lot of time to think and make a plan. So the main thing is just go. Just, get out.
We made the trek with John back up to the top of his mountain, not knowing whether he'd have a home to return to or not.
I feel like I'm about to get on a roller coaster, or I just got off of it.
As he got closer, John's outlook began to change a bit.
Oh my gosh, man, I think I'm going to have a trailer. I think I'm still going to have a house.
And finally, after 5 days in the dark.
Oh my God, we got a house. I got a house. I got a house. I still got a house, y'all. I still got a house. I still got a house.
Yeah, John could barely hold in his emotions.
Thank you, Lord. I still got a house, guys.
He's only lived here for 6 months.
You don't know how much this means to me, man. It's just a trailer, but it's all we got,
Certainly proving the old adage that a man's home is his castle.
20 acres cost $80,000, and that's all the money we had. And it's not burned up, it's good, it's here. And the trailer's still good, and we're good, man. I know it just looks like a shack. I know it just looks like a shack to you guys, but it's a life savings, man. This property is a life savings. I got a place to sleep, The property's still here. It's undamaged. I don't know. I feel bad because I feel good. I know a lot of people lost a lot of things, but I can't. Right now, I'm just rejoicing because my house is here. It's not a mansion. It's my house, and it's here. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Oh. Thank you, Lord! Oh!
At 60 years old, John Tripp feels like a kid again. He knows now that he has his home to go back to. A little bit of good news amidst so much bad. In Berry Creek, California, Justin Michaels, The Weather Channel.
Oh, John, we feel with you. Boy, great to see some good news out of all that. All right, we want to take a look now at the latest of what we know about those devastating wildfires that are scorching the western U.S. The fires have now claimed the lives of at least 36 people across 3 states, including Oregon, where a mobile morgue was set up on Monday. In California, where one of the deadliest fires in state's history is burning in Butte County, more than 60,000 people now have been forced to evacuate. So far, flames have forced the temporary closure of 8 national forests and fire restrictions in others. More on Sally right after this.
I am Robert Strickler. I've been involved in communications in the media for 45 years. I've been taking Prevagen on a regular basis for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
From roof to foundation, the damage to your home can be devastating, from clogged gutters, leaking roofs, rotting wood and fascia, and flooded basements. Protect your entire home with Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system. Once our ladders go up, you can put yours down forever.
One of the things that I like the most is that I don't have to get back on the ladder anymore.
Leaf Filter starts by cleaning, sealing, and realigning your gutters, We then install our micro mesh screen over your existing gutters, which is guaranteed to filter out everything except for water.
Trying other products is what made us finally go to Leaf Filter.
And Leaf Filter's lifetime transferable warranty makes it an extraordinary value.
Leaf Filter is going to make my home more valuable, especially when I go to sell it.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Call or log on today and save 15%.
They don't care where you're from. They don't care who you marry. They don't care about your age, how you look, or if you go to therapy. Pets don't care about what makes us different. They just love. 1 in 5 pets find homes through PetSmart charities. Adopt today at PetSmart.com/adoptions.
Each year, Americans waste over $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. Enter the Zebra.
Another car insurance ad?
No, the Zebra compares them all and shows you who can actually save you money. Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com.
When the Murrays started using Gain Ultra Flings, they fell in love with its irresistible scent. Looks like their dog Michelangelo did too. Gain Ultra Flings with 2 times Oxy Boost and Febreze.
Don't forget your lunch. I'm making pizza on King's Hawaiian mini subs.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious...
Ocean Drive is the newest luxury residences in New York City, the only luxury rentals in New York with a spectacular ocean view. The resort-style amenities our residents enjoy and just part of the Ocean Drive experience. You wake up in the morning and breathe that ocean air. I'll certify that you're going to live 10 years longer. When I became successful, I wanted to live on the ocean. If you have worked hard and are successful, you deserve an apartment on Ocean Drive, too. Go to oceandrivenyc.com and reward yourself.
Dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 64 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Today, sun and clouds mixed. High 70. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly clear. Low 58. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny. High 76. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. We've got you covered around the clock. Stay with us. We got expert analysis. We'll go back to the Hurricane Center. We've got crews up and down the coast, including Mobile, the Alabama coast, and into Florida, western Florida. The hurricane warning extends from just east of here, past Christiane, all the way to Navarre. So that includes Pensacola Beach, Gulfport, Biloxi, Pascagoula, Mobile Bay, the Dauphin Island area. Dauphin Island Island, by the way, they've been gusting over 60, as well as Fort Morgan. And just to the east of Fort Morgan is Charles Peak. He's on the ground there. Take a look at his shot. And this is what we're talking about. This is where the beaches are getting battered. You're under hurricane warning, a storm surge warning. And the winds here are gusting over 50 miles an hour. And the waves and the onshore push of water just battering the beaches. We're going to have the beach erosion. And also, it's the rainfall. Once you get away from the beaches, the winds won't be as strong, but the rainfall is going to be prolific. Let's go back to Carl Parker. That's one of the many facets of Sally. One of the reasons it's going to be prolific is because of the forward motion, Carl.
Yeah, no doubt about that. There's an inverse relationship between the forward speed of a tropical cyclone and the amount of rain it produces. In other words, if it moves slower, then it produces a lot more rain. Here, by the way, the brand new advisory from the National Hurricane Center, 80-mile-per-hour Category 1 storm. So we are seeing a very gradual weakening of the storm. It's undergoing some shear right now. And also, because it's sitting in the same place, it's churning up the Gulf water. And there's some slightly cooler water that is below. These storms derive their energy from warm ocean waters, and when they churn up that slightly cooler water, well, then they start to interfere with the amount of energy that's flowing into this big heat engine. So that's part of why the storm is probably topping out right now. It's not expected to get any stronger. Here's the forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center. You see that it's going to be moving northward, maybe some slight fluctuation in intensity, but no longer are we looking for a Category 2 as it comes towards the coast, and it's going to be moving again very, very slowly. And there's still a lot of discrepancy in the modeling about just how long it's going to take to come on shore. But already we are getting heavy rain in northwest Florida. Already there are flash flood warnings, one of those near Panama City, another one just west in Walton County. And there's going to be a lot more of that kind of thing. And certainly the winds are going to be stepping up through tonight and tomorrow as well. Winds now gusting to 38 miles per hour in Pascagoula, and you see that large area of strong winds just offshore. Jackie, as that gradually moves in, we will see a prolonged wind event, and with all that wet ground, probably a lot of trees coming down along the northern Gulf Coast.
Yeah, in fact, I've just been seeing some reports of that in Baldwin County, that they've been getting the wind gusts, not to mention 4 inches of rainfall, right? So those two things kind of working together. Carl's so busy in the Atlantic right now, right? Sally is just one player that's out there, and we've got many more things to keep our eye out for, including a hurricane, a couple of named storms out here, and a few areas of disturbed weather that we need to keep an eye on for the potential of development. So let's start out with Paulette. You might remember Paulette made landfall on Bermuda early yesterday morning. It's still a Category 2 hurricane with maximum winds at 105 miles per hour. It's well to the north and east of the island, but one of the big impacts here of Paulette continue to be these large and battering waves, and so it's going to be really rough out there for surf all the way up and down the Atlantic coast. You can see the risk for rip currents is high in most places, so rough sea conditions, beach erosion also going to be an issue. We also have to keep our eye on what's going on here into the Western Gulf. We've got a new invest that's coming in near the coast of Africa. So let's start closer to home here. This is a tropical wave that's not expected to move a whole heck of a lot over the next couple of days. The chance for development is not very high. That's the good news. It's about 20%. Most of the wet weather hitting Mexico right now, but Brownsville over towards Padre Island, just a big heads up on that. And notice the big circle. The direction of this is almost kind of south or kind of east. It's just all over the place, right? Because there's just not much steering. That's very similar to not much steering here with Sally. So that's just going to kind of sit there, we think. But Invest 98L, this certainly bears watching. And this is a new tropical wave that's come off the coast of Africa and already looking pretty robust, and a pretty high probability that this is going to develop into a next named storm throughout the 5-day period. The later in the period we get, the more favorable those conditions are going to become. And the models do have this developing. We've got one name left. One on the list, and that is Wilford. And there you can see we made it through all of the storms. So what happens after Wilford? We go to the Greek alphabet. The next one will be Alpha, and we'll see how many of those we get through. But we're only about halfway through the Atlantic hurricane season. Of course, we've got much more to come here on the Weather Channel. We're spread out along the Gulf Coast from Louisiana to Alabama to keep you ahead of this dangerous Hurricane Sally.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Max! No, Max! Max! Max!
Dogs don't know what's good for them. Luckily, you do. Greenie's Dental Treats.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of the Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
Using Fetch Rewards to turn receipts into rewards is easy as pie. Actually, it's easier. Just snap any receipt from any store and get points every time. Then choose from hundreds of gift cards. See? Easier than pie. Download Fetch Rewards today.
So Dish lets you share your TV on multiple devices. Why?
Forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know it's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Dish. Tuned in to you.
Dangerous Hurricane Sally inching closer to the Gulf Coast.
The slower the storm, the more time you have to pile up that water.
It's going to be a very heavy rain producer, even well after it moves in the coast.
You still have time to make those final preparations. Right?
Good afternoon, back here in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. From here west, the hurricane warning was lifted. We're now under tropical storm warnings, Hancock County, the city of New Orleans, and also southeast Louisiana. That's a tropical storm warning because the track now very confident that it's going to stay off to the east and come in somewhere around Mobile Bay, the Gulf Shores area. That whole area, though, is going to be impacted, already being impacted by large battering waves. The surge is up. We've had about a 3.5-foot surge here, and we'll talk to Hancock County Emergency Management Director Brian Adam coming up in just a few minutes. But Carl Parker, go back to you. The advisory drops the winds to 80 miles an hour, but that doesn't have any impact on how much rain ends up falling.
Yeah, you're right about that. We're looking at potentially a historic rainfall amounts here across the northern Gulf Coast. It's going to be on the order of a couple of feet, perhaps on the high end, maybe even more than that. There you see the latest from the Hurricane Center. Category 1 hurricane, 80-mile-per-hour wind, very slow motion, just 2 miles per hour. That's not going to change a whole lot. Models indicating that at some point it's going to begin to make a move towards the Gulf. A lot of the modeling taking it towards the Gulf late tonight and into early tomorrow morning. Some of the models actually hanging it back even longer, having it make its move tomorrow and then not coming in until very late tomorrow. So there's still some significant model differences in terms of timing, but we've definitely seen this eastward trend in terms of track, implicating, as Mike mentioned, the Mobile Bay area, northwest Florida as well, and still parts of Mississippi, but less impact there around New Orleans. There you see the current radar picture. The eye wall keeps trying to develop. It's been having a little bit of a hard time. It continues to be an asymmetric storm with all the weather extending from the center on to the east, and already a lot of banding moving onshore and some very heavy rain. So flash flood warning now in effect in Walton County. There's an ongoing warning for Bay County. That is the Panama City area. And we're going to see a lot more of that type of thing. And the winds are picking up as well. Winds now gusting to 49 miles per hour in Mobile. So already it's starting to tick up a little bit. And this is a big part of the problem, that the wind is only going to be getting stronger slowly through the rest of the day today and then into early tomorrow as well. So it's going to be this very, very long period of strong wind and heavy rain. That heavy rain is going to saturate the soil, and because the soils will be saturated, the winds are going to more easily bring trees over. So I do expect that there's going to be a fair amount of tree damage in these areas where we expect to see the strongest winds. 60-mile-per-hour sustained winds across a lot of southwestern Alabama, northwest Florida, and then there you see the potential for those hurricane force winds kind of centered around Mobile, but also perhaps into Escambia or parts of Santa Rosa counties. We are looking at a water level rise already, and there is still a threat for significant surge, so don't lose sight of that. We have seen these values come down some, but we are still talking about potentially life-threatening surge. We're seeing that already around Shell Beach, 4 to 6 feet eastern Louisiana, and 4 to 7 around Mobile. So, Mike, the storm's certainly not quite as strong as had been feared, as we saw the big ramp up yesterday. But as you mentioned, because it is going to be moving so slowly, it's just going to make all of these impacts last that much longer.
Yeah, and right now it looks like that core of the rain is going to go right up Interstate 85. So if you're watching us from Montgomery, Auburn, into the Atlanta area, be on the lookout again for the potential for over 6 inches of rain in some areas, especially in southern and central parts of Alabama. We want to bring in our Emergency Management Director right here in Hancock County, Bay St. Louis area. This is Brian Adam. We talked to you yesterday, Brian, and the water level now has risen 3.5 feet. What does that mean for your area and your parish?
Quite a bit of street flooding in our low-lying areas. We've had a lot of over 200 streets flooded pretty heavily. A lot of areas not being able to get into at this time. Hopefully the water start after high tides starts going down a little bit. Hopefully we'll be able to get back in there after a while.
Well, we've got another high tide late this evening. The wind is blowing offshore, but what about the situation with the homes? I would assume they're all up on stilts?
Most of them are, yes, in those areas.
So most of the folks there have gotten to higher ground for now?
Absolutely. Our citizens have heeded the warnings and gotten out. Maybe a few people in there here and there, but most of them have heeded the warnings.
We mentioned the water level at about 3.5 feet above normally dry ground. What kind of numbers do you need to have impacts where water actually get into homes?
1.0.
10 feet?
1 point above ground is when we start seeing.
No, let me rephrase the question. I know it's so far away, it's hard to hear me. How much surge value do you need where you start getting water in homes?
10 feet or better, about 10 to 12 feet, 15 in certain areas.
And what's your status as far as from here on out? It's really all about the surge and not the rain at this point.
Right, we haven't had much rain. The only thing we've been dealing with is the surge.
Okay. Well, I think you're blessed that you missed out on this one. You're not complaining.
I couldn't hear you. I can't hear you.
I think you're happy that you missed out on this one.
Absolutely. You know, we hate to have somebody else who get it, but we're certainly glad that we didn't.
Yeah. Okay, Brian, thanks for joining us.
I'm sorry I couldn't hear you.
It's hard to hear between the wind and the mask out here. We're just trying to play it safe. Thank you, sir. Right. Back here in Bay St. Louis. Few raindrops right now, and another area that really has come through this virtually unscathed. The real concern was a lot of rain in a city that, you know, has to deal with all the pumps. They were ready, but the rain never came, thank goodness. Let's get the latest now from meteorologist Felicia Combs.
One of the places that's outside of the cone but still dealing with significant impacts, that's New Orleans, at least around the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, where we have a storm surge warning and a tropical storm warning still in place, and these winds have continued to pick up since yesterday, and this has been the result of what those winds are doing. First glance, you might be like, well, what is that? That is not part of the lake. That would typically be like an area where people would picnic. It would typically be a parking lot as well. But as you can see, it's covered in water. And the thing is, it just keeps coming. So you would think that eventually we're going to stop seeing this, but as long as we have this northerly wind, which we're going to continue to have as long as we're in this area of Sally, we are going to continue to see this storm surge coming in. You can see the water just continuing to flow, and it's flowing across Lakeshore Drive. David, let's take a look at Lakeshore Drive now so you can see the water is almost meeting the other side. It has already at least flowed over the other side, and that's why authorities have closed Lakeshore Drive. They closed the drive yesterday, and it remains closed today, and I have a feeling it will remain closed tomorrow as this persistent northerly breeze is going to continue, and this storm surge is also going to continue. So the final thought on this, even if you're well away from the center, outside of the cone, you can certainly still be feeling impacts.
Good point there, Felicia. Again, New Orleans misses out on the rain. They're not missing out on it, I can tell you. But they are dealing with some of that surge, as she showed you on Lake Pontchartrain. The bottom line is, once we get away from the coast, Carl, it's going to be all about the rainfall, potential for some maybe tornadoes. But if we have enough wind with the wet ground, we could have some uprooted trees. Thankfully, the winds are not going to be nearly as strong as they were with Laura. I was 125 miles inland, and we had wind gusts 86 miles an hour, and that took down trees and knocked out a lot of power.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see anything like that in this case, Mike, but yes, a lot of tree damage potentially because of those saturated grounds that we expect. And let's talk about the rainfall threat. So Walton County under flash flood warning right now, Bay County as well. That includes Panama City. And the next area I think we need to keep our eyes on is this banding that is now coming into southern Alabama, getting very close to Dauphin Island and Gulf Shores there. As that starts to move in, you can bet we're going to be looking at some flash flood potential. And here is the high risk area from the Weather Prediction Center. You only see a handful of these every year. And so in these areas, we expect that there's going to be a really significant potential for flash flooding over the next couple of days. So you definitely want to be on your toes in these areas. This is the reason why. This is a model forecast showing the storm very slowly coming in. Maybe that northern eye wall starting to move in overnight tonight, though some of the modeling is indicating it could be even slower than that. But you notice it's still on the coast there in the morning, and then finally making a move getting into the afternoon if it were to happen like that. But again, it might be even slower than that. So total amounts of rainfall, easily double-digit rainfall in these most affected areas in southern Alabama and northwest Florida, and maybe as much as 20 to 30 inches in some spots. So this is going to be really historic rainfall in some areas of the northern Gulf Coast, and I fear a really significant flash flooding on the way. But it doesn't end there. Actually, we'll continue well up into Georgia and beyond that into the Carolinas. And here's Jackie with more on that.
Yeah, a lot of gold on that map there still. So let's take you to Atlanta, Georgia. That's one of the places that could be in for some flooding. You've already had some light showers occasionally today and a lot of cloudiness. Look at the temperature, Atlanta. That's one thing you got going for you. A little break in the heat for sure, 69 degrees, but rain chances are really going to start to increase late tomorrow, continuing through at least Friday morning with some gusty winds to boot. So be prepared for somewhere on the range of 2 to as much as 8 inches locally. So that could lead to some flash flooding. Atlanta, it's been a little dry the last couple of weeks for the first half of September. So that will help you a little bit, at least leading into the rain, that the initial rain will get absorbed. But as we take a look at this track, you know, that slow crawl as it moves up towards Mobile Bay, and will take its sweet time through Thursday evening, moving across the state of Alabama. And then it starts to pick up a little bit more forward speed, trekking across Georgia and working its way towards the Carolinas. So we're really waiting for this dip in the jet stream, or this upper trough, to help pick it up and steer that more to the north and towards the northeast. And once that happens, we'll start to see that movement, and that's a little bit of good news, but still copious amounts of tropical moisture to work with here. So we're going to really squeeze a lot of that down on top of ground that's already been getting wet in some areas here. So we do have flash flood watches that remain in effect through Thursday. Montgomery, Birmingham, you're on the northern fringes of all of this. That could lead to not just urban flooding, but we're talking about river, creeks, and streams, several of which are already forecast to go into major flood based on the rainfall forecast. This shows you the timing of all of it and that slow crawl towards the coast. I mean, most people walk way faster than what Sally is doing right now. We'll begin to move up into central parts of Alabama late in the day on Thursday, with some of those gusty winds get closer to Atlanta on Friday. Then Friday night work its way through the Carolinas. Of course, we've got the mountains and the hilly terrain, which could make that flood situation worse. And that's why we've got the likely areas from Atlanta stretching on up towards Charlotte for that risk of flash flooding. So lots of different elements here still with Sally, including the threat of some tropical tornadoes. We've got that watch, Carl.
Yeah, that's always a worry. And let's take a look at the conditions right now. And we're seeing an area of strong storms that are just offshore. You see some of the lightning showing up there. So the question is some of that going to make its way onshore and cause some issues in terms of tornadoes? But yes, there is indeed a watch now in effect across this region. So we'll take a look at that tornado watch there in northwestern parts of Florida and near Mobile. That is going until 6 o'clock tonight. And so that is the area where we're most concerned about the possibility of tornadoes. But right now, when you look at the instability, and that's largely a function of warm and humid air at the surface, and you see that showing up in red there, there's not a lot of it right now because it's raining very heavily. And so that's keeping temperatures a little bit cooler. So, you know, there are some areas where we have some, but just not a whole lot. What we do have in abundance is the wind shear. This is looking at the winds at the surface in orange there, and then also the winds aloft at 5,000 feet of 50 miles per hour or greater. So there's really, really strong wind aloft coming out of a different direction relative to the surface wind. And so where we can get some strong updrafts going, there certainly could be some tornadoes. And there you see the Torcon for today. It's a 3 out of 10, excuse me, in northwest Florida and also in southern Alabama. And then tomorrow we are again going to see a tornado risk, but extending a little farther inland into much of southern Alabama and southern Georgia and northern Florida as well. Always a worry when you've got a landfalling tropical cyclone. Jackie, over to you.
Okay, another big story that we're following today, of course, Carl, happens to be what's going on with what we know right now with Hurricane Sally. Evacuation shelters are now open in Alabama and Mississippi ahead of Sally's landfall. National Guard high water teams have now been activated in 2 Alabama counties, where officials are urging communities along the Gulf of Mexico and vulnerable inland areas to voluntarily evacuate. Meanwhile, several school districts in southern Alabama, Louisiana, and Mississippi have canceled classes for today. Now on to the West Coast. Fires creating big issues. The wildfire situation in the western U.S. is so bad. Smoke is now starting to smother parts of Canada also. This was the scene in Vancouver as a drone flew through the city, just shrouded in the gray smoke. The government of Canada issued an air quality advisory yesterday, warning of poor air quality and reduced visibility. So that's the case across much of our western U.S. still, and that smoke is traveling for literally thousands of miles. It stretches from the Pacific all the way to the Atlantic, and millions of us are suffering with poor air quality. Here's a look in brown of where we have all the air quality alerts. Seattle, Portland, Medford, Spokane, Boise, Helena, all under air quality alerts. Now, we do have some onshore flow today. We've got a storm out here into the Pacific, and so we've got some moisture that's coming in along with the smoke in places like Seattle, keeping your visibility down to about 1 to 3 miles, but a little rain in the forecast. forecast. This will pick up a little bit more, I think, as we head towards the end of the week and help to disperse the smoke a little bit. In the meantime, high levels of smoke stretches all the way to the East Coast.
Sometimes the smallest gestures can be the most refreshing. Give extra, get extra.
From muscle pain, body aches, to strains, Blue Emu Maximum Arthritis. It works fast and you won't stink. Its unique formula with emu oil penetrates deep to relieve arthritis pain, sore muscles, strains, and more.
If something happened to you, what would happen to them? Their home, their education, their future. You need life insurance, and chances are SelectQuote can help you get it for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found Jacob 40, a $500,000 policy for only $19 a month. And SelectQuote found his wife Wendy, a $500,000 policy for only $17 a month.
Our secret? At SelectQuote, we aggressively comparison shop highly rated companies to find you the company with the best rates.
We found Gary, 35, a $1 million policy for only $22 a month.
Why pay more? Give your family the security they need at a price you can afford.
Call 1-800-304-3321 or go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Dental implants are going to give people that full aspect of their life back.
At Clear Choice, we've been doing this for many, many years, and I think we truly help patients change their lives here.
It's so meaningful to be a part of that impact.
Come in, talk to us. You're going to get an education on what implants are, what the solutions are, what can be done.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car.
Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Brake.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
You like off-roading in nature, but you don't like getting stuck in nature. That's a conundrum. Psych! These tires have mud scooping and rock crawling technology. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! I haven't said psych in a while.
Introducing Plaza Automall's pickup and drop off for servicing your vehicle. Whether you're just needing an oil change, alignment, new tires, or a brake job, schedule with us online or on the phone, and we will pick up your car and drop it off when it's done. We are here for all of your service needs. Hey, did you know you can get a 2-year lease at Plaza Automall? That's right, 24 months with no public transit. Sounds right on time to me. Payments as low as $199 a month. Many options available with no money down.
You one-stop block when you auto shop.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 65 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. This afternoon, a mix of clouds and sun. High 69. Winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, generally clear. Low 58. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, a mainly sunny sky. High 76. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. We're here in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. We're on the western fringe of the impacts. In fact, here in Hancock County and points to the west, including New Orleans and southeast Louisiana, the hurricane warning was switched to a tropical storm warning. So great news overall for the Big Easy. There was a lot of concern a couple of days ago about the heavy rainfalls that were going to move in there, as well as, you know, a full-fledged hurricane. Now the track, it's pretty much etched in stone, give or take a few miles. It's going to come in somewhere around Mobile, the Gulf Shores area. Those areas under hurricane warnings, storm surge warnings, and we've already had 4 or 5 plus inches of rainfall. We're going to see rainfall totals 20 inches and even higher, even away from the coast. So we're talking Montgomery, all those areas, southern and central Alabama, are all under flood watches. And Jackie, as you well know, a lot of heavy rain and some wind, and that is the perfect prescription for trees down and power outages.
Yeah, likely a big problem we're going to have going forward for sure with Sally. Well, Louisiana is still reeling from Hurricane Laura and now ready for Sally as well, but they're likely going to be escaping the brunt of this storm this time around. Joining me now is Senator Bill Cassidy, is one of the state's 2 senators. Senator, thanks so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so we've been having some surge issues certainly already. What's the latest for you know of for closures and any kind of damage that might be taking place?
You know, there's some places, like, for example, Grand Isle, which is a barrier island, is having some flooding on the bay side. But so far, I think they have like 10 pumps deployed, and only one of them is in use. And so obviously, the storm shifting to the east decreases the risk for coastal Louisiana. And I'm sorry for the folks to the east, but since it's kind of going down in wind strength and in rain, amount of rain, hopefully this will not affect anybody too negatively.
Yeah, so this is definitely some good news for most of Louisiana, that's for sure. What has it been like, and how have preparations been impacted, if at all, while you're still recovering from one hurricane while you're preparing for another?
Fortunately, they're on different sides of the state. I get the Twitter feed from, or the text feed from the city of New Orleans, and there are preparations to evacuate certain low-lying areas, to cancel certain services, to tell people what to do. But fortunately, as it began to move to the east, you know, there wasn't an all-points evacuation. It's just if you're outside the levee system, you need to come back within the levee system. And again, it shifted to the east, so that worked out much better for us.
Yeah, do you think because Laura happened that maybe those people were more willing to evacuate, or what kind of response did you have from that?
No, so there's about 10,000 people from the Hurricane Laura area, Lake Charles area, who are in New Orleans hotels. So the issue is, do you evacuate? And the decision was don't evacuate. One, it did seem as if the levee system in New Orleans could protect it. 2, in the age of COVID, what do? 3, you can't have people moving around, you know, as itinerant all the time. And 4, they felt like if it turned out to be worse than expected, there would still be the capability of evacuating folks from those hotels. So for the folks who had evacuated to New Orleans, it's a particular relief that they didn't have to relocate once more.
Absolutely. And what kind of lessons have we learned with COVID and sheltering right now?
So instead of putting people in big gymnasiums or auditoriums, congregate settings, if you will, because of COVID, they were moved to individual hotels. As you might guess, people prefer the hotels. And because of COVID, there was a lot of hotel rooms open. So it kind of worked out in a strange sort of a way to be best, to be best for the evacuees. I'm sure it's more expensive. Hats off to the Red Cross. The Red Cross took over from the state the responsibility for housing people, and they've done a wonderful job. And I was on the plane flying to D.C. yesterday and out of Louisiana. And lots of folks from Red Cross on that plane. And I just cannot tell you the gratitude we all feel towards them.
Yeah, so much help is still needed. And you said you got on a plane, Senator, so that must mean you're better. I understand you recently had COVID.
Yeah, I'm about maybe a week and a half or 2 weeks out now, and I have some residual symptoms, but it's like nothing compared to what other people described, and so I'm not complaining at all.
All right, well, we are glad that you are well, and we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today, Senator Bill Cassidy from Louisiana. I want to head to our storm specialist, Carl Parker. Carl, you know, Louisiana's certainly getting off a little easier from this storm, but they're still getting that northerly wind that's been creating a few issues.
Yeah, no question about that. And wind is going to be significant with this storm. We don't want to downplay it at all. There is still a hurricane warning in effect in southern Mississippi as well as southern Alabama and the Florida Panhandle there. You notice that the warnings have been dropped from the New Orleans area. That happened here within the last day. And I want to show you one of our model forecasts showing you that eye wall of the storm, the radius of maximum wind. And in this model depiction, that begins to move towards the coast late tonight and through the overnight hours. Some of the models are a lot slower, but you're talking about a prolonged period of strong wind with heavy rain. Could be quite a bit of tree damage across the northern Gulf Coast here. We'll have much more coming up.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Did you know that your clothes can actually attract pet hair? With new Bounce Pet Hair and Lint Guard, your clothes can repel pet hair. Look how the shirt on the left attracts pet hair like a magnet. Pet hair is no match for Bounce.
With Bounce, you can love your pets and lint roll less.
Cover it up. That's what I did when I started losing my hair. But then I realized I could actually do something. Now I use Keeps, the easiest way to keep my hair. And it only costs $1 a day, which means no more covering up. Get started at Keeps.com.
It's so hard to sleep when it's hot, impossible to work, and even uncomfortable to relax. You need a fan, but they're bulky, awkward, and never put the breeze exactly where you want it. Introducing My Foldaway Fan from Bell & Howell, the compact cordless fan that unfolds into your own personal wind machine and extends to nearly 4 feet high. Amazing! Forget plug-in fans that never reach. This rechargeable lithium-powered fan goes anywhere you need it with a charge that lasts up to 10 hours. And oh yeah, it has power, enough to blast a breeze to the other side of this room. Now that's some wind. At an ultra lightweight of less than 2 pounds, it's easier than ever to have a personal targeted breeze inside or outside in just seconds. Plus, this whisper quiet fan has 3 separate speeds, so set it on low to stay cool while watching TV, or use it on the patio to battle the summer heat. Crank it up to high for a refreshing breeze in the kitchen. And it's so portable. Use it to chill down outdoor activities like gardening, fishing, or even camping trips. Plus, with a unique telescoping stand, you can place it on the floor so the breeze will easily reach atop the bed, across the top of the dinner table, or even over your work desk at the office. Then the whole thing folds away for easy storage. There's never been another fan like it.
I've never seen anything like this. It's so compact and it magically unfolds into a full-sized fan.
It's portable and rechargeable. I can take it anywhere.
Other fans sell for over $100 and they're not rechargeable. But get My Foldaway Fan from Bell & Howell for just 2 payments of $19.99. It comes with the USB cable to make charging fast and easy, plus our 90-day warranty. My Foldaway Fan, the ultra-portable, compact, and rechargeable fan that will keep you cool anywhere. Call or click now.
To order, call 1-800-916-9072 or go to myfoldawayfan.com. That's 1-800-916-9072, or you can order online at myfoldawayfan.com. Order now.
Be right back.
More fun in summer with WeatherTech. From laser-measured floor liners, seat protectors, cargo liner, and more. Order your American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit, Sun-made.
During Katrina, of course, all of these houses flooded. Every house in this town flooded almost up to the railroad tracks. So this neighborhood and the beach took a really hard hit. These houses had a lot of water in them. They all had to be redone completely. But I don't think this storm's hopefully not going to be like that.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. Meteorologist Felicia Combs here, coming to you from the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans, and you can see it. Doesn't look like much of a lake behind me. Looks more like the angry Atlantic, but this is what a persistent northerly wind will do to the South Shore area of Lake Pontchartrain. Still in a storm surge warning. The forecast 2 to 4 feet. We just keep seeing these waves and waves coming up here, and that is just the power of the wind. Now, as far as I've seen, we've seen very close to tropical storm force winds, but we haven't actually hit those tropical storm force winds yet. But here's the catch. We've got all night tonight into tomorrow with these tropical storm force winds continuing. And this is cumulative. You continue to see the wave energy build up as you stay downwind. So we're going to continue to see this storm surge. Now, I'm just off Lakeshore Drive. It is actually closed, and for very good reason. This water is making its way over and crossing the road in some places. So a dangerous situation to be on Lakeshore Drive. Now, the good news is I don't think we're going to see this storm surge getting out into any neighborhoods, but still Lakeshore Drive definitely being impacted.
Once again, we're back here in Bay St. Louis as we continue our coverage of Sally. It's a hurricane, an 80-mile-an-hour hurricane, and just because it's weakened from a Cat 2 to Cat 1 doesn't mean anything as far as the impacts. Really, a little less wind, sure, but the rainfall totals are going to be on the real high end. We've seen this with Harvey. We've seen this with Florence in recent years. When these tropical storms or hurricanes slow down, the rainfall just adds up. We're talking an inch or two an hour over a longer stretch of time. And right now we're expecting some totals in excess of 20 inches. And we've got flood watches widespread from the Gulf Coast right up into central Alabama. And no doubt they'll be extended into the Atlanta metro area as we get into late this afternoon. If you're timing it out, say for Atlanta, we're thinking tomorrow night into about midday on Thursday. That's the timing right now for the very heavy rainfall. The wind is going to die down once the center moves on shore. And Carl, we're not talking about a Cat 4 like Laura was. So as you go inland, we're not going to get the kind of wind we had with Laura, and we're not going to have the numbers as far as customers without power. But still, we're going to have power outages and the inland flooding. And as we always say, the number one killer in hurricanes, tropical storms, usually in most circumstances, is inland freshwater flooding.
Yeah, that is the huge worry in this case. We could be talking about historic flooding there along the northern Gulf Coast, and that is also going to saturate the ground and allow trees to come down a lot more easily. And because of the duration of this event, that certainly could bring a lot of trees down. But as Mike mentioned, probably not as much potential for structural damage in this case, certainly as compared to Laura. Now, what we're looking at is a storm that is moving very, very slowly, 2 miles per hour off to the northwest right now. It's expected to turn more to the north, slowly beginning to approach the coast either later tonight or during the day tomorrow. Still a lot of significant model differences in terms of that time, and generally the models have been trending farther east, so it appears to be taking aim on southern Alabama, but also could be more towards northwest Florida as well. And the structure of the storm is very much like what we've seen for the last couple of days, in that you've got this core and this eye wall that's trying to develop, but we're also seeing a lot of weather extending out to the east of the circulation and a lot of heavy rain. There have been some flash flood warnings around Panama City and northwest. Winds are getting stronger right now, gusting to 44 miles per hour in Mobile. Also seeing some pretty strong wind outside of where that rain is and over into New Orleans. So there's a look at the maximum storm surge potential. So this is how much we could potentially see if the storm comes in, right across your area. But already we're seeing a lot of these values being realized. So a life-threatening storm surge surge is now underway in Shell Beach in Louisiana, as well as at Bay St. Louis and also in Pensacola. And we're only going to see more of that because, again, the storm is going to take a long, long time to finally move in. And there's the rainfall forecast. Widespread areas of very heavy rain. You see that core that's sort of located near Mobile and Pensacola. It could be a foot of rain, but maybe some local amounts over 20 inches in these areas. And again, that's going to fill up the soil with water. And you add the prolonged period of hurricane force wind gusts to that, and you're talking about potential for a lot of tree damage in this area. And then all that rain is going to come up through eastern Alabama and on up into North Georgia. That's going to be more towards Thursday and Friday, and there could be significant flooding in these areas as well as into the western Carolinas. And our coverage continues right after this.
Cats will do anything for the irresistible taste of Temptations treats.
What are you doing?
Oh, hey, check this out. Temptations. All it takes is a shake.
My turn.
It shows up at the end of the year.
Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
Attention Medicare recipients. Medicare has expanded benefits to help you during these uncertain times. Coverage may now include many benefits to help you while at home. To find out what new Medicare Advantage benefits you can get in your area code, call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
Hi, Joe Namath here, and like you, I'm at home staying safe. But I wanted to get this message out. To make these uncertain times a bit easier and safer while at home, Medicare Advantage plans have added new benefits, including telephone appointments with your doctors, in-home aids, home-delivered meals, home-delivered prescriptions, and so much more. But you don't get all the benefits automatically. You need to enroll. The easiest way to enroll is to call the Medicare Coverage Helpline. It's now more important than ever to make sure your Medicare coverage is up to date. We all have a few minutes to make a phone call to focus on our health. Get what you're entitled to. Call now. It's free.
Coverage may now include many benefits to help you while at home. To find out what new Medicare Advantage benefits you can get in your area code, call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
There are new benefits to help you while at home. Telehealth, in-home aids, home-delivered meals, and so many more. But you don't get them automatically. You need to enroll. The easiest way to enroll is to call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
Get what you're entitled to. Coverage may now also include dental, home-delivered prescriptions, no deductibles, and no copays. Don't delay. Call to see if the new benefits are available in your area.
Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-354-4016. That's 1-800-354-4016 now.
At Southern New Hampshire University, we're committed to making college more accessible by making it more affordable. That's why we're keeping our tuition the same through the year 2021.
I knew SNHU was the place for me when I saw how affordable it was. I ran to my husband with my computer and I said, look, we can do this.
Take advantage of some of the lowest online tuition rates in the nation. Find your degree at snhu.edu.
So Dish lets you share your TV on multiple devices. Why?
Forgot something.
Because we know it's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Dish, tuned in to you.
Ready or not.
Gillette ProGlide and ProGlide Gel. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball designed to get virtually every hair on the first stroke while washing away dirt and oil. So you're ready for the day with a clean shave and a clean face.
We still hope and pray that Sally will not bring that type of pain and heartache. But my fellow Alabamians, Hurricane Sally is not to be taken for granted. We are looking at record flooding, perhaps breaking historic levels. And with rising water comes a greater risk for loss of property and life. For those living south of I-10 and in low-lying areas, I urge you in the strongest way possible to evacuate if conditions permit and seek shelter elsewhere as possible today. But this is not worth risking your life.
And the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, well, that just goes to show you that even when you're outside of the cone, you can still get big impact. Storm surge warning in effect here, and you can see why. This is the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain. This intense northerly wind is bringing this water, covering this parking lot completely, and it's just kind of the beginning. We're going to continue with these northerly winds actually picking up. So we're going to continue to see this possibility for storm surge. That's why Lakeshore Drive is closed. Now, in terms of downtown New Orleans, you're not really feeling as much impact, but certainly along the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, you're seeing the impacts of Sally even as it's far away.
All right, Felicia, thank you so much. And let's talk about why this storm is not moving. And notice the jet stream winds off to the north there, extending up into the Ohio Valley and making their way to the mid-Atlantic region. And so that's where the wind is. And that's the wind that could move the system. But right now that wind is well to the north. So it's sitting in an area of very weak steering flow. And that's why it basically has stalled out along the Gulf Coast here. Now, as we look farther off to the west, we do see a big U-shaped feature coming down into the southwest and into Texas. That's an upper level weather system that's going to slide eastward, and that's what will finally grab the storm and take it to the north. But when that happens is still an open question, and we're still seeing some really significant differences in the modeling. You notice the European model tonight at 7 p.m. showing the storm still offshore, the GFS showing it starting to move in, and then when we go into 1 o'clock tomorrow, again, a big difference in position between these two models. Jackie, over to you.
Carl, well, while the Gulf Coast is bracing for Sally, the West Coast struggling with massive wildfires. Some people are now heading back to areas that they had to flee. Our Justin Michaels made that anxious trip with one man who returned to see if his home might still be standing.
By any definition, the California wildfires have been and continue to be horrific. Countless people having to flee their homes with moments' notice, winding through small mountain paths in an apocalyptic setting. And for many of those people, they still to this day don't know if they have a home to go back to.
I just didn't think it was real. I figured I'd be back in the morning.
We met John Tripp at the Lakeside Supermarket.
Can't eat, can't sleep. The anxiety of not knowing is hard. It's hard.
Like so many others, he had moments to make a life-changing decision.
You know, you don't have really a lot of time to think and make a plan. So the main thing is just go. Just, get out.
We made the trek with John back up to the top of his mountain, not knowing whether he'd have a home to return to or not.
I feel like I'm about to get on a roller coaster, or I just got off of it.
As he got closer, John's outlook began to change a bit.
Oh my gosh, man, I think I'm going to have a trailer. I think I'm still going to have a house.
And finally, after 5 days in the dark.
Oh my God, we got a house. I got a house. I got a house. I still got a house, y'all. I still got a house. I still got a house.
Yeah, John could barely hold in his emotions.
Thank you, Lord. I still got a house, guys.
He's only lived here for 6 months.
You don't know how much this means to me, man. It's just a trailer, but it's all we got,
Certainly proving the old adage that a man's home is his castle.
20 acres cost $80,000, and that's all the money we had. And it's not burned up. It's good. It's here. And the trailer's still good, and we're good, man. I know it just looks like a shack. I know it just looks like a shack to you guys, but it's a life savings, man. This property is a life savings. I got a place to sleep, The property's still here. It's undamaged. I don't know. I feel bad because I feel good. I know a lot of people lost a lot of things, but I can't. Right now, I'm just rejoicing because my house is here. It's not a mansion. It's my house, and it's here. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Oh. Thank you, Lord! Oh!
At 60 years old, John Tripp feels like a kid again. He knows now that he has his home to go back to. A little bit of good news amidst so much bad. In Berry Creek, California, Justin Michaels, The Weather Channel.
Excellent storytelling there, Justin. And John, thank you for sharing that journey with us. I think it really helps us understand what these folks are going through. So let's take a look at what we know right now about those devastating wildfires that are scorching the western U.S. The fires have now claimed the lives of at least 36 people across 3 states, including Oregon, where a mobile morgue was set up on Monday. In California, over 16,000 firefighters remain on the front lines of 25 major wildfires across the state. So far, flames have forced evacuations of 60,000 people in California and more than 40,000 in Oregon.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid.
Cats will do anything for the irresistible taste of Temptations treats.
What are you doing?
Oh, hey, check this out.
Temptations, all it takes is a shake.
Not gonna happen.
That's it. I'm calling Kohler about their walk-in bath.
My name is Ken. How may I help you?
Hi, I'm calling about Kohler's walk-in bath.
Excellent. Happy to help. Huh? Hold one moment, please. The Kohler walk-in bath features an extra wide opening and a low step-in at 3 inches, which is 25 to 60% lower than some leading competitors. The bath fills and drains quickly, while the heated seat soothes your back, neck, and shoulders. Kohler is an expert in bathing, so you can count on a deep soaking experience.
Are you seeing this?
The Kohler walk-in bath comes with fully adjustable hydrotherapy jets and our exclusive bubble massage. Everything is installed in as little as a day by a Kohler certified installer. And it's made by Kohler, America's leading plumbing brand.
We need this bath.
Yes. Yes, you do. A Kohler walk-in bath provides independence with peace of mind. Call 1-800-574-1372 for $1,000 off your walk-in bath, plus a free Kohler bidet seat with purchase.
They don't care where you're from. They don't care who you marry. They don't care about your age, how you look, or if you go to therapy. Pets don't care about what makes us different. They just love. 1 in 5 pets find homes through PetSmart charities. Adopt today at PetSmart.com/adoptions.
So Dish lets you share your TV on multiple devices. Why?
Forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know it's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Dish, tuned in to you.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Real people are finding real savings with Spectrum Mobile.
I switched because we wanted great service for less money.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $650 a year.
We've actually saved $612 in half a year.
Use the Spectrum Mobile Savings Calculator to find out how much you could save. Then get our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our By the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Call 844-230-8821.
Well, the idea that we can mix and match plans is great. This way we can adjust the plan to what our needs are at the moment.
These guys are unlimited, I'm By the Gig, and I've got more money in my wallet.
Get the flexibility you want with the savings you need, all with free nationwide talk and text and no contracts. Call 844-230-8821.
We're paying a lot less and getting a whole lot more.
I'm wondering why I didn't switch to Spectrum Mobile a lot sooner than what I actually did.
Get Spectrum Mobile with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our By the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Visit a Spectrum store, go to spectrummobile.com, or call 844-230-8821.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting a full force for this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 65 degrees under partly cloudy skies. This afternoon, a mix of clouds and sun. High 69. Winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, generally clear. Low 58. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, a mainly sunny sky. High 76. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Did you see and hear that? That was a little too close for comfort. Lightning in Boca Grande, Florida. I tell you what, I've been in that situation. People ask me what's the most dangerous thing out on the road. By far, lightning, without a doubt. Those folks are okay. We're back here in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. No lightning around. We got a little bit of a shower coming on through here. This is our first rain shower. We had one yesterday afternoon, but that's about it. In fact, if you look at the radar right now, you can see that we are not going to get much of anything all the way here in the western part of the state, southwest part of the state, here in Hancock County. But a lot of rain, already over a half a foot of rain in parts of the coast of Alabama. We've got crews there. We're going to go live there throughout the storm, and we're on the air around the clock all night tonight into tomorrow. In the meantime, the inland areas, we're concerned about Montgomery, Auburn, those areas away from the coast like Fairhope, anywhere north of Mobile, where you get away from the risk of surge and the wind issue, and then right up Interstate 85 into Atlanta. The latest European model puts over a half a foot of rain in parts of metro Atlanta. We'll see how that shakes out, and the timing on that is tomorrow night into about midday on Thursday. We got a long way to go, though, Carl Parker, because right now Sally is barely moving, and that's one of the reasons we're expecting the tremendous amounts of rainfall as it makes its move on shore and then up into Alabama, Georgia, and the Carolinas.
Yeah, that's right. There's an inverse relationship between forward speed with tropical cyclones and the amount of rain they produce. And so as they slow down, they produce a whole lot more rain. Right now, a Category 1 storm with 80-mile-per-hour wind, about 60 miles from the mouth of the Mississippi. The most important number in this little chart right there is northwest at 2 miles per hour. It is barely moving right now, and we expect that it is going to begin to make more of a move. There's still an open question as to whether or not that's going to be late tonight or is it going to be sometime during the day tomorrow. The models still disagreeing on that point, but they have definitely been trending farther east, and right now the forecast calling for a Category 1 storm to be approaching the coast either later tonight, overnight, or during the day tomorrow. And you can see where the modeling is for the most part centered there on the Mobile Bay area, but there's some guidance indicating it could be even farther to the east. So hurricane warnings are in effect now in southern parts of Mississippi, southern Alabama, and parts of the Florida Panhandle. That's where hurricane force winds can be expected. That eye wall is trying to get going there. We're seeing some very strong winds at some of the buoys that are well offshore, gusting to hurricane force. And already we're seeing bands of rain coming on shore. Flash flood warning for Bay County. That includes Panama City, and then also for Walton County off to the northwest. That's going to be one of the big worries with the storm. There you see the radar estimated rainfall, and already we've got some areas that have gotten more than 5 inches of rain, and the core of the storm has not even moved yet. So this is why we're so concerned about flash flooding over a large area where the storm is going to be coming in. Again, the winds gusting up to about 40, 45 miles per hour, and this is one of our wind gust forecasts indicating that eye wall starting to come in late tonight into the Barrier Islands, Jackie, but there are still some models indicating that it could be a lot slower than that, and models really struggle when you've got such a light steering flow.
Yeah, it's going to be a long ride with Sally for sure, and Sally's not the only thing that we're watching out there too in the Atlantic as we're in the peak of the hurricane season. We've got a number of different named storms and an invest and another area to watch. So here's a look at all of the cones of all the name systems that we have in the Atlantic right now. Of course, Sally is the closest to home. We've got Teddy, we've got Vicky, we've got Paulette. Let's start with Paulette because this is the next one that's actually impacting the U.S. right now. It's been doing it for a couple of days. It really just has to do with the large size of Paulette and the way it's been churning up the Atlantic waters. So it's a Category 2 hurricane, made landfall in Bermuda early yesterday morning, really in the overnight hours the night before. But this is really bringing some rough surf, some beach erosion, and a high risk of rip currents almost all the way up and down the Atlantic seaboard. So not good conditions out in the water, not really great boating conditions either, even if the sun is shining where you are. Next thing we want to start out with is what's closest to home. And this is just a tropical wave that's sitting in the western Gulf right now. Only a 20% chance that that's going to develop into anything. It's really just going to meander here the next couple of days. But watch out, especially South Texas, for the chance of some heavy downpours. And then we've got an Invest. This is Invest 98L. It's got a 70% chance of developing into a tropical depression or tropical storm. It will likely do that within the next 5 days, and certainly something to watch down the line. The next name on the list is Wilfred. That's the last name that we have on the list. Just shows you how active that we have been. And then we go into the Greek alphabet.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Cheddar, jalapeno, and sour cream and onion. The spicy nacho stack.
I wish I could stack Pringles, but I don't have hands or a mouth.
Cool, play my dance playlist.
There's a flavor stack for everyone, sort of.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still a father, but now a friend. Still an electric car, just more electrifying. Still a night out, but everything fits in. Still hard work, just a little easier. Still a legend, just more legendary. Chevrolet, making life's journey just better.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of the Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product, very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
My turn. It shows up at the end of the year. Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. It really makes the season. Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice. This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
Dangerous Hurricane Sally inching closer to the Gulf Coast.
The slower the storm, the more time you have to pile up that water.
it's going to be a very heavy rain producer, even well after it moves in the coast.
You still have time to make those final preparations.
We are back here live in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi on the western fringe of the impacts from Hurricane Sally, an 80-mile-an-hour hurricane. It is a Cal 1, but don't let your guard down, because even though the winds are a little bit lighter than yesterday, we still have the whole issue with a slow movement, the battering waves, the surge, especially along and east of where the center comes on shore, which is going to be somewhere around Mobile, Gulf Shores, early in the morning. And then we have the inland flood threat. We're talking double-digit rainfall. Some spots may get over 20 inches because we have a very wet system, and it's going to be moving very slowly. Now, we'll pick up forward speed beginning tomorrow into Thursday, so that means the rainfall totals as you get farther up I-85, roughly the heavy rain core is going to go right up that interstate, Montgomery, Auburn, into Atlanta by late tomorrow night and Thursday morning. Back here, we've had some surge issues. Take a look at the video. This is on the bay, on the west side of the bay. We shot this about 2 hours ago. Around high tide, you can see the water over the road, and the road leading up to the yacht club and the big building there. You can't get up there, and all the docks there are underwater. We've got a surge earlier, water rise of 3.5 feet, and right now 3.2 feet. Remember, that's above what is typically normally dry ground, so that gives you an idea. And the forecast surge here, 3 to 5 feet. That does not mean everybody gets a water level that high. The saving grace for us here, this far west and on the west side of where the center comes in, is the fact that we've got an offshore wind north and northeast. We've gusted as high as 37 miles an hour, but even though the storm acts to push the water, the wind, the surface wind, acts to blow it out. High tide, you can see the high tide level right here where you see the debris line. That was about 2.5 hours ago, so the tide is responding and going out. Many times, Carl Parker, when we have an approaching tropical system, the tide tries to go out, but it can't because the wind's blowing onshore. But that's not the case, fortunately, on this side of the system. We've got an offshore wind, and we'll stay with that for the duration.
Yeah, usually easier on that side of the storm. Mike, thank you so much. And let's give you the latest on the storm right now, which is a Category 1 hurricane, only moving to the northwest at 2 miles per hour. So that very slow forward speed is a big part of this story. That's going to make everything last that much longer. Right now, it is forecast to continue to be a Category 1 as it approaches, perhaps coming up towards Mobile Bay. And that could be late tonight or early tomorrow, maybe later than that. And then after that, moving up into Alabama, into Georgia, and eventually the Carolinas. I want to show you the latest run of the European model. The European has been a little bit of an outlier with respect to a lot of the rest of the guidance, in that it's been showing a slower system. Now not quite as slow as previous runs, but still pretty slow. And what it's showing is that basically through late tonight, not a lot of motion there, so it doesn't really start to make its move even through late tonight in this model depiction. Then it does begin to make its move overnight and into the morning, with the eye wall coming in there, maybe near Mobile or also northwest Florida, perhaps near Pensacola. Then, very interestingly, it shows it perhaps drifting a little farther to the east, which of course would raise the stakes for areas that are farther east, like Sandestin and Navarre. So certainly be on your toes there in northwest Florida. Be aware that we're seeing some changes in some of the modeling here. And the models in general have really been struggling with the system, as they often do when you've got a very light steering flow. When you've got really strong winds, it's generally easier to say, all right, it's going to pick the storm up. It's going to take it right into somewhere in here. When the steering flow is light, you've got all these variations. Just a little bit of a shift in the upper level pattern can make a very big difference. Then we see the storm coming up into North Georgia and some heavier rain along with that. And so that is going to continue to be a threat for quite some time. There's the current look at the eye wall. And you notice here that we've got flash flood warnings in Bay County as well as into Walton County. So that is among the principal concerns with this storm. The fact that we have seen so much rainfall already, Mike, over 5 inches in the last 12 hours from Panama City to Destin, and a lot more rain on the way here over the next, say, 12 to 24 hours. So that is going to be a huge part of this story upcoming.
That often is the case, Carl, once these systems move inland, we lose certainly the threat for the significant wind, and the wind gusts, say 75 or 80 miles an hour in this case, but we keep the moisture with us, and because this is moving so slow, that's what we're emphasizing. For those of you inland, if you're in a flood-prone area anywhere across southern, central Alabama, say from the coast all the way up to about I-20, and then into Atlanta, into Macon, those areas, that stretch is where we're going to see a big slug of rain come in, and that's going to be from Sally. Again, the winds will be reduced, but there may be enough gust in some of the storms that we could see some trees uprooted because the ground is wet with all the rain, and that could knock out some power. So we do expect at least some sporadic power outages even inland later tomorrow into Thursday and Thursday afternoon as we get into Georgia. Dropping back to Bay St. Louis right now, we've had a few passing showers. This is the Gulf of Mexico, and the center of Sally is about 100 miles plus or minus a few off to our southeast. It's moving northwest at 2. It's going to turn north and then northeast. So this is about as close as it's going to get. And that's why if you look at the radar and you see the bands rotating around it, they're not really advancing towards us. And for that matter, we do no longer have a flash flood warning here in Hancock County and points off to the west. That includes New Orleans. Thankfully, they're in good shape. They still have some surge issues. We've had some water over some of the roads on those areas around Lake Pontchartrain. But by and large, the Big Easy is going to make it through this one in fine shape. And Weather Channel meteorologist Felicia Combs has been there over the past couple of days. She filed this report this morning from Lake Pontchartrain.
One of the places that's outside of the cone but still dealing with significant impacts, that's New Orleans, at least around the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, where we have a storm surge warning and a tropical storm warning still in place, and these winds have continued to pick up since yesterday, and this has been the result of what those winds are doing. First glance, you might be like, well, what is that? That is not part of the lake. That would typically be like an area where people would picnic. It would typically be a parking lot as well. But as you can see, it's covered in water. And the thing is, it just keeps coming. So you would think that eventually we're going to stop seeing this, but as long as we have this northerly wind, which we're going to continue to have as long as we're in this area of Sally, we are going to continue to see this storm surge coming in. You can see the water just continuing to flow, and it's flowing across Lakeshore Drive. David, let's take a look at Lakeshore Drive now so you can see the water is almost meeting the other side. It has already at least flowed over the other side, and that's why authorities have closed Lakeshore Drive. They closed the drive yesterday, and it remains closed today, and I have a feeling it will remain closed tomorrow as this persistent northerly breeze is going to continue, and this storm surge is also going to continue. So the final thought on this, even if you're well away from the center, outside of the cone, you can certainly still be feeling impacts.
Excellent points, because right here we've got the wind and we've had the water rise up to 3.5 feet here in Bay St. Louis, and we are well west of where the center is going to make landfall. Along and east of the center, right now, Carl Parker, is where we expect the heavy rainfalls, and because of the slow motion, double digits, maybe somebody gets over 20 inches of rainfall. We haven't seen that this season, I don't believe, from any of the tropical systems. Maybe with Cristobal, I'm not quite sure, but Isaias was moving pretty quickly. So this is kind of a new thing with this incredible season, is we're going to have maybe the highest rainfall totals we've seen from any of the tropical systems we dealt with so far in 2020.
Yeah, and also a new thing in recent years. You go back to 1949, and we have seen a 16% decrease in forward speed in the North Atlantic for tropical cyclones that are making landfall. That's related to the fact that the jet stream is slowly retreating. The winds are lighter aloft, generally speaking. So that slow forward motion is a big part of the story. And also, when you've got a stronger system, you have higher rainfall rates. And this is going to most likely be a Category 1 storm. And you can see how little it has moved here in the last 12 hours. I mean, it's just crawling along right now. I'm going to watch this area right here. there over the next few hours. That's going to be a spot where we expect the rainfall rates to really start increasing. Also, this massive rain that's coming up in areas that have already gotten hit hard. Here you see some of the rainfall totals at the automated stations there. 3 inches in Destin and 3.65 at Gulf Shores. A lot more on the way. There's a look at the high risk for flooding. Now, we don't see these very often. This is issued by the Weather Prediction Center, and a handful of times every year we see a high risk area like this, as again we're talking about maybe a foot of rain, maybe a couple feet of rain in some parts of this region. And when you factor in that really wet ground along with the wind, we are likely going to see a lot of trees coming down in this area. But that is not going to be the end of the story. That heavy rain potential will continue well north up into Georgia and the Carolinas. And here's Jackie with more on that.
Yeah, let's take you to a place like Atlanta, Carl, one of the major cities into the southeast that could have some really heavy rainfall from Sally as it works its way across Georgia eventually. You've already got the clouds from Sally, and you've seen some light rain showers. It's really been keeping the temperatures down a lot. But the rain risk is going to be increasing significantly, especially as we head into your Wednesday night, throughout the day on Thursday, and into your Friday morning. And that's the main window of opportunity to get too much rain, really. And we could be talking about 2 to 8 inches, perhaps even in the ATL metro area. So you can see that slow crawling nature here of Sally as it works its way towards the coast. It's going to take its sweet time through Thursday evening to get across the state of Alabama, working its way across Georgia as we head through your Thursday night and into your Friday, and then eventually getting its way into the Carolinas. And all the while dragging all of that tropical moisture up and along with it. So little to no steering at this time. We're waiting for this big dip in the jet stream, or this trough out there towards the west, to eventually pick it up and bring some forward speed to it. It'll curve it up towards the north and northeast eventually, and that will make it a pretty right-loaded system. That's where most of the heaviest rainfall is going to be. We do have flood alerts that are in effect already right now through your Thursday that go as far north as Birmingham, but more flash flood watches may be needed in the coming days as that rainfall lifts through the region. Now, some parts of the southeast haven't had a ton of rain in the last few weeks, though as a year, you've had quite the surplus. So that should give us a little bit of time initially to saturate the ground that we can take on some of this rainfall, but certainly it may be too much to overwhelm some of the drainage systems. And it's not just urban flooding that we're talking about, though we'll likely see that in places like Atlanta, perhaps even into Charlotte, but it's also many of the river creeks and streams. You know, Carl, we've got several of them that are expected to reach major flood in the coming days if this rainfall forecast comes through.
Yeah, the story's going to be going on for quite some time, Jackie. Thank you. And let's take a look at the tornado watch that is now in effect. They're just north and east of that center of circulation, that going until 6 p.m. tonight. Now, one of the things that we look for in a tornado forecast is whether or not there is some low-level warm and humid air. That goes into the instability, the available energy for thunderstorms. Right now, we're not seeing a whole lot of that. We're seeing a little bit more as you get down towards Panama City and Apalachicola right in there. But in general, because it's been raining a lot, the air is a little bit cooler, so there's not a terrific amount of instability. That having been said, there's quite a bit of wind shear. You've got winds coming out of different directions in the lowest 5,000 feet of the atmosphere, and also getting a lot faster by the time you get up to 5,000 feet. So that wind shear, where thunderstorms can get going in that environment, is going to add to rotation, and so that's why we're concerned about the possibility of tornadoes. So 3 out of 10 on the Torcon in the Florida Panhandle for today, southern Alabama. That area is going to extend much farther inland into northwest Florida and up into Georgia, and also into parts of Alabama. One thing to keep in mind is that we tend to see weaker tornadoes with landfalling tropical cyclones, so they can be very quick to spin up, and you definitely want to keep your eyes on the radar. Jackie, over to you.
Yeah, in fact, the last hurricane to hit Alabama, by the way, was Ivan. Remember that in 2004?
Yes, I do indeed, and many, many tornadoes with that.
Yes.
Was that not the most ever?
It was.
Yeah.
Definitely. All right, we want to get you caught up to speed right now on Hurricane Sally. Evacuation shelters are now open in Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, and Mississippi. In the last hour, we've learned Florida's governor has issued an executive order expanding the state of emergency posed by Hurricane Sally to several counties. Meanwhile, Alabama's Attorney General has announced that the state's price gouging law is now in effect, with the risk of a fine of up to $1,000 per violation. Now on the West Coast, fires creating big issues here. The wildfire situation in the western U.S. is so bad. Smoke is now also starting to smother parts of Canada. This was the scene in Vancouver as a drone flew through the city shrouded in gray smoke. The government of Canada issued an air quality advisory yesterday warning of poor air quality and reduced visibility. Boy, we've been seeing that for days and days and even weeks in some areas. Air quality alerts in effect across much of the West. Entire states encompassed with this. Now, we do have a trough, which is off into the Pacific right now, and that is bringing in a little bit of moisture. We've actually seen a couple of light rain showers in western parts of Washington and Oregon today. Those rain chances are going to be increasing as we head into the latter part of the week, and then notice the smoke concentrations really kind of diffuse a little bit more here. In the meantime, we've got smoke that's traveling border to border from coast to coast, from the West Coast all the way into parts of the east, of course, diffused in the east, but you can see that haze.
Look at that scuffed up wall. I'm staring at you. Embarrassing you in front of your in-laws. Spreading rumors about you at work. That wall is your Everest, but not anymore. Today, let's paint. That wall never knew what hit it. Today, let's paint. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
Attention, anyone on Medicare. Did you know you may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits?
I'm on Medicare. What kind of additional benefits could I be eligible for?
You may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drugs. Just call 800-665-3608 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free meal delivery, and expanded at-home telehealth visits.
Can I really get extra benefits for little to no additional costs?
You may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional benefits. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free.
I'm at home mostly now. What benefits can I get here at my home?
You may also be eligible for additional benefits with a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like home prescription delivery and expanded at-home telehealth visits. You don't get these benefits automatically, so call now to see if you're eligible. Just call 800-665-3608 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free meal delivery, and free rides to medical appointments. You may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drugs. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Just call 800-665-3608. 800-665-3608.
Flex left, flex right, and double flex. Find your inner flex with Duluth Double Flex Ballroom Denim. Only at Duluth Trading.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
We believe health care should be a given, not just given to those who can afford it. That's why Emblem Health's Medicare plans start with no premiums and no referrals. We believe health care should be easy to use, so we have a phone service where a real human picks up, more virtual doctor's visits, and free classes. Because we believe doing more for people makes New York better for every age. Emblem Health, health care for all of us.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter.
Drop the taco. Get in the car.
Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Watch this.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you?
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Right now, get a low $149 per month lease on the 2020 Nissan Sentra.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 66 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, mostly clear, low 58, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, a mainly sunny sky, high 77, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, a few clouds overnight, low 65, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back here to Bay St. Louis, looking at the radar right now, and I want to take you live to Pensacola Beach because you can see the wave action here. It's just pounding away. We've got 10 to 12 footers. Looking at some of the marine forecast, offshore they could build as high as 30 feet tonight. Now this is offshore, not on the coast, and we're also looking, if you look at the radar, Heather Zahns, we've got a special marine warning, and that goes until 3:30. Big concern for water spouts. Everything is moving off to the west at about 50 knots, so that's 58 miles an hour. So a lot of nasty weather just offshore. And again, this is all going to propagate onshore. The reason it's taking so long is because Sally's only moving northwest at 2 miles an hour. It is coming up here on about 3:30 Eastern time, so we're about 90 minutes away from the next advisory, full advisory, with an updated track, maybe a change in some of the warnings as we get into this evening and tomorrow. Let's go back to Carl Parker in Atlanta, who's been analyzing everything. Let's go back to Jackie Jarris in Atlanta. Jackie Jarris, you've been looking at the rainfall forecast. That's another big concern, and not only near the coast, but even up where the Weather Channel is in Atlanta.
Yeah, really staggering numbers, certainly, Mike. Models not totally agreeing on the amounts, but a good range for a place like Atlanta, 2 to 8 inches. Of course, the heaviest rainfall expected to be closer to the coast. We've already been having problems on the coast with heavy downpours leading to some flash flood warnings and some storm surge. So we want to bring in our Charles Peak. He is live in Gulf Shores, Alabama, where a mandatory curfew has just been put in place from 8 p.m. through 6 a.m. Also many other alerts, including a tornado watch. Charles, how you doing today?
I'm doing well. And you, Jackie?
I'm doing great. Boy, looking a little rough, though, there in your live shot. You're there at Gulf Shores. What's the latest situation? I'm seeing lots of reports of some flooded streets.
Yes, a lot of the inland streets that are near a waterway, the water's being pushed up into them, and a lot of the roads are closed by local police department and city officials. And this right here, what you're seeing on my stream, is a canal that goes into a lagoon, and you can tell how the water's being pushed back up into the lagoon, and then in the lagoon, it's going back around to a lot of the roads that lead up to the lagoon that are flooded there.
Yeah, it looks like a house maybe there on the right-hand side. Are these houses being protected in any way? Is water getting in them?
It's got a seawall right here, but the water's coming over the seawall. These are stilt-built homes, although this house that you're talking about just to the right does have the bottom portion of it finished out, according to one of his neighbors, and water is into that part of it a few inches there at this point in time.
Are there many homes along this area, Charles, or?
Yes, there's just a couple here that have water in them. All of them are here in this particular area are on stilts, and so it's more of an issue of the roads being impassable in a lot of areas. I am a little surprised at how much traffic is out just driving around in the area here.
It's funny you say that. I was noticing all the cars that were driving across that bridge right there. We know some bridges have been closed because the winds have been getting gusty, at least a tropical storm force. Seems like a lot of the flooding is really a surge issue here. Charles, what have you been seeing for rain today?
It's been heavy at times as the bands will come through on the Beach Boulevard here. Some of the side, on the right-hand lanes where it's a little lower, when it gets heavy rain, will be, about 6 inches deep at times. But as of yet, I haven't seen any roads where I've been closed due to inland flooding yet.
Okay, our Charles Peak reporting live for us here at Gulf Shores, Alabama. Charles, thanks so much. We'll check back in with you in a little bit. We want to bring in our storm specialist, Carl Parker. And Carl, lots going on with Sally, and keeping an eye on those winds. So interesting to see such that big blow up yesterday, and now Sally is kind of leveling off a little bit, it seems.
Certainly is. I mean, it was taking off for a time there early yesterday, and then it started to take in some dry air, and now a little bit of upwelling where it's bringing up some cooler water in the Gulf. There's some shear as well. So all of that serving to sort of plateau the intensity of the storm. Nonetheless, we're expecting hurricane force conditions there in parts of the Florida Panhandle as well as into southern Alabama, southern Mississippi. And here is one of the high resolution model forecasts. You notice here that it does start to bring that most dangerous core of the storm in very late tonight. This is just after midnight, and you see it coming up there towards Mobile Bay and Pensacola as well, and then continuing to move up into northwest Florida, going into the middle of the day tomorrow, and then on from there into southeast Alabama. Let's compare that to the brand new run of the European model, which has pretty consistently been the slowest of the bunch. And this is the brand new run, as I mentioned. So here we go into late tonight, midnight tonight. That eye wall still offshore there, then into tomorrow morning and the middle of the day, just starting to come in at that time, and then continues to sit there in northwest Florida even into late tomorrow as the European model paints it. So still a lot of uncertainty as regards the exact timing and track of this storm.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Ready or not.
Gillette ProGlide and ProGlide Gel. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball designed to get virtually every hair on the first stroke while washing away dirt and oil. So you're ready for the day with a clean shave and a clean face.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
When you've got 10 to 12 teeth missing, it's a terrible feeling. For years, I would dream of a place where I could go and one day come out and have all my teeth. Clear Choice put together a very personalized plan. They've got a lab there. Everything gets done in the lab. And I've got the best smile I could ever ask for. Don't put it off because it doesn't have to be that way.
They don't care where you're from. They don't care who you marry. They don't care about your age, how you look, or if you go to therapy. Pets don't care about what makes us different. They just love. 1 in 5 pets find homes through PetSmart charities. Adopt today at PetSmart.com/adoptions.
We asked our customers, what do you like most about Consumer Cellular?
Definitely, it's a great value. The great customer service.
There are no contracts.
The price, the plans.
You can get talk, text, and data for just $20 a month from Consumer Cellular.
You can have more data, you can have less data, you can have more minutes, you can have less minutes.
It's flexible, and it fits my lifestyle.
I can change my plan whenever I want to.
Our flexible plans save you money. The average customer pays less than $25 a month for everything they need.
By moving to Consumer Cellular, my cost is 50% less than it was.
Consumer Cellular provides the same reliable nationwide coverage as bigger carriers for less. And AARP members get exclusive discounts.
Customer service is just excellent.
Consumer Cellular has received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service again.
Consumer Cellular fits me perfectly.
Switch today, and for a limited time, get your first month of service free. Call 1-800-485-8390. Go online or find us at Target.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
We're now on the west side of the property here at the Lodge at Gulf State Park. We're showing even more deeper erosion here into the dunes, but not the only thing that's being lost now to Sally. Come this way. It's probably one of the last times we can be out here safely. Take a look at what it's done to the ramp that leads down to the beach. We're talking at least 30 feet of the ramp now has already been claimed by the waves here from the Gulf of Mexico and the surge. This will only continue to get worse as we still have that onslaught of the wave action and the water and the surge from Sally. This is definitely the last time we're out here. It's just going to be too dangerous later on. That's why he's showing it to you now.
And you really get a sense of what it's like over there in Gulf Shores, the Pensacola Beach area. On the east side of the system, they're getting the onshore flow. Heck, we were there 2 days ago. We already had 5 to 6 footers, and that was 48 hours ago. Now, the storm is slowing down. It's been slowing down since about yesterday morning. Right now, running northwest to 2. Next advisory from the Hurricane Center comes up here at 5 Eastern, so we're not long away from that. We're looking across the Gulf towards the bridge. Now in the foreground, that's a railroad bridge, but in the background where it goes up, that's the bridge over to past Christiane, and that's the way you go off to the east towards Biloxi Gulfport. That bridge was taken out by Katrina, and they rebuilt it. So that gives you an idea of how bad Katrina was. This is where they had that 25 to 28-foot storm surge. Now the tide has gone out. That's nice to see. A lot of times when you have an approaching tropical storm or hurricane, you've got the onshore wind. As the tide tries to go out, it can't because it's the competing forces. But in this case, our wind is offshore, north-northeast, because we're on the west side of the system, and it's going to stay offshore. That's saving us some surge values. Our high water level was 3.5 feet above normally dry ground, and this is where the water has gone out from high tide about 3 hours ago. Next high tide tonight at 11, and we talked to the emergency management director, and there are a lot of roads, several hundred roads that are underwater. Most of those people got out, but the good thing here is everything's built up on stilts. None of the houses are being directly impacted as far as where the living quarters are, Carl, because everything's built up high. He told me that he deals with flooding like this, he said, about 30 times a year. Wow. So this kind of water rise is not something that he doesn't see infrequently.
Going to be even more of an issue going forward. Mike, thank you so much. And let's give you the latest on the storm right now. Category 1 hurricane that is moving incredibly slowly, northwest at 2 miles per hour. That's been a real issue for the computer modeling, which tends to struggle with direction and timing when you've got a really light steering flow, as we're seeing in this case. This is a really dangerous storm, and because it's going to move in so slowly, everything is going to last longer. That's going to dramatically raise the amount of rainfall that that we get. So we're talking about a huge rain producer. Already we're seeing significant surge and winds that will go on for quite some time as this slowly comes in very late tonight or early tomorrow. There you see some of the track guidance. You know that it continues to shift a little farther to the east here. We can't completely rule out more direct impacts even farther east, more towards, say, Destin. There you see the center of the circulation that is now about due south of Mobile Bay, and also a lot of weather out to the east. It's generally been a very asymmetrical storm with everything loaded on the right-hand side of the storm. Winds right now gusting to 43 miles per hour in Mobile. We'll only see that step up going through the rest of the day today. And as Mike mentioned, very strong northerly winds on the back side or the west side of the circulation there. And this is a look at the maximum storm surge potential. Now, this doesn't mean that every one of these locations is going to get this level of surge, although we are seeing a lot of this being realized right in there. In particular, when you look at the current storm surge values, there you see we're at 3 feet in Pensacola, 5.3 feet in Shell Beach. So that is a life-threatening level of storm surge, and a lot of that has to do with the coastline, the way that the coast is sort of concave right in there. It piles up water a lot more easily, and as the storm is only very slowly moving north, we're going to continue to see those surge issues through tonight and into early tomorrow. The other big problem, as I mentioned, flash flood warnings now in effect in Bay County as well as into Walton County. We've got these waves of very heavy rain coming on shore. A lot of places reporting 3 to 4 inches of rain already. Radar estimates actually topping 5 inches in that orange color right there. And these are just the sort of outer areas of the storm, the outer bands of the storm. The core of the storm has yet to come in. And when that happens, those rainfall rates will increase. And it's going to, as I mentioned, go on for a very, very long time. So this is a forecast from the Weather Prediction Center. This is the high risk for flash flooding there in southern Alabama and also in northwest Florida. We don't see very many of these put out annually by the Weather Prediction Center. Please be very, very careful tonight. We expect to see huge rises on creeks and streams. And we're going to have much more on this dangerous storm. Our coverage continues in just a few minutes.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine, to see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Now is a great time to check your car's fluids and replenish them according to your owner's manual. Also, inspect your windshield wipers and check your tires for uneven tread wear and cuts and bruises. State Farm, when you want the real deal. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Leaf Filter is rolling into neighborhoods all across America to end the dangerous task of climbing ladders and cleaning gutters.
On this side of the house, we see gutters clogged with leaves, debris, and shingle grit.
Now let's turn on the rain.
Watch what happens to the roof and foundation.
Look at that damage.
Okay, who wants to climb a ladder and clean the gutter?
No way, not me.
On this side, we installed Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system.
Now let's bring back the rain.
Leaf Filter filters out everything except for water. Works perfectly.
We need that.
There's no damage because the gutters are clean, not clogged. And clean gutters mean
no ladders and no damage.
Call 833-LEAF FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Act now and save 15%.
We did it!
Wherever you start, SNHU is where you can finish.
Here we go.
And it's it. Yay! Southern New Hampshire University.
That gets a hole.
Look at that! Master's degree! I did it! I did this for my children. I am very proud of myself.
Finish your degree at snhu.edu.
I knew about the tremors, but when I started seeing things, I didn't know what was happening, so I kept it in.
He started believing things that weren't true. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't say a word.
During the course of their disease, around 50% of people with Parkinson's may experience hallucinations or delusions. But now, doctors are prescribing Nuplazid, the only FDA-approved medicine proven to significantly reduce hallucinations and delusions related to Parkinson's. Don't take Nuplazid if you are allergic to its ingredients. Nuplazid can increase the risk of death in elderly people with dementia-related psychosis and is not for treating symptoms unrelated to Parkinson's disease. Nuplazid can cause changes in heart rhythm and should not be taken if you have certain abnormal heart rhythms or take other drugs that are known to cause changes in heart rhythm. Tell your doctor about any changes in medicines you're taking. The most common side effects are swelling of the arms and legs and confusion.
We spoke up, and it made all the difference.
Ask your Parkinson's specialist about Nuplazid.
All right, everybody, I'm making sandwiches. On King's Hawaiian bread.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious idea.
So if it shifts west, then we're going to see a good bit of it. Not that we're not already going to see it. So, but hoping for the best, and that's all we can do. Everybody's been building back since Katrina. So they're fixing to find out if we get a surge or not.
Well, I stayed here through Katrina and packed up, and then, after it was all clear, we left. Not too concerned, per se. Just losing power, all the food spoiling, so that type deal.
And the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, well, that just goes to show you that even when you're outside of the cone, you can still get big impacts. Storm surge warning in effect here, and you can see why. This is the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain. This intense northerly wind is bringing this water, covering this parking lot completely, and it's just kind of the beginning. We're going to continue with these northerly winds actually picking up. So we're going to continue to see this possibility for storm surge. That's why Lakeshore Drive is closed. Now, in terms of downtown New Orleans, you're not really feeling as much impact, but certainly along the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, you're seeing the impacts of Sally even as it's far away.
All right, Felicia, thank you so much. And let's talk a little bit about why this thing has been moving so slowly. You know, the models have really been struggling with the exact timing and the exact track of the storm because the steering flow is so light. And what we've got here is the storm and then the upper level winds. And you see how the stronger upper level winds, the jet stream, it's pretty far removed from where the storm is. So it's in an area of very light winds. And without anything to move it along, it's just sitting there, not moving very much at all. Now, eventually we think that is going to change, but this has actually been a trend that we've seen in recent years, in recent decades, as you've had less of these fronts coming down during the peak time of tropical cyclones. When you think about it, if your warm season extends, it gets a little bit longer, well then you get your cold fronts later and later in the season, and it's with those cold fronts that you find these stronger upper level winds. So it makes sense that the upper level winds would get lighter, and that is in fact a trend that we have seen around the world. And in the North Atlantic, we've seen the forward speed of landfalling tropical cyclones decrease by about 16% going back to 1949. So this is something that we're seeing more and more of these days. And here you see what's going on right now across the southern plains. There is a dip in the jet stream, and that's what's finally going to grab this thing and take it north. But there's still a lot of model disagreement as to when exactly that is going to occur. You look at the European model on the left there, and it's showing you tonight at 7 p.m. and almost no change in the position of the storm, whereas the American model is starting to move it in this evening. And then we look at tomorrow at 1 p.m. and you see that it's not terribly far apart. Storm is just coming in, though, into northwest Florida, whereas it is starting to move up into southern parts of Alabama, getting more towards Montgomery as the American model sees it. So still seeing some timing differences there, though they're not as great as they once were, Jackie. But this is part of the problem when you've got a very light steering flow.
Yeah, we need a little more forward speed there with that, Sally. Well, we've got some devastating wildfires that continue to be a growing concern across the western U.S. as flames continue to char mountainous areas of Southern California. This is the Bobcat fire, which has now grown to more than 38,000 acres, and it's dropped now from 6% contained to 3% contained. Unusually dry vegetation has really been fueling the flames, causing extreme fire behavior. Nearly 900 firefighters, along with 9 aircraft, working to knock out flames and protect communities in the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains. There are a slew of evacuations in effect until further notice. The fire started on September 6th, and the cause is still under investigation. Now a look with what we know on the latest about those wildfires all across parts of the West. The fires have now claimed the lives of at least 36 people across 3 different states, including Oregon, where a mobile morgue was set up on Monday. The United States Postal Service has temporarily closed some post offices in California, Oregon, and Washington due to the raging wildfires. In Southern California, firefighters are burning off vegetation in an effort to protect the historic Mount Wilson Observatory, which has been threatened many times before in the past as well. So we've got 92 large active wildfires that are burning across the western states, nearly 5 million acres being burned. And these are just the large fires, not to mention the smaller ones that are less than 100 acres. Now, there is a little bit of good news today, and that's that we've got some moisture, which is working its way into the Pacific Northwest. A lot of what you're seeing there, unfortunately, not amounting to a whole heck of a lot of rain, but I do think the chances are going to be increasing later in the week. And either way you slice it, the good news is that the humidity has gone up. We'll take any type of moisture that we can get, whether it's in the atmosphere, whether it's in the surface, whether it's coming down as rain, all of that begins to help. But notice it's really confined into the coastal areas and certainly west of the Cascades, interior parts here of the Pacific Northwest, really not looking any better. The Intermountain West will get in on that as we head towards Wednesday, so you can see some of that progress coming in for later in the week with the humidity continuing and beginning to rise. It will bring in some gusty winds, so it is a little bit of a catch-22 that you've got the winds to go along with that. We'll continue to track that and stay with the Weather Channel for more on Sally.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
Last chance to win that big check from Publishers Clearinghouse. Next month, you could win $1,000 a day for life.
I thought, one day it'll be me.
But time's running out, so enter at PCH.com. $1,000 a day for life.
Keeping your oysters growing while keeping your business growing has you swamped. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database, so you can start hiring right away. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/promo.
And Doug.
You know, Limu, after all these years, it's the ones that got away that haunt me the most. Because you're not like everybody else. That's why Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance. So you only pay for what you need.
What?
Oh, I said.
Oh, this is my floor.
No! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
They don't care where you're from. They don't care who you marry. They don't care about your age, how you look, or if you go to therapy. Pets don't care about what makes us different. They just love. 1 in 5 pets find homes through PetSmart charities. Adopt today at PetSmart.com/adoptions.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
What getting fueled with 1 protein feels like. What getting fueled with 3 energy-packed proteins feels like. Meat, cheese, and nuts. Pay 3, because 3 is better than 1.
Spectrum Mobile is the fastest growing provider out there. They're growing faster than AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile.
Must be using Magic Grow Mix.
What?
Makes things grow faster.
No, they're the fastest growing because thousands of people are switching every day. Because they have the fastest overall speeds and it's the most reliable.
It's probably Magic Grow Mix.
It's not. You can save up to 40% on your monthly bill. Magic Pro Mix isn't even a thing.
It is. I have it, and you might want to stand back.
Join Spectrum Mobile today. Find out why they're the fastest growing provider out there.
I can taste the pineapples already.
As you get older, staying sharp is more important than ever.
Where's my tab?
Oh, you have to remember the names of your grandkids, pets, your son-in-law.
Favorite son-in-law.
And the eternal question, where did you put your glasses? Yeah. Sure, you can spend the day looking for things that you misplaced, or you can take Natrol Cognium. Cognium improves memory and recall in healthy adults. It's safe and is shown to be effective in multiple human clinical trials.
6-letter word for head?
Noggin. Stay sharp. Stay you with Natrol Cognium.
And my password?
Of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 66 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, mostly clear, low 58, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, a mainly sunny sky, high 77, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, a few clouds overnight, low 65, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Here we are. New video into the Weather Channel. This is Fort Morgan, Alabama. If you come down from Foley, you would take a left to go towards, Gulf Shores, your Gulf Shores over towards Orange Beach. You take a right, you go down to the state park there. Winds right now are gusting to 65 miles an hour, and I just checked, they're sustained at 58 miles an hour. So that's one of the highest wind gusts. I think that is the highest wind gust we've seen on land so far from Sally. And we're going to see higher gusts as Sally gets closer to the coast and eventually makes landfall tomorrow. Back here in Bay St. Louis, it's a whole lot better. Our winds have gusted to 37 miles an hour because we're so far from the center. The center is out there. You can see the skies look a little bit more threatening out over the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico. We're about 100 miles or so south and east. While the center is about 100 miles south and east, we're north and west of the center, and it's moving northwest at 2. We've got the next advisory from the Hurricane Center in about 60 minutes at 5, just before 5 p.m. Eastern. We'll get that to you, see what kind of adjustments they've made on the warnings, maybe the watches, and certainly on the forward motion and the updated track. One thing is for sure, it's a slow-moving system, and when we have slow-moving tropical systems, the first thing, the red light goes off, rainfall, and lots of it. And we're going to be talking about a foot of rain or more. Some spots may actually get 2 feet of rain. Inland flash flooding, always a threat, and tends to be the deadliest aspect of a tropical system in a hurricane. So again, if you're in a flood-prone area away from the coast, be advised, you may have to evacuate. You know where you live, you know how the water rises when you get 5, 6, 7 inches of rain, and it's going to come down over a period of not 2 hours, but a long stretch, Carl, because the storm is moving so slow. And then it's going to head right up Interstate 85 into your backyard, in my backyard, and fill up our rain gauges.
Yeah, that's right. Could be looking at some serious flash flooding in Atlanta and up and into that 85 corridor, as you mentioned, Mike. Thank you. And here's the latest on the storm. 80-mile-per-hour Category 1 storm moving northwest at 2 miles per hour. Very, very slow forward speed, as Mike mentioned. And so that is really going to maximize these impacts. We're talking about very heavy rain as water is being driven in and along the coast. And so normally when you get really heavy rain, it fills up the creeks and the rivers, and then it runs out into the bays and into the Gulf. It's going to have a harder time doing that with water being pushed onshore with this very slow onshore push here. So this is the latest European model run, and the European has been consistently slower than a lot of other models. 11 o'clock tonight, we don't see that it's moved very much at all. Then we go into 11 a.m. tomorrow, And so we're talking about, getting almost to the middle of the day tomorrow, and it's still not quite onshore at that time, then slowly coming in through the afternoon as this model sees it. But I will tell you, there are other models that are a lot faster than this. They actually start that push late tonight and bring it in through the overnight and into tomorrow morning, and then finally does begin to move on up to Atlanta and again up that 85 corridor. So still some timing differences with the models based on the fact that it's got such a light steering flow right now. We are still looking at a serious flash flood threat, and that is going to be the biggest worry, I think, across the northern Gulf Coast. And you see how the winds already starting to get very, very gusty here. So a prolonged period of strong wind, storm surge potential. You see 4 to 6 feet in some areas, Jackie, and we actually are seeing a lot of those values being realized, at least on the low end in many cases. And, that's going to continue to be a problem just because we're going to continue to see this onshore flow for such a long time.
Yeah, it's already been a long day for a lot of those folks for sure. And Sally's not the only game in town either. We've got a lot more areas that we need to keep our eye on, and a very, very busy Atlantic hurricane season. And we've got not just Sally, we've got Hurricane Paulette, we've got Teddy, we've got Vicky, we've got an invest, and we've got a couple of areas to watch on top of that. So Paulette's the other one that's close to home right now that's causing some impacts. It's a Category 2 hurricane right now with maximum winds at 105 miles per hour. The main impact along the Atlantic coast is really rough surf, some large battering waves, beach erosion, and a high risk of rip currents. And we're seeing that pretty much all the way up and down the eastern seaboard there. All right, next up is going to be this little disturbance or area to watch here into the Gulf. Chances of this developing are fairly low, but it's worth watching. It's been sitting here for a while, 20% chance over the next 5 days. Notice it's just going to be kind of meandering in this area. So watch out deep South Texas and into parts of Mexico where you're going to see some of the heaviest rainfall from that. Now let's take you over towards Africa, where we've got a new tropical wave pushing its way off the coast. A 70% chance here that this could develop into our next named system. So that's a pretty high probability over the next 5 days. If so, the next name on the list is Wilfred. And that's it. That is the entire list of names. After that, we go into the Greek alphabet. We'll have more on Sally right after this.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Don't you just love the look on the kids' faces?
Yeah, that look of pure terror.
No, the smile.
And that second right before the first tear comes.
What?
Pizza on a bagel. We can all agree with that.
Do you want a hug?
Freezing cold. Blazing heat. Rain-X premium silicone wiper blades are engineered to withstand the most extreme conditions. They last 2 times longer than traditional wipers. If Rain-X premium silicone wipers survive these conditions, clearly they'll last in yours. Rain-X, outsmart the elements. Find Rain-X silicone wipers at these retailers.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
We know to wash our hands. Here's a reminder from Cetaphil to wash your face, too. Dermatologist recommended Cetaphil washes away germs in 20 seconds and leaves skin moisturized and healthy. Show your sensitive skin some love with Cetaphil.
Dangerous Hurricane Sally inching closer to the Gulf Coast.
The slower the storm, the more time you have to pile up that water.
It's going to be a very heavy rain producer, even well after it moves in the coast.
You still have time to make those final preparations.
Back here in Bay St. Louis on the Gulf of Mexico, but we're protected because we've got some islands out in the water, like Cat Island. That's why you don't get the significant wave action sometimes in Biloxi Gulfport. That is the Gulf out there, and we're about 100 miles or so from the center. It's off to the southeast of us, the center of Hurricane Sally. And then off to the east of where the center is, the onshore flow, and this is what it looks like in Gulf Shores. In fact, live pictures from Gulf Shores, same kind of deal you're going to see at Navarre Beach, Pensacola Beach. Big breakers pounding away at the surf, and we're eating away at the beaches. So we got the beach erosion issue, the flood issue too on the coast there because of the storm surge. Higher than here, our water rise here above normally dry ground. So far 3.5 feet, and you can see the water right now has backed off nicely. High tide up here in the foreground where you see the debris line. So the water has been able to go out because the wind continues to blow offshore, and it will stay that way. We've got a north-northeast wind at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. So far, our peak gust is just 37 miles an hour. But over at Dauphin Island, Fort Morgan, those areas right along the coast, we've had gusts upwards of 60 to 65 miles an hour. Along with already, I found one rain gauge over 6 inches right there on the coast. So a lot more rain to come, more wind because of the slow movement of Hurricane Sally. Let's go back to Carl Parker, the nuts and bolts of Sally, as we're about an hour away from the next advisory. Carl?
Yeah, that's right. And we've seen this shifting to the east in all of the model guidance. And so certainly northwest Florida in for a heck of a storm, as well as southern Alabama. Right now, Category 1 at 80 miles per hour. We don't think it's going to get much stronger than that at this point because you've got some upwelling that's occurring, some cooler water being brought up from below as the storm is churning up the Gulf of Mexico. Also, it's being sheared a good bit, probably taking on a little bit of dry air as well. But it's just not moving very much at all. Northwest at 2 miles per hour. We do expect to see a slight bit of acceleration going into either late tonight or during the day tomorrow, and that will bring the storm slowly up and into the coastline. But a prolonged period of very heavy rain and strong wind. Surge values are going to be elevated for quite some time yet. There you see the center of circulation, the eye wall, which has been trying to get going. It never really has been terribly well formed. It's a rather ragged eye wall there, and then all the weather out to the east. It's been an asymmetrical storm from the very beginning. Here's a model forecast showing you how this is just very slowly going to come up and along the coast and then slowly begin to accelerate and move up into North Georgia and then eventually into the Carolinas as well. But you're talking about rainfall amounts that could be easily over a foot. And remember, we're going to see an onshore push at the same time. So where creeks and streams and rivers would normally really drain into the bays and into the Gulf. We're not going to be able to do that as effectively because water is going to be driving in from those areas with that onshore push of water. So it's going to make the flooding concerns that much greater in these areas. And then that flooding will extend farther north and right up into Atlanta and Greenville. And Jackie's going to have more on that coming up in just a moment. Winds gusting now to 55 miles per hour in Mobile. So slowly but surely, as more of this banding gets closer, we're seeing the winds increase. And it's just going to be a long, long period of that through tonight and through much of the day tomorrow. Winds also very gusty on the west side of the circulation, but it looks like you're going to be spared most of the worst of this storm there in New Orleans and surrounding areas. So there's the maximum wind potential. See tropical storm force winds there in a very large area, 60+ mile per hour winds across much of southern Alabama, and then also hurricane force winds in a smaller area. And remember, the ground is going to be full of water. It's going to be saturated. And for that reason, we expect that it's going to make it that much easier for trees to come down, particularly because it's going to be such a long period of strong winds. And so, Mike, certainly nothing along the lines of what we saw with Laura in terms of structural damage, but we could be looking at some pretty serious tree damage as a combination of wind and time and also heavy rainfall.
Yeah, the rainfall totals are going to be higher with this system because it's slower, but the wind, as you mentioned, will be lower. We got peak gusts, I think, in Lake Charles, 135 miles an hour, and that's what was the big issue. Took out the big transmission towers. There are still people now, more than 3 weeks away without power. This is not going to be that kind of storm as far as those kind of winds. We're gusting, I mentioned, 60 to 65 so far. We'll likely see some hurricane force wind gusts. That will cause some minor structural damage. That'll take off some shingles, but it will knock down trees over power lines. Gulf of Mexico, right here, there's the bridge over to Pass Christian. This is the area that got pummeled by Katrina, where the storm surge was as high as 28 feet. They've rebuilt nicely, and they've rebuilt with better standards up on stilts. They've got a big concrete wall. I think we can show you that right here along the waterfront here, and this extends all the way over to the bridge, the Highway 90 bridge. This is all constructed after Katrina 15 years ago, so they're in pretty good shape. And certainly with this system, because the water rise has only been 3.5 feet, and we were only expecting at worst case scenario 9 to 11, but that has changed and come down considerably because of the track of Hurricane Sally. Want to show you some video we shot earlier. This is on the other side of the bridge and back on the bay. This is one of the impacts we've seen, about the only impact we're going to see here in Bay St. Louis and Hancock County is the water rise. We talked to the emergency management director earlier, Brian Adam, and he told us there's about 200 streets that are impassable. Most of the people got out, but the thing is, the properties, the homes are up on stilts, so there's not going to be really any property damage. People just can't get to and from their homes right now. He said he deals with this, he said, about 30 times a year, this kind of water rise, when you have an onshore flow, you know, when you have the astronomical higher than average tides. And today, though, water rise 3.5 feet and you cut off 200 streets. The main road 603, though, last time we checked, that's the main route right out of here in Bay St. Louis, is open. So we're going to be dealing with the wind, offshore wind for now, very little rain this far west. And another location that has really come through virtually unscathed is the Big Easy, New Orleans. Just a couple of days ago, there was a big concern with a hurricane warning and storm surge warnings and a real threat for some very heavy flooding rainfall. Here's the latest from Felicia Combs, our meteorologist on the scene in New Orleans.
One of the places that's outside of the cone, but still dealing with significant impacts, that's New Orleans, at least around the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, where we have a storm surge warning and a tropical storm warning still in place. And these winds have continued to pick up since yesterday. And this has been the result of what those winds are doing. First glance, you might be like, well, what is that? That is not part of the lake. That would typically be like an area where people would picnic. It would typically be a parking lot as well. But as you can see, it's covered in water. And the thing is, it just keeps coming. So you would think that eventually we're going to stop seeing this, but as long as we have this northerly wind, which we're going to continue to have as long as we're in this area of Sally, we are going to continue to see this storm surge coming in. You can see the water just continuing to flow, and it's flowing across Lakeshore Drive. David, let's take a look at Lakeshore Drive now so you can see the water is almost meeting the other side. It has already at least flowed over the other side, and that's why authorities have closed Lakeshore Drive. They closed the drive yesterday, and it remains closed today, and I have a feeling it will remain closed tomorrow as this persistent northerly breeze is going to continue, and this storm surge is also going to continue. So the final thought on this, even if you're well away from the center, outside of the cone, you can certainly still be feeling impacts.
And Carl, I don't know if you just saw this in the email Sarah Dillingham just sent this. This is a great representation of what's going on offshore, and it's all coming onshore. But radar estimates so far about 50 miles south of the Florida beaches, the Florida coast, Pensacola Beach, that area, 19 inches of rain so far. So far, 19 inches of rain. Now, again, that's off the coast, but it's all coming onshore, Carl. You've got more on that angle of the storm.
Yeah, that's right. And we've had some areas that have had over 4 inches of rain already, and such a long way to go. And so we could easily be looking at a foot or two of rain as this is all said and done. That is the last 12 hours of motion with this storm. You see it has barely moved, very light steering flow. And when we look at some of the rainfall totals here since midnight, Gulf Shores picking up 4.5 inches of rain. So we're more than a third of the way to a foot of rain there, and the worst of the storm has not even started to move in yet. Destin also picking up 3.5 inches of rain thus far. So a couple of areas of concern here over the next several hours. One is going to be associated with the core of the storm itself. All of that heavy rain coming up into Dauphin Island as well as into Mobile Bay. And then the second area, you can see these bands that are driving in here from the southeast. And we've already had quite a bit of wet weather. There's so much more to come. And so this is from the Weather Prediction Center. This is a high-risk area for flash flooding. We only see this a handful of times each year. Keep in mind that as we're seeing all of this heavy rain pile up and the creeks and streams are filling up, they're going to try to drain, but they're not going to be able to do that very well because of the onshore flow, because of the water level rise that is going to continue there along the coast. So what we're talking about is easily a foot of rain in some parts of southern Alabama, northwest Florida, and maybe a lot more than that in some isolated areas. But the story is not going to be done there. It will continue well up into Georgia and the Carolinas. And here's Jackie with more on that.
Yeah, this is going to keep going inland well through the rest of the week for sure. So a wet week ahead for parts of the southeast, including you here in Atlanta, Georgia. You've had a little bit of rain today. It hasn't amounted to much more drizzle, I think, than anything else across the metro region. But look what it's done to your temperature. Really cooling the ATL down with 71 degrees right now. Rain chances are going to be increasing, especially late tomorrow and continuing through your Friday morning. So watch for rain to pick up in intensity. And hopefully you've done everything that you need to do to prepare for this. Make sure your gutters are cleaned out and that you're ready to take on a little bit of water. So Atlanta just now put under a brand new flash flood watch. We told you the initial watches here would likely get expanded. And so here we go. And those could get expanded further still. We're watching places like Greenville. We're watching places like Charlotte down the line for all that moisture. So as you take a look at the track here of Sally, know that within this path, a lot of the heaviest rain tends to be on that right side of that storm. So Montgomery, Atlanta, Macon, and then stretching on up into the Carolinas, you're going to get in on the heavy downpours. So we're waiting for that trough off towards the west. That's what's going to eventually be steering Sally up towards the north and east, but it's also going to be dragging all of that tropical moisture to go along with it. Copious amounts of moisture, and with the slow-moving nature, that's just going to allow the numbers to really begin to add up. And I really think there's going to be a widespread swath here from Alabama through Georgia, even into the Carolinas, of a 4 to 8 inch range. So that's what folks need to be prepared for. They need to be prepared for flooding. And Carl, one of the things that you just can't stress it enough is to be so careful don't drive if you don't have to, and certainly don't drive through any water.
Yeah, it seems like we always see people doing that whenever there is flooding. And another thing we're concerned about is the tornado threat. There is a tornado watch in effect in northwest Florida, southern Alabama, going until 6 o'clock tonight. One interesting development here in the last few hours, we've been looking at the instability, which is largely a function of how warm and humid it is at the surface. And we hadn't seen a lot of that through much of the day today. That's just now beginning to creep up a little bit in northwest Florida and southern Alabama. So we're seeing a little more instability, a little more fuel for these developing thunderstorms. And if they get strong enough, they might tap into these winds that are coming out of different directions and different speeds from the surface up to 5,000 feet. That wind shear can get these thunderstorms rotating, and that is going to be the worry going through the rest of the night tonight and also into tomorrow. So 3 out of 10 on the Torcon in the Panhandle and also in southern Alabama. That area is going to expand tomorrow and will include much of South Georgia and southern Alabama, and again a 3 out of 10. And keep in mind that these are often weak tornadoes associated with tropical cyclones, and they can be very, very quick. They can be sort of fleeting in nature, so you really want to keep your eyes on the weather. Jackie?
All right, Carl, we want to get people caught up to speed right now with what we know about Hurricane Sally. We now know that there is a mandatory curfew that's in place for Gulf Shores, Alabama from 8 o'clock tonight through 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, the U.S. Postal Service has temporarily suspended operations at more than 60 post offices across Alabama. In Florida, the governor has issued an executive order expanding the state of emergency posed by Hurricane Sally to several more counties. And as the Gulf Coast deals with Sally, the West Coast struggling with fire. In Oregon, a pair of Marines and their friends didn't need their uniforms to help defend their country. This time around, the Marines battled the flames here. They made a pit stop while driving through western Oregon and worked with firefighters to help save a man's home from a wildfire. They used sprinklers and buckets of water to douse the flames. So still just unimaginable this is still going on across parts of the West. We still have 92 large wildfires that are burning. Air quality terrible in so many areas, but some improvement may be expected with this later in the week. We've got a trough of low pressure off the coast, and that's going to be approaching right now. A couple of sprinkles into Oregon as well as into Washington state, but rain chances are going to increase by late into the week, and that's going to help to disperse some of the smoke, especially to the west of the Cascades, and the humidity is going to increase as well. As we take a look at the smoke forecast, we've seen all of this smoke stretching from the Pacific all the way across the country into the Atlantic. That smokestack stretches more than 4,000 miles.
Your carpets are filled with memories. And sometimes other things, too. Replacing your carpet is easy with the Home Depot, because you've got even more styles and colors to choose from. And right now, installing it is even easier. With free installation by licensed local professionals, backed for life. Replace your carpet with ease. Free installation. Done right. Guaranteed. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Attention everyone on Medicare. New Medicare Advantage plans are now available. Did you know that you may be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits that include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more? The Medicare Benefits Hotline is now open. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional Medicare benefits and make sure you're getting all the benefits you deserve. Just call 800-451-6576 now. In addition to dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage, you may also qualify for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, and no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you're eligible for additional Medicare benefits that may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. There's no obligation to enroll. Just call 800-451-6576 to see if you qualify. Did you know that you may be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits that include dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage? All it takes is one fast and easy phone call to see if you qualify for Medicare plans that include $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, and no copays. The Medicare Benefits Hotline is now open. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional Medicare-approved benefits and make sure you're getting all the benefits you deserve. Just call 800-451-6576 now. Additional benefits may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more. Don't miss out on all of these additional Medicare benefits. There's no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Just call 800-451-6576. That's 800-451-6576.
Is it too early to start celebrating Halloween? Well, if you're celebrating by eating Reese's, then no. You're actually late. Not sorry, Reese's.
Puberty means personal space.
So sports clothes sit around growing odors. That's why we graduated to Tide Pod Sport.
Finally, something more powerful than the funk.
Tide Sport removes even week-old sweat odor. It's got to be Tide.
I didn't want to talk. She just sat with me. That was all I really needed.
We got back. One day he called me out of the blue, and it's comforting to know that I always can count on him to have my back.
She called me from time to time. I really didn't think I needed any help.
It took me from being really depressed to feeling like somebody cared. It gave me some hope. Just that one text.
Be there. Your call, your presence, your words, your support. Be there and help save a life.
I remember the shock that I felt when I was told that I had prostate cancer. I put my trust in God first and the Winthrop CyberKnife team and their fantastic track record. With CyberKnife, I experienced no pain and no side effects. I think about the guy that was just told he has prostate cancer. I want to give him and his family hope. I'm a witness that CyberKnife works.
NYU Winthrop CyberKnife is now part of Perlmutter Cancer Center.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting to full force for this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 67 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 58, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, sunny skies, high 77, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, mainly clear early, then a few clouds later on, low 65, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
Here we go. Welcome back to Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, where we're getting one impact from Sally. That's the surge. We're a water level rise earlier of about 3.5 feet. We're now down around 3 feet. But I want to take you to Pensacola and the bridge, the Pensacola Bridge from Pensacola over to Pensacola Beach. I've got people talking in my ear, sorry. And this bridge is shut down indefinitely because a barge hit it, and because of that, they've got to inspect it, and now the winds are gusting over 50, 55, 60 miles an hour, and because of that, it's closed. So now there's no way to really get in there unless you, well, I don't think, knowing the geography, I don't think you can get back in there unless you come all the way around, but that's a problem for those on the Pensacola Beach area. Meanwhile, let's go back to Atlanta and get the latest on Sally and the rainfall impacts.
All right, Mike, thanks so much. Yeah, the rain, a huge issue. We've already seen some big time numbers, especially over the Gulf already. We've also had some problems with that surge. So we want to check back in with our Charles Peak. He is live in Alabama right now in the Fort Morgan area. Charles, what are you seeing around you?
Here in the last little bit, the bands have really picked up. We've got some pretty strong winds coming. The waves are crashing. It looks like it's taken a lot of the wood off of pier. Most of the pier is underwater here. And you've got on the roads just some fresh water from the rain, areas that are a little flooded, and then several spots where just you got your surge pushing up in low-lying areas that are closed.
Yeah, it really looks like the wave action has picked up a lot.
Yes, this is actually on the bay side of the Fort Morgan area. So this is actually not even on the Gulf side. So this is the bay that's coming in with the winds blowing from the north here.
Yeah, let's talk about those winds. I'm starting to see some gusts, pretty impressive along the Gulf Coast. Mobile was just reporting some gusts around 55 miles per hour, and I've seen, 45 to 50 a little closer to your location. What have the winds been doing where you are?
Like I said, about the last 30 minutes, they've picked up quite a bit, and you'll have a few bands come through, and they pick up even stronger, but the sustained winds, I would say, are closer to the 45 to 50 mile an hour, what I've been experiencing. Right now, I think they're a little stronger right where I'm at.
Have you seen any people around? Are people staying away and out of the area and staying safe?
I mean, compared to what would be normal, it is lower, but there are quite a few vehicles out on the road and traveling around. So really need to be careful, especially when you hit that water-covered roads, and you can easily hydroplane when you hit those situations. And as this continues to deteriorate, we'll have more and more roads that are impassable.
Yeah, folks really need to be waiting in place until this storm is over. I know it's been a long day already, Charles, and, we still have a long way to go with this. Give people an idea of what it's like on the roads. We know it's bad out there.
Yeah, it's just constant areas that you see that you'll go for a little bit and everything is fine, and all of a sudden you've got the road completely covered, and so it's really dangerous at this point in time. And now with the winds picking up what it is, heavy rains at times where it's almost wide out, you can't even see. So I realize it's something interesting for people to look at, but I just strongly encourage them to hunker down and wait this thing out.
Yeah, good advice for sure. Charles Peak reporting live for us from Fort Morgan, Alabama. Thanks, Charles. We want to bring in our storm specialist, Carl Parker. And Carl, you can see those winds picking up. I'm seeing 55 mile per hour winds now in Mobile. So things are definitely going downhill now.
No question. And we're just at the beginning of what is going to be a really long period of strong winds. There you see the hurricane warnings in effect and tropical storm warnings well to the north of that. I want to show you one of our model forecasts. This is a high resolution model, and what you're looking at in here is the center of the storm, the core of the storm, what we would call the radius of maximum wind. And notice how this model brings that area in very late tonight. So that's just after midnight, and we're really starting to see the winds picking up there in Dauphin Island, Mobile Bay, over towards Pensacola as well, and then stepping up through the overnight hours and into the morning in Northwest Florida. That's the middle of the day on Wednesday. So that's been a 12-hour period there from the time that the winds really started to pick up along the coast, and it's still going 12 hours later. And then finally the storm does begin to pull away. And I'll tell you, there are some model depictions that show it being even slower than that lasting even longer than that, well into the evening on Wednesday. So this thing is just not going to move very much. The question is just how fast is it going to begin to accelerate? We do expect that those strong winds are also going to come up towards Birmingham and Atlanta. It's not going to be incredibly strong, but certainly enough possibly to bring some branches down. So there's a look at the area of maximum wind potential, and along with heavy rain, we could be looking at some trees coming down.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
They don't care where you're from. They don't care who you marry. They don't care about your age, how you look, or if you go to therapy. Pets don't care about what makes us different. They just love. 1 in 5 pets find homes through PetSmart charities. Adopt today at PetSmart.com/adoptions.
3 weeks and still no sign of our elusive subject. So yes, carnivorous devourers. He only comes out for devour.
Look how he rips in that buffalo chicken mac and cheese.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
When you need to see up close, do you squint and strain? And without enough light, it's more of a pain. Then you need Mighty Sight, the new LED lighted magnifying eyewear that makes detailed tasks easy to see, ultra bright and hands-free. Inspired by the eyewear worn by surgeons, Mighty Sight gives you instant 160% magnification and brings prescription labels up close and clear. Look closer. The high-definition optical lenses utilize new magnification technology, while 2 built-in LEDs provide maximum illumination. With Mighty Sight, you'll see intricate detail with vision as sharp as an eagle. Enjoy pastime hobbies with laser-like clarity, or complete DIY projects without any eye strain. No more juggling magnifiers or clumsy flashlights. Mighty Sight fits comfortably over your prescription glasses and are rechargeable, so they're always ready when you are. Perfect for reading, knitting, arts and crafts, and more. Best of all, the LED lights follow your view with pinpoint accuracy, so you won't disturb others around you.
I could never read the tiny print on my vitamins, but now with Mighty Sight, it's as clear as a bell.
Don't give up on detailed tasks. Just reach for Mighty Sight. There's nothing like them on the market today. Act now to get your LED magnification eyewear, Mighty Sight, with charging cord for just $19.99. But wait, we'll include this protective carrying case free. And here's a mighty good deal. We'll send you a second pair. Keep one in the nightstand and one in a kitchen drawer. Just pay a separate fee. That's 2 sets for one low price. See what you've been missing and get up close and clear with Mighty Sight. Call now.
To order Mighty Sight, call 1-800-251-9452 or go online at buymightysite.com. Don't delay. Call 1-800-251-9452 or go to buymightysite.com. Order now.
I'm a performer. Always have been and always will be. Never letting anything get in my way. Not the doubts, distractions, or voice in my head. And certainly not arthritis. New Voltaren provides powerful arthritis pain relief to help me keep moving. And it can help you too. Feel the joy of movement with Voltaren.
We've been very fortunate and also blessed in that we've gone 15 years since that hurricane. We just had the anniversary of it, and now, you know, this happening again, and that's part of living on the Gulf Coast. I mean, but we've got to be smart, and we got to make preparations, and then we pray for the best, and that's all we can do.
We're at the first high tide of the day, and the wind has increased dramatically, sustained probably well over 20 to 25 miles per hour, gusts well over 30, probably closer to 40 miles per hour. The Gulf is still very angry. The only difference is we can't see as far out, but there's white caps and waves easily 10 plus feet at times, slamming onto the shore. Already noticing beach erosion here into the dunes. Normally there's 20 or 30 feet of open beach. We don't have that. Even since yesterday, we've watched the push of water up on these dunes slowly eating away. There's still about close to 100 yards of dunes before we get to the lodge here at Gulf State Park. But as Sally approaches, we expect a higher surge and a wave action. These dunes will not look the same as we head on towards even tomorrow and into Thursday as we're dealing with the marathon approach of Sally. Paul Goodloe taking it on the chin. Some sporty conditions there in Gulf Shores, Alabama. He'll be back with us later on today. We've got coverage up and down the coast. We're on the air around the clock, keeping you ahead of what's going on with Sally. And speaking of keeping you ahead, it's moving so slow. Plenty of heads up on this rainfall threat as it comes into the coast. I mentioned earlier that we measured about 19 inches about 50 miles offshore. So that gives you an idea of when it comes on shore, what kind of totals we're going to see. We've already had, I saw one rain gauge around Gulf Shores just over 6 inches since this morning, but we've got a long, long way to go. And by the way, if it landfalls in Alabama, it'll be the first landfalling hurricane since Ivan in 2004, and for Mississippi it was Nate, and that was 3 years ago. So we're talking quite a while in Alabama if it does make landfall on the other side of Mobile Bay. Meanwhile, back here in Bay St. Louis, the only impact we've had is the water level rise, the surge. It was up 3.5 feet. The winds helping us all along the coast here because we're west of this center. The center's offshore, but we're going to be west of where it comes in. The center's out there about 100 miles, but the winds are north-northeast, so that keeps the water at bay, so to speak, and as the water goes out, it gets to go out more freely. A lot of times, we're covering systems, the wind's blowing onshore, the tide's trying to go out, and they're kind of competing with each other, and the tide never gets out as far as it can, and then it comes even higher the next time. That's what happens when you have successive high tides with an onshore flow, not only in the tropics, but when we talk about nor'easters. Let's go back to Carl Parker in Atlanta. Carl, next advisory coming in here in less than 30 minutes. And I'm not sure there'll be any really significant changes. We already pretty much have set the stage for where it's generally going to go in, and the rainfall totals, they're unavoidable at this point.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the slow forward speed is everything when it comes to this storm. And right now it's moving to the northwest at 2 miles per hour. As Mike mentioned, we're going to get a new advisory here coming up within 30 minutes. Category 1 storm right now, holding steady. That is the expectation that it will be a Category 1 as it moves in, perhaps very late tonight or early tomorrow morning. There you see on the visible satellite radar picture, we are perhaps seeing a little bit of motion towards the north, so it may be starting its move towards the north, and all kinds of rain already coming on shore. Flash flood warnings here in northwest Florida. We've had quite a bit of rain, getting up to 5.6 by radar estimates. 3.36 since midnight there in Gulf Shores. But then, as Mike mentioned, when you look offshore past 24 hours, there's a spot there where we have had 20 inches of rain. So you just move that forward, you take that forward, and that's why we're thinking there could be a foot or two of rainfall. Now, here's a high-resolution model forecast showing you this exceptionally slow motion coming in late tonight through the early morning hours, and then moving up beyond that towards North Georgia and also into the Carolinas. So that's the rainfall that we're talking about here. Large area of 5 to 8 and then 8 to 12 in the Panhandle and Mobile, and then some spots getting more than that, and maybe some isolated areas getting as much as a couple of feet of rain. And as those creeks and streams are filling up and that tries to run out into the bays and into the Gulf, it's going to have a very hard time doing that because of the onshore flow, because of the water level rise on the coast. And then it's going to be coming up into North Georgia, into Atlanta. Could be flooding in Atlanta later this week. And also we expect to see heavy rain up the 85 corridor. Winds now gusting to 43 in Pascagoula. This is where we expect to see the area of strongest winds in southern Alabama. And keep in mind that as the ground is going to be very wet, that is going to allow trees to come down more easily because it is going to be a long duration event. And we are spread out along the Gulf Coast from Louisiana to Alabama to keep you ahead of this storm.
Freezing cold, blazing heat. Rain-X premium silicone wiper blades are engineered to withstand the most extreme conditions. They last 2 times longer than traditional wipers. If Rain-X premium silicone wipers survive these conditions, clearly they'll last in yours. Rain-X, outsmart the elements. Find Rain-X silicone wipers at these retailers.
Keeping your oysters growing while keeping your business growing has you swamped. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, You get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database, so you can start hiring right away. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/promo.
Attention anyone on Medicare. Did you know you may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage? Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify. The Medicare Benefits and Questions line is now open to help anyone on Medicare make sure you are getting the benefits you deserve. Just call 800-799-1058 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free meal delivery, and free rides to medical appointments. You may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional benefits including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drugs. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Just call 800-799-1058. 800-799-1058.
If something happened to you, what would happen to them? Their home, their education, their future. You need life insurance, and chances are SelectQuote can help you get it for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found Jacob 40, a $500,000 policy for only $19 a month. And SelectQuote found his wife Wendy, a $500,000 policy for only $17 a month.
Our secret? At SelectQuote, we aggressively comparison shop highly rated companies to find you the company with the best rates.
We found Gary, 35, a $1 million policy for only $22 a month.
Why pay more? Give your family the security they need at a price you can afford.
Call 1-800-304-3321 or go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Thank you for taking me home. It's so far.
Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun. 2 chocolate milkshakes, please.
Make it 3.
3?
Did you get his number?
No, Grandma. Grandma!
Excuse me?
Some relationships get better with time. That's why I got a Crosstrek.
97% of Subaru vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
I'm so glad you got a Subaru.
I wonder who gave me the idea.
Oh.
Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
The primary concern that we have now is flooding in low-lying areas in extreme southeast Louisiana because of storm surge. And high tide is right now, and we know that water, for example, is a problem with storm surge in Grand Isle coming from the bay side, but also in St. Bernard Parish and a few other places as well.
And the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, well, that just goes to show you that even when you're outside of the cone, you can still get big impacts. Storm surge warning in effect here, and you can see why. This is the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain. This intense northerly wind is bringing this water, covering this parking lot completely, and it's just kind of the beginning. We're going to continue with these northerly winds actually picking up. So we're going to continue to see this possibility for storm surge. That's why Lakeshore Drive is closed. Now, in terms of downtown New Orleans, you're not really feeling as much impact, but certainly along the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, you're seeing the impacts of Sally even as it's far away.
All right, we have the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and there's been very little change here. The storm is still an 80-mile-per-hour Category 1 storm, now moving north at 2 miles per hour as opposed to northwest at 2 miles per hour. And so pretty much in terms of the broad strokes, it is the same. We'll take a look also at the new forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center and see what they're saying about that. You'll recall that in the last advisory, they were calling for a Category 1 hurricane to be coming towards the coast, and that appears to be roughly the same. Looks like the timing is perhaps just a little bit slower here. It's pretty close, though, to what we were looking at before, with the storm approaching the coast very early this morning and then moving in most likely as we go towards the afternoon there. And at that time, it's going to be a strong tropical storm getting towards Pensacola and Mobile. Virtually no difference between a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm and a Category 1 hurricane, a low-end Category 1 hurricane. But, you know, the upshot here is that it's essentially the same. We're talking about a very slow-moving storm that is going to produce a lot of heavy rain. A little bit of a shift there in the track farther east as well. So heads up in Destin and places like that, as you could be looking at more direct impacts from the core of this storm. And we wanted to talk about why it's been moving so slowly. And if you look at that white area right there to the north of the storm, that's the jet stream. Those are the strong upper level winds. And this thing is now separated from those strong upper level winds. It's in an area where there's nothing to push it along. And that's why it really has not been moving at all. And this is a trend actually that we've been looking at over the last several decades, where we're seeing fronts coming down later and later in the season. And so, you know, whereas in a September many decades ago, you might have had a series of cold fronts and very strong wind along with those coming down, those fronts are a little later now getting into the fall. And so for that reason, without there being as much upper level wind, the forward speed of tropical cyclones is declining. And in North America, it's down by 16% at landfall since 1949. So this is an observed trend related to a sort of a retraction of the jet stream to the north in the warmer months. And what we're seeing now across the southern plains is that there's an upper level low there. There's a dip that is finally going to capture this thing and take it off to the north, initially very slowly, but then a little bit faster as it moves up farther north. And, you know, when you look at this thing, when you eyeball it, it does appear to be making a little bit of a move there to the north. So it will be very interesting to see if it does actually come in late tonight or if it waits until tomorrow to do that. But flash flood warning in effect now for Baldwin, Escambia, and Santa Rosa counties. And Jackie, this is just the beginning. We expect to see many, many more flash flood warnings across this region.
If we only could get some of that rain across parts of the west, that's where we still have devastating wildfires. It's a growing concern across the western U.S. Flames continuing to char mountainous areas of Southern California. We now know the Bobcat fire has grown to more than 38,000 acres, and it dropped from 6% contained down to 3% contained. Unusually dry vegetation has fueled the flames, causing extreme fire behavior here. Nearly 900 firefighters, along with 9 aircraft, are working to knock out flames and protect communities in the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains. There are a slew of evacuations in effect until further notice, and the fire started on September 6th. The cause still under investigation. Now a look at what we know about those devastating wildfires. New this hour, Alaska Airlines has now resumed operations in Portland, Oregon and Spokane, Washington. Meanwhile, the United States Postal Service has temporarily closed some post offices in California, Oregon and Washington due to the dangerous wildfires. In Southern California, firefighters are burning off vegetation in an effort to protect the historic Mount Wilson Observatory, which also was threatened by the station fire in September of 2009. Overall, we've got 92 large wildfires that are burning across parts of the west, but there is a little bit of good news here, is that we've got some onshore flow and a cold front offshore that's bringing in moisture across parts of Oregon and Washington right now. Most of this moisture really confined to the west of the Cascades, but we'll take anything we can get at this point. That moisture will move inland and be a little bit more widespread as we round out the week. More on Sally right after this.
This program is brought to you in part by Humira.
This is my body of proof. Proof I can fight moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis.
Proof I can fight psoriatic arthritis. With Humira. Proof of less joint pain.
And clearer skin in PSA.
Humira targets and blocks a source of inflammation that contributes to joint pain and irreversible damage.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Humira is proven to help stop further joint damage.
And it's the #1 prescribed biologic for PSA.
Want more proof? Ask your rheumatologist about Humira citrate-free.
Attention! Do you have Medicare? Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-905-6107. In addition to receiving $144 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Medicare Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures; vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts; hearing, including hearing aids and batteries; and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Go Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-905-6107. Both the call and the consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center now at 800-905-6107. That's 800-905-6107.
Nicole, you look amazing.
Jenny Craig works. With our most popular plan, Rapid Results, you can lose up to 16 pounds in 4 weeks. Call now. Limited time offer and flexible delivery options for Jenny Craig's Rapid Results.
Look, Limu! Someone out there needs help customizing their car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need. False alarm. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Real people are finding real savings with Spectrum Mobile.
I switched because we wanted great service for less money.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $650 a year.
We've actually saved $612 in half a year.
Use the Spectrum Mobile Savings Calculator to find out how much you could save. Then get our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Call 844-230-8821.
Well, the idea that we can mix and match plans is great. This way we can adjust the plan to what our needs are at the moment.
These guys are unlimited, I'm Buy the Gig, and I've got more money in my wallet.
Get the flexibility you want with the savings you need, all with free nationwide talk and text and no contracts. Call 844-230-8821.
We're paying a lot less and getting a whole lot more.
I'm wondering why I didn't switch to Spectrum Mobile a lot sooner than what I actually did.
Get Spectrum Mobile with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Visit a Spectrum store, go to spectrummobile.com, or call 844-230-8821.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting a full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 66 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 58, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, sunny skies, high 77, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, mainly clear early, then a few clouds later on, low 65, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Well, second casino just broke loose.
Video for you from Bayou La Batre. This is south of Mobile, down there on the Gulf, and this riverboat has broken free. It's just kind of floating around there. Hopefully they'll get that all tied up. That's the second one so far today. Very, very rough seas, the Gulf of Mexico and that part of the Gulf. Not as bad over here, but over there they've got a full open fetch. There's no land out there, no barrier islands like we have here off the Mississippi coast. Thanks for joining us here. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. Our only impact really significantly has been the water rise of about 3.5 feet. I can show you what it looks like and looked like at high tide late this morning. This is over by the Yacht Club. This is just north of the 90 Bridge. It goes over to Pass Christiane, and you can see the water up over all the docks. There's a few boats there, and then the road going up to the Yacht Club itself, that big building, that's underwater, some of the side streets. But the big issue has been the side streets or the roads north of town off Highway 603. We talked to the emergency management director earlier. That was Brian Adam, and he told us about 200 roads are impassable. It sounds worse than it is. The bottom line is he deals with this a lot during the year. He said about 30 times a year. So you don't need a hurricane. All you need is about a foot of water above what you typically have, astronomical high tide, and you get this kind of issue. Most of the folks headed for higher ground, and what I mentioned, it's not as serious as it sounds, is because all of the homes are up on stilts for good reason. Here's the Gulf of Mexico. We've got a few showers out there. We've had a few raindrops, but by and large, all the rain is going to be off to our east. Right now, most of the rain is falling east of Biloxi. We've had over 6 inches on the coast. And Carl, that graphic that Sarah Dillingham sent out with 19 inches measured 50 miles south of the coast near Pensacola Beach. That's just amazing. And it's not done raining there yet. So we're going to translate that north onto the mainland and then add more onto that. So that's why you've been talking about all day 20, maybe 30-inch rainfall totals when this is all over with later tomorrow in that part of the Gulf.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the very worst of this storm, that inland flood threat that we'll see unfolding here through tonight and tomorrow. I want to show you some new video. This coming from Fort Morgan, Alabama, and look at the wave action. Those waves crashing on the shore there. Elevated water as well. Water level rises of 2 to 3 feet along the coast, and we'll continue to see that through tonight. We're going into low tide right now, but another high tide later today, and we expect that there's going to be significant water level rise continuing across a lot of the coast because of this very slow forward motion. So here's the latest on the storm, the 5 p.m. advisory, an 80 mile per hour category 1 storm, and now still moving really, really slowly north now at 2 miles per hour. There's a look at the forecast, and you see the forecast points there. That first one is about 2 a.m. The second one is about 2 p.m. And so you're looking at perhaps a landfall in the morning tomorrow if it were to come along like that. Very close to Mobile Bay, maybe just a little farther east. You can see there does appear to be just a little bit of a northward jog there, so maybe it is starting to make a move. We're already getting some very heavy rain. We've had now a number of flash flood warnings, the most recent of those in Pensacola. You look at the rainfall totals here, we're getting up to 3 to 4 to 5 inches in northwest Florida. And as Mike mentioned, when you look at 24 hours of totals offshore, there you see some 20-inch amounts. So that is what is going to be lifting up and towards the coast. And here's a high-resolution model forecast showing that exceptionally slow forward speed. So very, very heavy rain late tonight, through the morning, through the middle of the day, and then finally it does begin to move on. And on top of that, Jackie, some strong wind along with it, hurricane force wind gusts. And so that could easily bring quite a few trees down in that area. It's going to be a really tough couple of days ahead.
Yeah, long ride for sure. Carl, we also have other things happening in the tropics right now. A very active map here with multiple named storms. It's not just Sally, it's Paulette, it's Teddy, it's Vicky, and we do need to keep an eye on all of them. Paulette, Category 2 storm. The wind's finally coming down a little bit. This is working on transitioning into an extratropical system eventually, still bringing battering waves and rip currents to the Atlantic coastline. Now, the other thing we have to keep our eye on is some things that aren't even named yet. In fact, closer to home, we've got a tropical wave that's going to be bringing in some heavy rain into deep south parts of Texas. Not much of a chance of this to develop. It's just going to kind of meander over here into the western Gulf of Mexico over the next couple of days. We've got an invest off the coast of Africa. This one has a 70% chance of developing over the next couple of days. That could be our next named storm. In fact, we've only got one name left on the list. That's it, Wilfred. And then we go into the Greek alphabet. Weather Underground is next.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave.